Chapter 1 Valentine's Day Surprise. On Valentine's Day, the air is filled with the smell of hormones and chocolate. Lin Fan held a large bouquet of roses in his hand. The rose petals were so gorgeous that they looked like they were stolen from a fairy tale world. He deliberately put on the new shirt he had just bought and winked at the mirror, which he thought could charm thousands of girls. Hee, that little girl Wang Wei must be very moved tonight. Lin Fan hummed a little tune, imagining Wang Wei's surprised expression when she saw the roses. Maybe she would rush over excitedly and give him a wet French kiss. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's mouth widened even more, and his saliva was almost flowing out. He has been with Wang Wei for 3 years, from the youthful school uniforms to the current, well, still school uniforms. After all, he is just about to graduate. For 3 years, he was so devoted to Wang Wei that he wanted to pick all the stars in the sky for her. Today, he prepared a big surprise to put a perfect comma on their long-term love. After all, it was still too early to propose, and he hadn't figured out how to kneel on one knee without making his legs look short. Lin Fan trotted all the way to the entrance of Full House Hotel. The name of this hotel sounds tacky, but it is luxurious and impressive. He was just about to call Wang Wei to ask which room she was in, but crunch! The revolving door of the hotel slowly opened, and a man and a woman walked out intimately. The man had a slicked back hair and powdered face, and wore a gold chain around his neck that was thicker than his finger. He looked like a nouveau riche. Lin Fan knew him, Zhao Ziyang, a famous rich second generation in the school. It was said that his family ran a mine and he was so rich that he could kill people with money. But that's not the point. The point is, the woman Zhao Ziyang was hugging. Lin Fan's pupils dilated instantly, as if he saw Godzilla gnawing at the Statue of Liberty. He would recognize that woman even if she turned into ashes. Wang Wei. The girlfriend he swore to spend the rest of his life with. At this moment, she was nestling in Zhao Ziyang's arms like a little bird, smiling so brightly, more dazzling than the sun. Lin Fan felt that there was green above his head, as if he was covered with a Helenberg grassland. The rose in his hand instantly lost its color and became worse than the weeds on the roadside. Wang Wei? Lin Fan's voice was trembling, like a broken bellows blown by the cold wind. Wang Wei heard the voice, turned around, and the smile on her face froze instantly, as if the pause button was pressed. When she saw Lin Fan, she was stunned at first, then a trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but was quickly replaced by indifference. Lin Fan? Why are you here? Wang Wei's tone was very calm, so calm that Lin Fan felt unfamiliar with it. I came to see you. Today is Valentine's Day. Lin Fan's voice became smaller and smaller. He felt like a fool abandoned by the whole world. Oh, Valentine's Day. Wang Wei said this lightly, and then made a move that Lin Fan would never forget. She held Zhao Ziyang's arm tighter. Ziyang, let's go. Wang Wei's voice was sickeningly sweet, completely different from how she usually spoke to him. Zhao Ziyang glanced at Lin Fan complacently, as if he was looking at an ant. Etc. Lin Fan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed forward and grabbed Wang Wei's hand. Wang Wei, explain it to me. What on earth is going on? Lin Fan's voice contained a hint of despair, a hint of anger, and a hint of unwillingness. Wang Wei frowned and shook off Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan, please show some respect. Her tone was as cold as if it was taken out of an ice cellar. Respect? You're talking to me about respect? Lin Fan pointed at Zhao Ziyang and raised his voice an octave. You're with him, and you want me to respect you? Lin Fan, can you please stop making trouble? Wang Wei was getting a little impatient. We have broken up. I have told you many times that we are not suitable for each other. Break up? When did it happen? How come I didn't know? Lin Fan felt like a joke, a huge joke. Lin Fan, could you please stop being so childish? Wang Wei sighed, as if looking at an ignorant child. It's over between us a long time ago. I've been with you for 3 years, I've had enough. Enough? Enough of what? Lin Fan's heart felt like it was stabbed by 10,000 knives at the same time. I've had enough of your poverty, your immaturity, and not seeing a future with you. Wang Wei's voice seemed to come from hell. I've been with Xiao Xiao for a long time, but I just didn't tell you. You. Lin Fan's body began to tremble. He thought of every detail of the past 3 years, everything he had done for Wang Wei, those sweet vows, those beautiful memories. Now it all seems like a joke, an extremely ironic joke. Wang Wei, you really make me sick. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Disgusting? Lin Fan, what qualifications do you have to call me disgusting? Wang Wei sneered. Look at yourself, you're so poor. What can you give me? Can you buy me a brand name bag? Can you take me to a fancy restaurant? Can you give me a future? Lin Fan wanted to refute, but found that he had nothing to say. He really couldn't give Wang Wei these things. He was just an ordinary student. He had no money, no power, and no influence. Lin Fan, we are not from the same world. If I stay with you, I will always have to live a hard life, but Mr. Zhao can give me everything I want. Wang Wei said this, snuggling in Zhao Ziang's arms with a happy smile on her face. As they were about to leave, Wang Wei looked at Lin Fan, who was still standing in front of her, and pushed him away with disdain. Lin Fan staggered and fell to the ground. He sat on the cold ground, his mind blank. He recalled eating spicy hot pot with Wang Wei at a roadside stall, flying kites in the park, and reading books in the library together. Those beautiful memories of the past seem so ironic now. Zhao Ziang walked up to Lin Fan, looked down at him, with a mocking smile on his face. Lin Fan, a poor guy like you is not worthy of Wang Wei. Zhao Ziang said as he kicked away the roses that Lin Fan brought. The bouquet of roses was scattered on the ground, with petals withering, like Lin Fan's broken heart. Look at you, what kind of rubbish did you give? You want to get rid of Wang Wei with a few lousy flowers? Do you know how much one of Wang Wei's bags costs? You'll never make that much in your lifetime. Every word Zhao Ziang said was like a knife, stabbing Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan glared at them, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He wanted to stand up and fight them. However, he found himself so weak that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Suddenly, his vision went dark and his consciousness became blurred. Call. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed. He was breathing heavily, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He looked around, familiar room, familiar furnishings. This is his rental house. Isn't he at the hotel entrance? Lin Fan's mind was a little confused. He remembered that he fainted because of Wang Wei and Zhao Ziang's anger. Could it be that all this was just a dream? He subconsciously touched his face and found no injuries. He looked at his phone confusedly. Lin Fan was stunned. He was reborn? He went back to the day before Valentine's Day? How is this possible? Lin Fan couldn't believe his eyes, he pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. Pain. It hurts so much. It's not a dream. He is truly reborn. Chapter 2, Getting Rich Suddenly Came Too Suddenly. At this moment, Lin Fan felt a tingling sensation 3 inches below his belly button, as if pricked by a needle, or as if an electric shock had occurred. He looked down, and there was nothing. Could it be an illusion? Then, there was a buzzing sound in Lin Fan's mind, like the sound of a huge bell being struck, or like the singularity of the Big Bang being detonated. A huge turntable shining with golden light appeared in his mind. This turntable is as big as a Ferris wheel, and is densely packed with various icons. Some were stacks of red banknotes, some were golden luxury car keys, some were models of luxurious villas, and there were even some strange icons that Lin Fan had never seen before. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Lin Fan felt like his CPU was about to burn out. This thing was even more outrageous than winning the lottery. Just as Lin Fan was stunned, a mechanical voice without any emotion sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for activating the Godly Rich Turntable system. As long as the favorability of a goddess with a beauty score of 90 or above reaches 90, you can get the chance to draw. And every time the favorability increases above 90, you will get one more chance to draw a lottery. Because this is the first time the host has activated the system, he will get a chance to draw a lucky draw. Do you want to draw the lucky draw? Wait a minute, let me smooth it out. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, feeling that his brain was not enough. The super rich wheel system? Goddesses with a beauty score of over 90? Favorability? Lottery? What the hell is going on here? Lin Fan felt as if he was listening to a divine book, or as if he had accidentally entered a large science fiction film set. System, are you there? Am I really not dreaming? Lin Fan called out tentatively in his mind. However, the system was like a cold goddess and ignored him completely. Fuck, quite arrogant. Lin Fan curled his lips. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, as a veteran online novel enthusiast, he knows all about various system novels, rebirth novels, and super rich novels. Although he still finds this kind of thing unbelievable when he encounters it in real life, his ability to accept it is still much stronger than that of ordinary people. Rebirth has already happened, so another system shouldn't be something that's hard to accept. Lin Fan comforted himself. Besides, this system sounds pretty awesome. Lin Fan touched his chin and began to ponder. A goddess with a beauty score of over 90 points, isn't this standard a bit too high? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. Among the girls he knew, there were probably only a few who could meet this standard, such as the school beauties. As for Wang Wei? The maximum is 85 points, no more. However, you can draw a prize when your favorability is above 90, and you can draw again for every point of favorability increase. This reward mechanism is quite tempting. Lin Fan's eyes began to shine. A chance to win a lottery, would you like to try it? Lin Fan looked at the big golden turntable in his mind and felt itchy. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and silently said in his heart, "Lottery!" As soon as he finished speaking, the pointer on the turntable began to spin rapidly like a wild horse. Turn. 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 Turn for me. Lin Fan screamed wildly in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the pointer, afraid of missing any details. The pointer spun faster and faster, until it almost became a shadow. Lin Fan felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Finally, the speed of the pointer began to slowly decrease. What could it be? What could it be? Lin Fan's eyes were bigger than copper bells. The pointer slowly moved across the icons. Luxury cars, villas, yachts, private jets. Lin Fan's breathing became more and more rapid. Stop. 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 Stop right here. Lin Fan screamed wildly in his heart. However, the pointer did not move as he wished, but continued to slide forward. Fuck. Don't go over there. Don't go over there. Lin Fan's heart suddenly rose to his throat. The pointer passed over the icons that made his heart beat, and finally, it slowly stopped on the icon of million cash reward. A million cash reward? Lin Fan was stunned at first when he saw the text message, and then a feeling of ecstasy surged in his heart. Holy crap! 1 million! I'm rich! Lin Fan almost jumped out of the bed. This is not a dream. I must have a golden finger when I am reborn. The ancients were not deceiving me. Lin Fan laughed out loud, looking up to the sky, like a 200-pound kid. In this life, I, Lin Fan, will never be a bootlicker. At this moment, the door of the room opened with a creaky sound. Wang Wei walked in. She wore a tight skirt, delicate makeup, and styled her hair. To be honest, Wang Wei is quite pretty, otherwise Lin Fan wouldn't have been her bootlicker for 3 years. Hey, you awake? Wang Wei glanced at Lin Fan with a hint of arrogance in her tone. I'm going out for a while, so don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Wang Wei said this and turned to leave. Lin Fan came back to his senses from his excitement, looked at Wang Wei's familiar yet unfamiliar face, and sneered in his heart. Going out? Are you going to see your Zhao Ziang? Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Of course he knew what Wang Wei was going to do. According to the memory of the previous life, tonight, Wang Wei and Zhao Ziang will go to the Full House Hotel to spend a wonderful night together. And tomorrow, like a fool, he will go to the hotel with roses in his hands to surprise Wang Wei. And then, being humiliated mercilessly and trampled underfoot harshly. Don't even think about it in this life. A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. He decided to keep quiet and wait and see what happened. Wang Wei, you. Lin Fan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Wang Wei. What do you mean? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Wang Wei waved her hands impatiently. Remember, you don't have to wait for me for dinner at night. After saying that, she slammed the door, closed it, and walked away. Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei's departing back, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Wang Wei, do you think I will still obey you like before and let you deceive me? Lin Fan snorted coldly and jumped off the bed. He walked to the window, looked at the busy street below, and felt a sense of emotion. Rebirth, it's great. Lin Fan took a deep breath and felt the air become exceptionally fresh. Since God has given me a chance to start over, I must seize it. In this life, I want to live like a human being. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He decided to start by changing his financial situation. Has the 1 million cash reward from the system arrived? Lin Fan took out his mobile phone and opened the banking app. An unread text message came into view. Your account received a transfer amount of 1 million yuan at XXXX, and the balance is 1,012.50 yuan. Holy crap! It really arrived. Lin Fan looked at the number on the text message and was so excited that he almost threw his phone away. 1 million. A whole million. Lin Fan felt like he was dreaming. He has never seen so much money in his life. I, Lin Fan, am finally not a pauper anymore. Lin Fan excitedly turned around the room several times. With this money, I can buy lots of delicious food, lots of beautiful clothes, lots of fun things. Lin Fan began to imagine a better life in the future. No, these are too superficial. Lin Fan quickly shook his head. With this money, I should do something more meaningful. For example, investing? Starting a business? Or buying a house? Lin Fan stroked his chin and began to think seriously. Well, don't be in a hurry, take your time. Lin Fan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. 1 million is not a small amount, but it's not a huge sum of money either. If you want to completely change your destiny, you need more money. And the system is my greatest reliance. Lin Fan's gaze once again fell on the big turntable in his mind. As long as I can continue to improve the goddess' favorability, I will get more chances to win the lottery. By then, let alone 1 million, even 10 million or 100 million is not impossible. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 3, Being Rich Means Being Confident. The next day, Lin Fan walked into the campus without caring about his relatives. The sunlight shone on him, as if giving him a layer of gold. Of course, this gold border is not because he is handsome, but because he has 1 million in his pocket. Being rich means being confident. Hey, isn't this our school's love saint Lin Fan? The word love saint was taken particularly hard. Lin Fan was known as a bootlicker in school. Everyone could see that Wang Wei treated him like a fish, but only Lin Fan himself could not face the reality. But that was the Lin Fan of the past. Why didn't you go to give your goddess Wang Wei a loving breakfast today? A boy with greasy hair and powdered face blocked Lin Fan's way and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Lin Fan looked up and saw, oh, isn't this Zhang San? He usually follows the school beauty Xinyao, wanting to get close to her, but in school Xinyao only smiles at Lin Fan. Although Xinyao seemed to have had a conflict with Lin Fan some time ago. But Zhang San had already become jealous of Lin Fan. Hey Zhang San, did you put some red on your lips? Why are you so poisonous? Lin Fan looked at him with a smile. Or are you jealous that I'm more handsome than you, eat more than you, and am richer than you? Bah! You have money? Will Wang Wei treat you like a fish? Zhang San looked disdainful. If you have money, even a sow can climb a tree. Hey! Don't tell me, I've really seen a sow climb a tree. Lin Fan said seriously. Just last night, when I was dreaming. Puff! There was a burst of uncontrollable laughter all around. Zhang San was so angry that his face turned green. Lin Fan! Stop talking nonsense to me. I'm telling you, stay away from Xinyao. She's mine. Oh? Really? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. You must have peed yourself if you don't have a mirror at home, right? Don't you have any idea of what you look like? You! Zhang San was so angry that he almost died. Lin Fan, don't be so complacent. Just wait and see. He left with a harsh remark and walked away dejectedly. Lin Fan shrugged, looking nonchalant. He didn't take such a small character seriously at all. He is now a man with a system. The pattern should be big. Lin Fan. A clear and pleasant voice sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked back and his eyes suddenly lit up. I saw a girl standing there gracefully. She was wearing a white dress, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. She had a delicate little face, as white as jade, and her facial features were perfect, like a work of art carefully carved by God. Especially those big watery eyes, clear and bright, as if they could speak. This girl is none other than the school beauty Xinyao, Lin Fan's childhood sweetheart. Xinyao's beauty is fresh and unworldly, like a lily bud about to bloom. People can't help but want to get closer to her, but are afraid of disturbing her. School beauty of Xin University, are you coming here specially to greet me? Lin Fan walked over with a smile. You're not secretly in love with me, are you? Shen Yao rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Stop being so conceited. Who has a crush on you? I just think you seem a little different. Shen Yao looked Lin Fan up and down. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Although Lin Fan used to be handsome and sunny, he always had the air of a bootlicker. He followed Wang Wei around all day, being servile and without any dignity. But today, Lin Fan seemed like a different person. The whole person exudes an aura of confidence. This kind of light is very attractive. She was planning to turn around and leave, but she shouted out unconsciously. Different? How is it different? Lin Fan touched his face. Could it be more handsome? Shameless. Shen Yao couldn't help laughing. It feels like you're the same today, but you really haven't changed at all. Still so narcissistic. Ah, there's nothing I can do. I'm just so confident because I'm so handsome. Lin Fan spread his hands, looking helpless. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! A goddess with a beauty score of 98 is detected next to the host. Name, Shen Yao. Current favorability 80. Lin Fan looked at the system message and was immediately surprised. But what surprised me was not Shen Yao's appearance. After all, Shen Yao was one of the 4 campus beauties of Tianhai University. What surprised him was that Shen Yao's favorability towards him was still 80. You know, although the two of them were childhood friends, he and Shen Yao had a big fight because of Wang Wei's matter before. He also said a lot of harsh words, which made Shen Yao very angry. He thought that Shen Yao had blocked him a long time ago. Unexpectedly, Shen Yao's favorability towards him is still 80. This is simply a miracle. It seems that I was really so stupid before. Lin Fan said silently in his heart. You can't afford to let go of such a good childhood sweetheart and go lick a green tea bitch. I really was kicked in the head by a donkey. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a strong sense of self-blame. He looked at Shen Yao, his eyes full of apology. Shen Yao, I'm sorry for what happened in the past. Lin Fan said sincerely. I shouldn't have said those harsh words to you. Shen Yao was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would take the initiative to apologize to her. Are you okay? Shen Yao asked with some concern. Are you stimulated by something? I'm fine. Lin Fan smiled. I just suddenly figured it out. Some things can't be forced. Some people are not destined to belong to you. Instead of hanging yourself on a tree, you should see more of the scenery around you. Like you. Lin Fan looked at Shen Yao, his eyes full of tenderness. Shen Yao felt a little embarrassed when Lin Fan looked at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't look at me like that. Shen Yao lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I'll be shy. Shy. That's right. Lin Fan smiled even more happily. It means that you have me in your heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yao blared at Lin Fan coquettishly. Who has you in his heart? I didn't. Really? Lin Fan pressed forward step by step. Then why are you blushing? Shen Yao was speechless for a moment. Lin Fan. A sharp voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Wang Wei walked over aggressively. Her face looked ugly and her eyes were full of anger and jealousy. She never dreamed that her loyal dog Lin Fan would be with Shen Yao. Moreover, we had such a happy chat. Lin Fan, what do you mean? Wang Wei pointed at Lin Fan's nose and questioned. Didn't you say that you only love me? You are with Shen Yao now, what does that mean? Wang Wei, you said that as if we are still in love. Lin Fan sneered. We're done a long time ago, okay? It's over? Who said that? Wang Wei's eyes widened. I didn't agree to that. You don't agree? Sorry, I unilaterally announced that we have broken up. Lin Fan said bluntly. From now on, men and women getting married have nothing to do with each other. You. Wang Wei was so angry that she was shaking all over. Lin Fan, don't regret it. I'll let you know that leaving me is the biggest mistake of your life. Regret? Wang Wei, you think too highly of yourself. Lin Fan looked disdainful. Leaving you is the best decision I have ever made in my life. Chapter 4, The dream car is now in your hands? Chapter 4. Xinyao looked at Lin Fan, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. She could feel that Lin Fan had really changed. He is no longer the humble bootlicker who was willing to sacrifice himself for love, but has become a confident, sunny, and even a little naughty boy again. This change made her feel relieved. After all, who would want to see a friend who grew up with him turn herself into a half-human being for someone who was not worthy? Ding! Shinyao's favorability plus 10, current favorability, 90. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a lucky draw. Do you want to draw the lucky draw? The system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan was delighted. 90 points of favorability. This is really a pleasant surprise. A lottery. Of course, a lottery. Lin Fan recited it silently in his mind without hesitation. System, let me draw a lottery. Following Lin Fan's thoughts, a huge turntable appeared in his mind. Luxury cars, villas, cash. Lin Fan's eyes quickly swept across the turntable. Praying silently in my heart. Here comes something good. Here comes something good. The turntable began to spin rapidly. Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on the pointer on the turntable. His heart also kept beating faster and faster along with the beating of the pointer. The speed of the pointer gradually slowed down. Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. The vehicle has been parked in the school's open-air parking lot, the key is in the host's pocket, and the relevant documents have been placed in the car. Lin Fan almost couldn't help but scream out. Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. This is a global limited edition super sports car. The value starts from 9 figures. Moreover, it is convertible. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lin Fan screamed in his heart. System, you are so awesome. I love you so much. Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and turned to look at Wang Wei. At this time, Wang Wei was still immersed in shock and anger. She simply couldn't believe that her loyal bootlicker would say such heartless words. Moreover, he showed his affection with Xinyao in front of her. This is simply an insult to her. Lin Fan, you. Wang Wei pointed at Lin Fan, too angry to speak. Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at her. He directly took Xinyao's hand. Xinyao, let's go, I'll take you for a ride. Before Xinyao could react, Lin Fan pulled her and started running. A ride? Xinyao was confused. Where are you going for a ride? Don't you have a car? Who said I don't have a car? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon. The two of them jogged all the way to the school's open-air parking lot. At this time, the parking lot was already full of people. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was packed with people. Oh my god, so many people? Lin Fan was a little surprised. What is this for? Could it be some important person is coming? Xinyao also looked curious. She stood on tiptoe and peered into the crowd. It seems to be a sports car? Xinyao said uncertainly. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fan pulled Xinyao and pushed towards the crowd. Hey, what are you pushing for? Don't you see so many people in front of you? If you want to take pictures, wait in line, don't cut in line. The students who were squeezed by Lin Fan began to complain. Take a photo? Q. Lin Fan was confused. What are you taking pictures of? Is it my car? Lin Fan suddenly thought of something. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Excuse me, please make way, please make way. Lin Fan said as he pushed through the crowd. Hey, why are you like this? Do you have the qualities? That's right, you're crazy about seeing sports cars, right? The classmates around him expressed strong dissatisfaction with Lin Fan's behavior. Lin Fan turned a deaf ear to it. He continued to push forward. Finally, he squeezed to the front of the crowd. Then, he saw the supercar that made his heart beat faster. Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. Silver gray body, smooth lines, cool shape. It's simply a work of art. Xinyao was also amazed by this sports car. Her eyes sparkled. What a beautiful sports car. Xinyao muttered to herself. How much does this car cost? This car is mine. Lin Fan said with a smile. Ah! Shen Yao was stunned. She turned and looked at Lin Fan. A look of disbelief. What did you say? This car is yours? Yes. Lin Fan nodded. It's absolutely genuine. Why, you don't believe it? Lin Fan said as he took out the car keys from his pocket. Look, what is this? Shen Yao looked at the car keys in Lin Fan's hand. Her eyes opened wider and wider. This. Shen Yao stuttered and was unable to speak. She felt like she was dreaming. Hey, can you hurry up? A sharp voice interrupted Shen Yao's thoughts. Why are you taking so long to take a photo? There are so many people waiting behind us. Only then did Shen Yao realize that a girl with heavy makeup and revealing clothes was standing next to the sports car, looking at her with impatience. I'm sorry, Shen Yao was about to apologize but was interrupted by Lin Fan. Hello, who are you? Lin Fan looked at the girl and asked with a frown. Is this car yours? What are you filming here? None of your business. The girl glared at Lin Fan. This car is not yours, I can take pictures of it however I want. Is it your business? Oh, you have quite a bad temper. Lin Fan smiled. But this car is really mine. You, get out of here now, immediately, right now. What did you say? The girl was stunned. She looked Lin Fan up and down. A look of disbelief. Just you? Is this car yours? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford it? Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Lin Fan sneered. I'll say it again, this car is mine, get out of here now, immediately, right now. I don't. The girl put her hands on her hips, looking like a shrew. Unless you produce evidence. Otherwise, why should I believe you? Evidence? Okay, then I'll give you evidence. Lin Fan said as he pressed the car key in his hand. Ding dee. The sports car made a crisp unlocking sound. The car lights flashed and the door slowly opened. The girl was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth was wide open. Enough to fit an egg. The classmates around were also in an uproar. Fuck. Is this car really his? No way. You're so young, and you're already driving a Lamborghini? This. Whose rich second generation is this? That's awesome. Now we're going to have some fun. That woman is going to be slapped in the face now. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan ignored the woman who looked like Xiao Cohen. Amid the shocked, envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Lin Fan pulled Shen Yao and got into the sports car. Hold on tight. Lin Fan said to Shen Yao. Then he stepped on the accelerator. The sports car let out a low roar and rushed out like a wild beast. The woman who was suspected to be Xiao Cohen was left standing there in a daze, with a look of embarrassment and regret on her face. The students who were watching the scene opened their mouths wide, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Chapter 5. Do you know? I actually miss you all the time. The silver-gray Lamborghini, like a dormant beast, shines with an intoxicating light. The low roar of the engine, like the whisper between lovers, broke the tranquility of the campus. Wow! Shen Yao sat in the passenger seat, feeling the caress of the wind, and uttered a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. It feels like flying in the clouds. How's my driving skills? Are they okay? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows proudly, a sly smile on his face. It's okay. Shen Yao refused to admit it, but she was already very happy in her heart. That. Lin Fan. Shen Yao hesitated to speak. Lin Fan turned to look at her, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Why are you, suddenly? Shen Yao hesitated, not knowing how to ask. Suddenly what? Lin Fan asked knowingly. It's just, you. Shen Yao stamped her feet in anxiety. Hey, what on earth do you want to say, Zayayayo? Lin Fan teased her on purpose. How did you suddenly figure it out? And, this car? Shen Yao asked all in one breath. What did you figure out? Oh, you mean Wang Wei? Lin Fan pretended to be enlightened. I have long seen through that woman's true colors. She is a gold digger and a green tea bitch. Being with me is like keeping me like a fish. Bah, disgusting. Lin Fan was filled with righteous indignation, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Looking at his appearance, Shen Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're still laughing?" Lin Fan pretended to be angry. "Am I wrong?" Yes, you are right." Shen Yao nodded repeatedly and smiled even more happily. "As for this car," Lin Fan deliberately prolonged his voice. "Actually, this is a gift for me when I topped up my phone bill." Lin Fan spoke nonsense in a serious manner. "Is this true or false?" Shen Yao didn't react for a moment and blurted out. "Of course it's true." Lin Fan patted his chest and promised. "When have I ever lied to you?" "TSK, haven't you lied to me enough?" Shen Yao rolled her eyes. "When we were little, you said you would pick the stars from the sky and give them to me. What's the result? I didn't even catch a firefly." "Well." Lin Fan was suddenly speechless. This little girl has such a good memory, doesn't she? A hero never brags about his past achievements. Let the past go with the wind. Lin Fan quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Xiaoyayo, I had a fight with you because of Wang Wei's matter." "I'm sorry." Lin Fan apologized sincerely. "At that time, I was really possessed by the devil." You won't blame me?" Shen Yao looked at Lin Fan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She shook her head slightly. "It doesn't matter." Shen Yao's voice was as soft as a feather. Her little face is rosy, like a ripe apple. It makes people want to take a bite. In fact, I forgave you a long time ago. As long as you can wake up. Shen Yao lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. In her heart, she had actually always been worried about Lin Fan. She was afraid that Lin Fan would get deeper and deeper into Wang Wei's trap. Now, it seems that Lin Fan has finally gotten rid of Wang Wei. She was really happy. "I'm happier than if I had won the lottery." Lin Fan's heart was moved when he saw Shen Yao's shy look. He suddenly felt that he had been blind before. He doesn't want to choose such a good girl, but instead falls in love with that green tea bitch. "Really, you're out of your mind. Xiaoyayo, you are so nice," Lin Fan said with emotion. "I promise, I will never make you sad again. I will always treat you well." Lin Fan's tone was extremely serious. Shen Yao felt sweet in her heart after hearing this. It's like eating honey. She raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. Eyes met. There seems to be an ambiguous atmosphere in the air. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Shen Yao's good looks +1, current favorability, 91. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a lucky draw. Lin Fan was stunned. The system is giving out benefits again? However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. He thought, let's take Shen Yao for a ride first. Come on, Xiaoyayo, I'll take you for a ride. Lin Fan said as he stepped on the accelerator. The sports car let out a low roar again. The car sped along. Soon, we arrived at the park in the city center. Get out of the car, let's go for a walk. Lin Fan parked the car and said to Shen Yao. Okay. Shen Yao nodded obediently. The two walked side by side on the path in the park. Xiaoyayo, do you know? Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Actually, ever since Wang Wei and I started dating, we rarely take walks together like this. I feel like I haven't had a good chat with you for a long time. After hearing this, Shen Yao felt deeply moved. Yes, ever since Lin Fan and Wang Wei got together. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two of them. There's no going back to the way it was before. Lin Fan. Shen Yao said softly. You know what? I've been missing you a lot. I want you to protect me and play with me like when we were little. Miss you. As Shen Yao spoke, her eyes became red. She recalled the happy times she spent with Lin Fan when she was a child. How carefree they were at that time. But now. Silly girl, why are you crying? Lin Fan reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Shen Yao's eyes. From now on, I will always be with you. I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Shen Yao nodded vigorously. The two continued walking forward. Shen Yao suddenly laughed. Lin Fan, do you still remember? Shen Yao pointed to a big tree not far away and said. When we were little, we often played house under the trees in our hometown. You're the dad, and I'm the mom. We also picked up a leaf when we were kids. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Those childhood memories are so beautiful. By the way, Zayayayo. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something. When you were a kid, weren't you often bullied by the fat kid next door? I always help you out. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Shen Yao said with a smile. You were so impressive back then. I beat the shit out of that fat kid every time. Ha ha ha. The two recalled the interesting things in their childhood and laughed continuously. Unconsciously, the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. Their hands were also gently held together. Shen Yao's heartbeat accelerated again. She glanced at Lin Fan secretly. He found Lin Fan, staring at him intently. That look was as hot as a flame. Shen Yao's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan again. Little Yao Yao. Lin Fan's voice was a little hoarse. You're so pretty. Shen Yao's heart beat faster. She felt like she was about to suffocate. Lin Fan. Shen Yao's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Don't look at me like that. I'd be shy. Why are you shy? Lin Fan said with a wicked smile. It's not like you haven't seen it. When we were little, we used to take baths together. You. Shen Yao was both embarrassed and annoyed. Lin Fan, you are so mean. I'm ignoring you. Shen Yao said this and turned and ran. Hey, Zayayayo, don't run. Lin Fan quickly chased after him. Wait for me. I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. The two were chasing and playing in the park. Their laughter echoed in the night sky. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to their childhood. Back to that carefree childhood. The relationship between the two became closer and closer. Just like a couple in love. Chapter 6. I feel disgusted when you are in front of me. Lin Fan and Shen Yao were playing and frolicking in the park. After a burst of laughter, Shen Yao's breathing became a little rapid. She gently punched Lin Fan's chest and said coquettishly, It's all your fault. Why are you running so fast? Hey, I'm just afraid that you can't catch up with me. Lin Fan said with a smile, his eyes full of doting. Humph, who wants to chase you? You narcissist. Although Shen Yao was harsh in her words, she felt sweet in her heart. The two walked in the park for a while, until the afternoon, when Lin Fan sent Shen Yao back to the school dormitory. Lin Fan looked at Shen Yao's back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This girl is still so easily shy. He muttered softly, then turned and walked towards his Lamborghini. Can't wait to return to the rental house. Lin Fan sat down on the bed. System, I want to draw a lottery. He muttered to himself. The turntable spun frantically, and soon the pointer stopped. Congratulations to the host for winning the #1 luxury villa in Tianhai community. Fuck. Lin Fan jumped up directly from the sofa. Luxury villa? He quickly took out his mobile phone and searched for Tianhai community. Hiss. You don't know until you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. This is the best villa area in Haidu City. Lin Fan took a breath of cold air. On the mobile phone screen, introductions about Tianhai community are everywhere. What every inch of land is worth a lot of money, rich people gather here, symbol of status. Lin Fan was dazzled by all the exaggerated words. It is said that the cheapest villa here costs tens of millions. Besides, it's not something you can buy with money. You must have sufficient social status and influence to be eligible to stay here. Lin Fan was delighted when he saw this information. Now, I have entered the upper class. He rubbed his hands excitedly, wishing he could fly to the villa to take a look immediately. No, don't get too excited. Lin Fan forced himself to calm down. Let's take a look at the exact location of the villa first. He clicked on the villa information provided by the system. #1, Tianhai Community Single-Family House with private swimming pool and garden. Oh my god. Lin Fan felt like his heart was about to jump out. This is simply a dream room. He could no longer suppress his excitement and jumped 3 feet high. Let's go. Let's go look at the house. Lin Fan grabbed the car keys and rushed out the door in a hurry. Bang. As soon as he went out, Lin Fan bumped into someone. Ouch! A familiar voice sounded. Lin Fan took a closer look and immediately frowned. Wang Wei? Why are you here? Standing at the door was Lin Fan's ex-girlfriend, Wang Wei. She watched Lin Fan and Xinyao leave in the morning, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, especially when she heard that Lin Fan actually drove a sports car. I am even more reluctant to give up Lin Fan as my meal ticket. At this time, Wang Wei's eyes were red and swollen, her face was haggard, and she looked pitiful. Lin Fan, why did you break up with me? Wang Wei asked, choking with sobs. Are you still mad at me? Where did I go wrong? Can you forgive me? Let's start over, okay? As Wang Wei said this, she wanted to reach out and pull Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan shook off Wang Wei's outstretched hand and just looked at the woman he once loved with disgust. Say something, you bastard. Wang Wei's voice suddenly became sharp, completely losing the pitiful look she had just pretended to have. Lin Fan frowned. Wang Wei, stop acting here. I'm telling you, it's completely over between us. Don't think I don't know about the shit you did with Zhao Ziyang. Do you have to force me to tell you everything? Lin Fan ruthlessly exposed Wang Wei's true face. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Wei's face turned pale in an instant. She never thought that Lin Fan actually knew about this. I didn't. She's still trying to make excuses. You and Zhao Ziyang have been hooking up together for a long time. How long do you want to lie to me? Lin Fan said with a sneer. Wang Wei stammered and was unable to speak. Her eyes flickered, and she was obviously feeling guilty. Roll. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. Don't show up in front of me again. I find it disgusting. After saying that, he walked around Wang Wei and strode towards his sports car. Lin Fan. You can't do this to me. Wang Wei was still shouting behind him. I'm your girlfriend. You can't abandon me. Lin Fan ignored her, started the car and drove away. Boom. The sound of the Lamborghini's engine drowned out Wang Wei's cries. Lin Fan sped all the way to Tianhai Community. Hello, are you the owner? The security guard at the door stopped Lin Fan. I'm Lin Fan, the owner of Villa Number 1. You can verify it. Lin Fan said calmly. Villa Number 1? The security guard was stunned. Please wait a moment. Let me check. He quickly picked up the intercom and contacted the property center. After a moment, a look of shock appeared on the security guard's face. Hello? Hello, Mr. Lin. He quickly saluted Lin Fan. I'm so sorry, I was negligent just now. I beg your pardon. It's okay, it's my duty. Lin Fan waved his hand to show his understanding. Please come in. The security guard opened the door respectfully. I'll take you to Villa Number 1. No, I can go by myself. Lin Fan declined the security guard's kindness. He wanted to appreciate this luxurious villa area for himself. Oh well. The security guard hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. I wish you a happy life. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini and slowly entered the Tianhai community. Oh my god, this environment is so great. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. There are green trees, birds singing and flowers blooming on both sides of the road. Villas of different styles are hidden among the green trees, appearing and disappearing. This is simply a paradise on earth. Lin Fan felt like he had entered a paradise. Soon, he arrived at Villa Number 1. Is this my new home? Lin Fan looked at the magnificent villa in front of him and could hardly believe his eyes. The villa covers a huge area, has a luxurious appearance and is full of modern scents. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows provide an unobstructed view of the outside scenery. The spacious courtyard is filled with various rare flowers, plants, and trees. A huge private pool sparkles in the sun. This is so cool. Lin Fan was so excited that his hands were shaking. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Fan was shocked by the decoration inside. The spacious and bright hall, magnificent decoration, various valuable furniture and electrical appliances. This is simply a palace. Lin Fan felt like he was dreaming. He walked around the villa excitedly. Master bedroom, second bedroom, study, gym, audio-visual room, wine cellar. Everything you need. This is life. Lin Fan sat down on the soft leather sofa, feeling filled with emotion. Just then, his cell phone rang. It's Xin Yao calling. Hey, Yayo, what's wrong? Lin Fan answered the phone. Lin Fan, where are you now? Xin Yao's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I am, in a secret base. Lin Fan said with a smile. What secret base? Xin Yao asked curiously. Hey, keep it secret for now. My best friend said she wants to meet you. Are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner together. Let me tell you, my best friend is a big beauty. Chapter 7 The happiness of rich people is indeed unimaginable. Then why not come to my house for dinner? I just moved to a new place. Bring your bestie along to liven things up. I don't have anything else here. The place is very big. Lin Fan boasted with a smile. New home? Did you rent or buy it? Xin Yao's voice rose several degrees, and she was obviously shocked. Of course I bought it. How about it? Isn't it great? Where is it? I'll take my bestie there right now. Xin Yao asked impatiently. Wait, I'll send you a location, and you can just follow the navigation. Lin Fan finished speaking and hung up the phone. Afterwards, he sent the location of Villa Number 1 in Tianhai Community to Xin Yao. Done. Lin Fan clapped his hands. Next, it's time to arrange dinner. He picked up his cell phone and dialed the number of the Tianhai Community Property Management Center. Hello, I'm Lin Fan, the owner of Villa Number 1. I want to reserve dinner for tonight, and I want it delivered to your door. Yes, I'll deliver it to my home. Well, for 3 people, the taste should be light, but also have its own characteristics. You can arrange it as you see fit. The ingredients must be fresh, preferably arriving that day. Okay, that's it. I'll wait for your good news. Lin Fan hung up the phone and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a top-notch luxury community, the service is so thoughtful. One phone call and everything will be arranged for you clearly. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. The happiness of rich people is truly unimaginable. The other side. After Xin Yao hung up the phone, she still looked incredulous. Yao, what's wrong? What are you daydreaming about? A clear and pleasant voice was heard. The person who spoke was Xin Yao's best friend, Li Xin. Li Xin is tall, with long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders. With delicate facial features and fair skin, she is definitely a great beauty. Especially those big watery eyes, which seem to be able to speak. Didn't you say you wanted to meet Lin Fan? I just finished talking to him about this on the phone. Xin Yao came back to her senses and said. What do you mean? I've long wanted to see you, my childhood sweetheart, the famous love saint of Tianhai University. Li Xin raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. He just bought a house and said we should go to his house for dinner tonight. It's a good time to have some fun. Xin Yao rolled her eyes at her. You bought a house? Where is it? Li Xin asked casually. Tianhai Community. Xin Yao said. Tianhai, what? Li Xin's voice suddenly rose. Tianhai Community? She opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Yao, did you hear it right? Tianhai Community? That's a famous wealthy area. The people who live there are either rich or noble. Any villa costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. He Lin Fan can afford to buy a house there? Li Xin's tone was full of doubt. She comes from a well-off family, so she's naturally familiar with top-notch luxury residential areas like Tianhai Community. That is not a place that ordinary people can access at all. I find it strange, too. Xin Yao said with a frown. He just sent me his location, and it is indeed Tianhai Community. And, it's Villa Number 1. Xin Yao said this and handed the phone to Li Xin. Villa Number 1? Li Xin took the phone and checked the location carefully. Oh my god, it really is Villa Number 1. This is too exaggerated. She couldn't help but exclaim. You know, Villa Number 1 in Tianhai Community is the best one in the entire community. Not only does it have the best location and the largest area, but the scenery is also first class. It is said that the value of that villa is at least several hundred million. Yao, are you sure this was sent by Lin Fan? Li Xin still couldn't believe it. Absolutely true. Shen Yao nodded affirmatively. Then let's go over and take a look. It's already dinner time, so it's nice to go and have a free meal. Li Xin blinked and suggested. She wanted to see if Lin Fan was bragging. Well, let's go. Shen Yao also nodded. The two immediately set off for Tianhai Community. My god, this place is so luxurious. Li Xin looked at the towering and imposing gate of the community in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The two stood at the gate of Tianhai Community, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. Just then, a uniformed security guard came over. Hello, two ladies, how can I help you? The security guard stared at the two beauties in front of him with his eyes wide open. These days, rich people really know how to have fun. These two beautiful girls, they must belong to some rich man in the neighborhood. Well, we are here to look for someone. Shen Yao said somewhat embarrassedly. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? The security guard asked. We are looking for the owner of Villa Number 1, Lin Fan. Shen Yao said. Villa Number 1? Lin Fan? The security guard was stunned. Then, he reacted immediately. Oh. So you're Mr. Lin's friend? Excuse me, my dear. The security guard quickly put on a respectful expression. Two beauties, this way please. I'll take you there. The security guard made a pleased gesture as he spoke. He secretly envied in his heart, Mr. Lin is so awesome. At such a young age, he already lives in Villa Number 1. Moreover, he has two such beautiful girlfriends. What a winner in life. The security guard took Shen Yao and Li Xin all the way to Villa Number 1. Wow. This is too big. Li Xin looked at the magnificent villa in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. This is simply a castle. She felt like she was dreaming. Two beauties, here we are. The security guard stopped and said. Mr. Lin is already waiting for you at the door. Shen Yao and Li Xin looked in the direction the security guard pointed. Sure enough, Lin Fan was standing at the door of the villa, looking at them with a smile. Zayayayo, you are here. Lin Fan waved and greeted warmly. This beautiful lady must be your best friend, right? Welcome, welcome. Lin Fan's gaze fell on Li Xin. His eyes lit up. This beauty is so beautiful. Ding. A goddess with a beauty score of 96 has been detected. Name, Li Xin. Current favorability, 50. Chapter 8. Are you a hidden rich second generation? Shen Yao was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which just reached past her knees, revealing a section of her white calves. Wearing a pair of white shoes on her feet, she looks pure and cute. Her hair was let down, with the soft black hair hanging on her shoulders, making her delicate little face look even whiter and more charming. Especially the bulging curve in front of the chest, which makes the dress bulge out and makes people want to take a second look. Oh, that's good, little girl, you've grown up. Li Xin wore a tight white t-shirt that perfectly outlined her proud upper body, and a pair of light-colored denim hot pants. Those two long, straight white legs are so dazzling. She is wearing a pair of fashionable sneakers on her feet, making her look sexy and full of energy. With this figure and this beauty, wow, she would definitely be a goddess in the entertainment industry. The most important thing is that Li Xin also put on light makeup, which made her facial features look more delicate and bright. Lin Fan, this is my best friend, Li Xin. Shen Yao smiled and pointed at Li Xin and introduced her. Hello, hello. I've heard a lot about you. Li Xin extended her hand gracefully and shook hands with Lin Fan. Hello, beautiful lady. I don't deserve to be called a famous person. Lin Fan also smiled and shook hands back. Oh, this little hand is so soft, as if it has no bones. But Lin Fan didn't dare to pinch him too much, after all, Shen Yao was watching beside him. He doesn't want to be considered a gangster. Come on, don't stand at the door, come in. Lin Fan said as he led the two people into the villa. As soon as they entered the door, Shen Yao and Li Xin were stunned by the scene before them. Wow. This is too big. Li Xian's eyes widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. She felt like she had walked into a palace. The magnificent crystal chandeliers, the magnificent European-style furniture, and the precious oil paintings hanging on the walls. Every detail exudes a touch of luxury. Lin Fan, is this really your home? Shen Yao also had a look of disbelief on her face. Although she knew that Lin Fan had bought a villa, she didn't expect it to be so extravagant and inhumane. That's a must. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows proudly. How is it? Not bad, right? It's more than good. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. This is simply a dream castle. She felt like she was dreaming. Yao Yao, your childhood sweetheart is not simple. Li Xian leaned close to Shen Yao's ear and whispered softly. Shen Yao also looked confused. She found that she could no longer understand Lin Fan. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, it's time to serve the food. Lin Fan called out to the two servants not far away. Okay, Mr. Lin. The two servants responded respectfully. Come on, sit down and rest for a while. Lin Fan asked Shen Yao and Li Xian to sit on the sofa. What would you like to drink? I have 1982 Lafite and various freshly squeezed juices. No, we can just drink water. Shen Yao waved her hands quickly. Lafite, is there really a 1982 vintage? Li Xian's eyes lit up. She knows a little about red wine. Certainly. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Auntie Zhang, go to the wine cellar and get a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Yes, sir. Aunt Zhang responded and turned to go to the wine cellar. Lin Fan, you are too extravagant. Shen Yao couldn't help but say. What's the matter? Lin Fan looked indifferent. Life is long, enjoy it while you can. Besides, the purpose of making money is to spend it. Why not keep it for the next generation? Puff. Li Xian just took a sip of water and almost spit it out. You are so funny, she said with a smile. Hee, just average, third in the world. Lin Fan said arrogantly. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I asked Aunt Zhang and the others to prepare some home-cooked dishes for you to try. Okay. Li Xian nodded repeatedly. She was looking forward to the dinner at Lin Fan's house. Soon, the servants brought exquisite dishes to the table. Wow! This is so rich. Li Xian stared at the table full of dishes with her eyes wide open. Lobster, king crab, wagyu beef, caviar. All kinds of rare ingredients are available. This is the home-cooked meal you mentioned? Li Xian asked in disbelief. Of course. Lin Fan said with a smile. Eat as much as you want. If you don't have enough, order more. Oh my god. Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim. This is too happy. She felt like she had fallen into a honeypot. Shen Yao was also shocked by this scene. She glanced at Lin Fan secretly, her eyes full of amazement and curiosity. As she thought about it, Shen Yao unconsciously moved closer to Lin Fan. She gently held Lin Fan's arm, just like she did when she was a child. Lin Fan felt warm at heart when he felt her movements. This girl hasn't hugged his arm like this in a long time. That familiar feeling made him feel extremely safe and comfortable. Yao, try this lobster. This was flown in. Lin Fan picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it in Shen Yao's bowl. Well, thank you. Shen Yao smiled sweetly. Lin Fan, are you really Lin Fan? Li Xian couldn't help asking as she looked at the man in front of her who was talking and laughing and spending money like water. I'm not Lin Fan, who else could I be? Lin Fan asked back with a smile. Are you a hidden rich second generation? Li Xian couldn't help but be curious. What rich second generation? Lin Fan shook his head. I'm just an ordinary college student, I don't have any other identity. I don't believe it. Li Xian curled her lips. Can an ordinary college student afford to live in a villa like this? Can you afford a dinner like this? Can you afford a Lamborghini? Well. Lin Fan was speechless after her question. Okay, I admit, I do have a little money. But I earned all this myself. Real? Li Xian still didn't quite believe it. More real than pearls. Lin Fan patted his chest and assured. Okay, stop worrying about this. Eat the food quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. He changed the subject. Aha! Li Xian nodded and began to concentrate on the delicious food in front of him. Although she was full of curiosity about Lin Fan, she also knew that there were some things she shouldn't ask too much about. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Chapter 9. This joke is too exciting. Wow! This is so delicious. Li Xian stuffed a piece of Wagyu beef into his mouth and uttered incoherent praises. Her eyes were almost narrowed into slits, and she looked like she was immersed in it. Lin Fan, your life is really like a fairy, isn't it? Li Xian swallowed the food in his mouth and sighed. Living in such a luxurious house and eating such delicacies every day. TSK, 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 I want to be your mistress. As soon as she said this, Shen Yao next to her rolled her eyes. Come on, Shen Yao said unhappily. With your personality, if you really wanted to be a mistress, you would have lived in a mansion long ago. Do we have to wait until now? TSK, I don't like those old guys. Li Xian curled her lips with a look of disgust. If I have to be a pawn, I'd rather be a young, handsome, and rich man like Lin Fan. As she spoke, she threw a coquettish glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was stunned by her bold statement. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. This Li Xian never stops until he says something shocking. However, her joke was too exciting. Ahem. Lin Fan coughed twice, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Well, actually, my villa is quite big. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. There are plenty of rooms. If you don't mind, you can all move in. It's more lively with more people, right? Ding. Li Xian's favorability plus 10, current favorability 60. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Lin Fan was delighted. Wow, this is an unexpected gain? However, as soon as he made this invitation, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Shen Yao and Li Xian looked at each other and remained silent for a while. There was a hint of surprise, a hint of hesitation, and a hint of expectation in Li Xian's eyes. As for Shen Yao, her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw their reactions. Oh my god, what is going on? Did they agree? Or did they refuse? Or were you scared by my sudden invitation? Lin Fan felt a little unsure. He still looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was already getting nervous. How embarrassing it would be if this was rejected. Especially Shen Yao. It took a lot of effort for me to reconcile with her and take our relationship to the next level. If she refuses this, then... Lin Fan didn't dare to think any further. He felt his heartbeat quicken. This feeling is like waiting for the judgment of fate. Both nervous and expectant. There is also a hint of inexplicable excitement. Shen Yao finally spoke. She bit her lip gently, a faint blush appearing on her face. Of course I'm not welcome. As she spoke, she reached out and held Lin Fan's arm tighter. His entire body was almost pressed against Lin Fan. I think it would be fun to live here. Shen Yao's voice is sweet and soft, like marshmallow. Lin Fan felt that his heart was about to melt. Hey, Yao, you are so nice. Lin Fan couldn't help but grin. Does this mean Shen Yao agrees? Lin Fan felt very happy. He looked at Shen Yao's cute and lovely appearance and felt that he could not see enough of her. Li Xian bit her lips, her pearly teeth gently rubbing the soft inner wall of her lower lip, her eyes wandering. In fact, she was already very happy in her heart. Joke. This is a super luxury house worth hundreds of millions. The dream castle that you can only see on TV and in magazines, now you actually have the chance to live in it? And she lives with her bestie. The most important thing is that the owner of the house is a young, handsome, and rich super handsome guy. This kind of good thing that falls from the sky is something you can't find even with a lantern. Li Xian felt like Cinderella, who was suddenly invited by the prince to live in the castle. Happiness came so suddenly that she was a little caught off guard. But she needs to be more reserved. At least you have to pretend to hesitate, right? What if Lin Fan was just being polite? If I agreed to it without hesitation, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? And Li Xian secretly glanced at Shen Yao. This best friend of mine is a childhood sweetheart of Lin Fan. If I move in so soon, would it be a bit like taking away the host's presents? After all, this is Shen Yao's South home court. If I act too active, will Shen Yao think that I am taking advantage of her good luck? No. We must not let Shen Yao misunderstand. Li Xian was struggling madly in her heart. She felt like she was standing at a crossroads, not knowing which way to go. On one side is the wealth and glory that is within easy reach, and on the other side is the deep sisterly love and one's own pitiful self-esteem. This is such a difficult decision. Lin Fan looked at Li Xian's conflicted expression and understood everything clearly. This little girl must have been so happy in her heart, but she couldn't save her face and was pretending. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. He knew that with Li Xian's personality, the more you urged her, the more she would go against you. You have to give her a way out and let her down the slope on her own. So, Lin Fan said with a smile. Li Xian, you don't have to think too much. Just think of it as coming to accompany Xin Yao. Xin Yao also chimed in. Yes, Xin. Anyway, Lin Fan also said that there are a lot of rooms here. Just think of it as keeping me company when you move in here. Seeing that Xin Yao really wanted Li Xian to come over, Lin Fan immediately agreed. Yes, this villa is so big, it will be empty anyway. If it's just me and Xin Yao, it's pretty quiet. As soon as he said this, Li Xian felt much more comfortable. That's right. I'm here to accompany Xin Yao. It's not to live in a mansion. Lin Fan is right. It would be such a waste to leave such a big villa empty. I'm helping him increase his popularity. Li Xian found a perfect excuse for herself in her heart. She felt like she had found a perfect fig leaf to cover up her little thoughts. Xin Yao looked at Lin Fan's cunning look and couldn't help but laugh secretly. She gently shook Lin Fan's arm and said coquettishly, Lin Fan, you are so nice. When she acted coquettishly, her voice was soft and sticky, like cotton candy, and it was sweet to Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan felt like his bones were about to become soft. He only felt a warm current surging from his lower abdomen and rushing straight to his forehead. This little devil is really good at teasing people. Lin Fan felt as if he had been shot by Cupid's arrow, and his whole body was filled with the power of love. He looked at Xin Yao's big watery eyes and felt that they were filled with stars and the sea. That look is so gentle that it can drown people. Lin Fan felt like he was about to suffocate. He felt completely surrounded by happiness. Li Xian looked at the two people showing their affection as if no one was around and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Hey, can you two be more careful about your influence? There's a single guy here. This isn't the way to torture a dog. She complained silently in her heart. However, she also knew that she was being a light bulb, willingly. After all, it's worth being a light bulb to be able to live in such a mansion. Li Xian took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement a little. She pretended to be calm and said, Oh well. But I won't live here for nothing. As soon as she said this, Lin Fan and Xin Yao couldn't help laughing. This little girl is so cute and sundara. Then why don't you live here for free? Lin Fan asked with a smile. He wanted to see what Li Xian could come up with. Li Xian rolled his eyes. How about, I pay your rent? She asked tentatively. Puff. Lin Fan almost burst out laughing. Pay rent? Are you serious? He asked, trying not to laugh. Yeah. What's wrong? Can't I? Li Xian looked confused. Yes, of course. Lin Fan nodded quickly. But, as for the rent, you don't have to pay in cash. He kept it a secret on purpose. What then? Li Xian asked curiously. Well, how about you just do all the cleaning? Lin Fan said seriously. Go to hell. Li Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. You're going to tire me out with such a big house. She would never be fooled by Lin Fan. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thought it was so fun to tease this little girl Li Xian. Xin Yao also covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. Ding! Xin Yao's favorability +1, current favorability 92. Congratulations to the host for winning a lucky draw. Chapter 10. Just tell me, do you want it or not? The night falls and the sky is full of stars. The villa was brightly lit, yet there was a sense of tranquility. After the hustle and bustle of dinner, it is the quiet time for everyone to rest. Xin Yao and Li Xian's rooms were carefully decorated. Light pink walls, a soft big bed, and lilies that exude a faint fragrance. Everything seemed so warm and comfortable. Li Xian lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Lin Fan's figure was all in my mind. This Lin Fan is too mysterious. Li Xin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Who on earth is he? The more she thought about it, the more curious she became, and the more incredible it seemed to her. Yao, aren't you and Lin Fan childhood sweethearts? Li Xin turned her head and looked at Xinyao, who was lying beside her, and asked. You must know a lot about him, right? Xinyao smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, Lin Fan and I have known each other since childhood. Our two families are old friends. She began to slowly tell the story of herself and Lin Fan. From childhood sweethearts to teenage years beginning to fall in love. From going to school together, playing together, to later. Later, he got together with Wang Wei. Xinyao's voice became a little low. Then, we gradually drifted apart. Li Xian listened and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That Wang Wei is really blind, she said indignantly. Lin Fan is such a good person, but she cheated on him? What an idiot. She simply couldn't understand Wang Wei's train of thought. She doesn't want a boyfriend who is young, rich, and obedient to her. Why do you have to hang out with some rich second-generation guy? This is simply like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. But, it's okay now. A smile appeared on Xinyao's face again. We are back together again. She stroked her wrist gently. There, she was wearing the bracelet that Lin Fan had given her when she was a child. Sparkling and dazzling. Li Xian looked at Xinyao's happy face and felt both envious and happy for her. Yao, you and Lin Fan must be fine. She gave her blessing sincerely. Xinyao nodded vigorously. We will. By the way, Xin. Xinyao suddenly remembered something. What do you think of Lin Fan? She asked tentatively. Li Xian was stunned. Lin Fan? He's pretty good. She answered without hesitation. It's just a little too mysterious. She added. Ha, do you also think he is mysterious? Xinyao laughed. Actually, I also think he's a little different. Compared to before, he seems like a different person. She held her chin and spoke thoughtfully. But, no matter what he becomes, he is the Lin Fan I like. Her eyes were gentle yet firm. Li Xian looked at Xinyao's determined eyes and couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. Maybe this is the power of love. It enables people to tolerate and accept everything. Even those incredible changes in the other person. On the other side, in Lin Fan's room. Lin Fan was lying on the bed, staring at the rich man's turntable in his mind. The pointer on the turntable was spinning rapidly. He stared at the pointer nervously, afraid that it would stop in a bad position. Don't make it something weird. He prayed silently in his heart. Cash or a luxury car would be fine. It would be best if the reward was something that would make me take off straight away. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Finally, the pointer slowly stopped. Bite. A clear reminder sounded. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million yuan and receiving 10 times rebate twice. Oh my god. Lin Fan couldn't help but swear. 10 million? And a tenfold rebate? Or can I get 2 rebates? This system is so powerful. It's developed. He rolled over on the bed in excitement. This time, I'm really going to become a super rich man. He seemed to have seen himself standing at the pinnacle of life, overlooking the world. No, I need to calm down. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Just then, Xinyao gently knocked on Lin Fan's door. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fan, are you asleep? Xinyao's soft voice came. Lin Fan quickly sat up from the bed. No, come in, he said. The door was gently pushed open. Xinyao poked her head in and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan, there is something I want to discuss with you, she said. What is it? Lin Fan asked. That is, aren't Xinshin and I going to move in tomorrow? Xinyao said. But, we don't have a car. So? She hesitated to speak. Lin Fan immediately understood what she meant. Do you want me to drive and help you carry your luggage tomorrow? He asked with a smile. Xinyao nodded. Well, is that okay? She asked a little embarrassedly. Sure. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. Why not? Don't talk about tomorrow. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. He patted his chest and assured. Hee, Lin Fan, you are so nice. Shen Yao smiled sweetly. She felt that Lin Fan was so thoughtful. So, is it settled? Shen Yao blinked her big watery eyes and confirmed again, her voice soft and tender, like a kitten that just wanted to be stroked. Lin Fan's heart was moved. Who can withstand this? Not to mention tomorrow, even now, even if he had to go through fire and water, he would never frown. What's more, 10 million has just arrived in my account, and it comes with 2 tenfold rebates. It's like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy, or someone handing you a meat bun when you're hungry. I was just worrying about how to spend this huge sum of money. An idea flashed through Lin Fan's mind like lightning. He tossed his hair in a casual manner, with a wicked smile on his face. Even though I've rehearsed this action in my mind countless times, it still feels a bit childish when I actually do it. But we can't lose momentum. How can you two girls do something as trivial as moving luggage? Lin Fan waved his hand and said with great pride. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy a car. 1 car per person, pick whatever you like. From now on, I can go wherever I want after school, and I don't have to squeeze into buses or subways anymore. Lin Fan spoke so passionately and forcefully. The words "I am a super rich man" are almost written on his face. Before Shen Yao could react, she was shocked by Lin Fan's sudden inhumanity. Buy a car? 1 car per person? Her little head was a little confused. Lin Fan, are you serious? Shen Yao's voice sounded dull. That's a must. Lin Fan patted his chest and said confidently. When have I ever lied to you? Just then, a voice came from the door, expressing extreme shock. What? Buy a car? 1 for each person? Lin Fan, you don't have a fever, right? Li Xian opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, looking like he had seen a ghost. She just followed Shen Yao. As a result, as soon as he reached the door, he heard Lin Fan's shocking remarks. This amount of information is quite overwhelming. She couldn't digest it for a while. Li Xian took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Lin Fan. He stretched out his hand and was about to touch Lin Fan's forehead. Lin Fan was quick to grab Li Xian's wrist. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Fan looked at Li Xian warily. It's not nice to be so aggressive. He said jokingly. I want to see if you have a fever. Li Xian's wrist was grabbed by Lin Fan, and her pretty face turned slightly red. But he still insisted. What nonsense are you talking about? Buy us a car? 1 for each of us? She looked Lin Fan up and down, trying to find some clues from him. I don't have a fever, I'm wide awake. Lin Fan said with a smile. Just tell me whether you want it or not. He teased Li Xian on purpose. Li Xian hesitated. To be honest, of course she wanted a car of her own. Which girl doesn't tea like a beautiful car? But isn't this too expensive? Lin Fan, this is not good, right? Li Xian said hesitantly. Besides, your house, we have been living here for free. Let me ask you to buy us a car. We didn't do anything for you. Li Xian's voice became smaller and smaller, and his head lowered. I always feel guilty for taking such a big advantage of Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Xian's conflicted look. Oh, you think too much. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly. What are you talking about, you and me? Who are we talking about? We are all friends, shouldn't we help each other? He paused and added. Besides, this is just a small amount of money for me. It's just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Lin Fan said it so lightly and calmly. It seems that buying a car is as easy as buying groceries. Li Xian listened and felt mixed emotions. Small money? A drop in the bucket? How much does this cost? What would make Lin Fan say such a thing? The look she gave Lin Fan became more complicated. There was doubt, shock, and a hint of inexplicable emotion. Could it be that Lin Fan really likes both of them? Is that why it's so generous? Living in a mansion and giving away luxury cars? A thought suddenly flashed through Li Xian's mind. Then, her face turned red like a ripe apple. It was red all the way to my ears. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan again. My heartbeat also started to speed up, as if I had a little rabbit in my arms. Thank you, Lin Fan. Li Xian's voice was as thin as a mosquito. I'm going back to my room first. After saying that, she turned and ran. That speed is faster than a rabbit. Lin Fan looked at Li Xian's fleeing back, bewildered. What is going on? Why are you blushing suddenly? Still running away? Lin Fan, Xinxin, what happened to her? Xinyao was also a little confused. Is she unwell? She asked with concern. I don't know. Lin Fan shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Maybe. I'm too excited. He guessed. After all, with one more car, anyone would be excited for a while. Lin Fan said with self-awareness. Makes sense. Xinyao nodded in agreement. I'll go see her. She said to Lin Fan. Okay, go ahead. Lin Fan nodded. Xinyao turned around and walked towards Li Xian's room. Chapter 11, which one do you like? Just tell me. The next day. Lin Fan brought Xinyao and Li Xian to the largest automobile 4S store in the city. Wow! This is so magnificent. As soon as Li Xian got out of the car, he was shocked by the magnificent 4S store in front of him. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the shiny tiles, and the spirited salesman all demonstrate the luxury and high-end atmosphere of this place. How much does this cost? Li Xian muttered to himself, his eyes wide open. Although Xinyao was better than Li Xian, she was also a little frightened by the scene. She secretly tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's clothes. Lin Fan, are the cars here all very expensive? There was a hint of worry in Xinyao's voice. Although she knew that Lin Fan was very rich now, she didn't expect that he would bring them directly to such a place. How about, let's go somewhere else? Xinyao suggested cautiously. Just buy something cheaper that can be used for transportation. There is no need to waste money on a place like this. After hearing what Xinyao said, Lin Fan felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Cheap? That won't do. This system offers a tenfold rebate. The more you buy, the more you get back. If I buy a cheap car, wouldn't that be a big loss? Oh, my little ancestor, please don't save money for me. Lin Fan said quickly. Don't worry, I know my limits. He patted his chest and promised. Just feel free to choose whichever one you like. Don't be polite to me. If you're polite to me, I won't be happy. Lin Fan deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry. Xinyao felt warm in her heart when she saw Lin Fan's serious expression. She knew that Lin Fan was being kind to them sincerely. Oh well. Xinyao nodded and said nothing more. She secretly decided in her heart that she must choose carefully and pick a car that is both beautiful and practical. We can't let Lin Fan spend too much money, but we can't let him down either. Li Xian stood aside, watching the interaction between Lin Fan and Xinyao, feeling extremely envious and jealous. She also wants to have a boyfriend like Lin Fan. Handsome, rich, and so considerate. He is the epitome of a perfect boyfriend. Lin Fan took Xinyao and Li Xian into the 4S store. As soon as I entered the door, I was dazzled by the dazzling array of luxury cars in front of me. Porsche, Maserati, Ferrari, Lambo. There are all kinds of luxury cars. Each one shines with dazzling light, making people unable to take their eyes away. Oh my god! There are so many luxury cars. Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim. She had never seen so many luxury cars in her life. Lin Fan, you really want to buy us a car here? Xinyao was also a little uneasy. She felt like she was dreaming. Of course. Lin Fan smiled proudly. Come on, two beauties, take a look and pick whatever you like. He waved his hand and spoke with great pride. Which one do you like? Just tell me. Today, I must let you drive a new car. As soon as Lin Fan said this, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The salesman, like cats smelling blood, gathered around. Hello, sir, how can I help you? A female salesperson in a professional suit asked with a smile on her face. Want to buy a car? Another male salesperson also came over. We have all kinds of models here. Which one do you like? Sir, you have a really good eye. You can tell at a glance that you know a lot about cars. The new models we have here have just arrived and will definitely satisfy you. The salesmen were talking at once, all trying to pull Lin Fan to their own booth. Lin Fan looked at these overly enthusiastic salespeople and frowned slightly. He didn't like the feeling of being surrounded by people. All right, stop arguing. Lin Fan waved his hands impatiently. I can just look at it myself. He walked directly towards the area with the most expensive sports cars. The salesmen were a little disappointed when they saw this. However, they did not give up. Still following behind Lin Fan, ready to serve him at any time. Lin Fan walked up to a row of Ferrari sports cars and stopped. He pointed to a few brightly colored sports cars and said to the salesman behind him, "Bring out all these cars. Let these two ladies take it for a test drive." The salesperson originally thought that Lin Fan was just looking around. After all, the way he was dressed, he didn't look like someone who could afford a sports car. But unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth, he actually wanted to test drive several cars. This is really unexpected. The salesperson's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. He became extremely diligent and respectful. "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." The salesperson nodded and said, "Guaranteed to satisfy both ladies." He trotted all the way to get ready. Lin Fan felt secretly happy when he saw the salesperson's excited look. It feels so good to be rich. You can make people obey you and do what you say. Soon, the Ferrari sports car was driven out. Wow! It's so beautiful. Li Xian and Xin Yao were both stunned. Come on, two beauties, pick whichever you want to try," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Today, let's take a sports car test drive." He walked to a red Ferrari 488 Pista and said to Xin Yao, Yao, come and try this one. This car suits you best," Lin Fan said as he opened the car door. "Come on, get in the car." He gestured please in a gentlemanly manner. Xin Yao looked at the red Ferrari and her heart was pounding. She never thought that one day she would be able to drive such a luxurious sports car. "Lin Fan, isn't this too expensive?" Xin Yao was a little hesitant. "Hey, what's valuable?" Lin Fan said disapprovingly. "Cars are meant to be driven. Besides, this car suits you so well. You'll look stunning driving it." Lin Fan said this and helped Xin Yao into the car without saying anything. He leaned over and helped Xin Yao fasten her seatbelt. His fingers accidentally brushed across Xin Yao's cheek. Xin Yao's face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. Her heartbeat also began to speed up. She could feel Lin Fan's breath next to her ear. The warm breath sprayed on her neck, making her feel numb. Xin Yao's eyes were full of shyness, and a hint of inexplicable expectation. She glanced at Lin Fan secretly. Lin Fan was concentrating on helping her fasten her seatbelt and didn't notice anything unusual about her. Only then did Xin Yao feel slightly relieved. However, her heart was still beating like a little rabbit. Okay. Lin Fan helped Xin Yao fasten her seatbelt and stood up. He looked at Xin Yao's shy appearance and couldn't help laughing. Yao, why are you blushing?" Lin Fan asked knowingly. How am I blushing?" Xin Yao quickly denied it. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Fan in the eye. "You're still saying no? Look at you, your face is so red." Lin Fan pointed at Xin Yao's cheek and said with a smile, "It's like a ripe apple. I really want to take a bite." I didn't." Xin Yao's voice became even quieter and she lowered her head even lower. She felt her cheeks were so hot that they were about to burn. Lin Fan looked at Xin Yao's shy and lovely appearance, and his heart was filled with emotions. He couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Xin Yao's cheek. "You're still saying there isn't one, but it's obviously there," Lin Fan said with a smile. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Try the car now." He pulled his hand back and pointed at the steering wheel. "Look at this car, do you like it? Chapter 12, just tell me whether it feels good or not." Li Xian walked to the black Porsche and touched the car body. This feel is amazing." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She opened the car door and got in. This interior and exterior are simply perfect. She touched and looked around in the car and couldn't let it go. The salesperson stood aside, grinning from ear to ear. The commission from these two cars combined is quite a lot. "Sir, you are so generous." The salesperson gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. These two ladies are both very beautiful, and they are a perfect match for these two cars. Lin Fan waved his hand, interrupting the salesperson's flattery. Okay, stop flattering me. He pointed at Xin Yao and Li Xin and said to the salesperson. I want both of them. No need to talk about price, just go with the highest configuration. As soon as Lin Fan said this, there was an uproar around him. The customers who were originally watching the fun were all stunned. Fuck. Who is this guy? So rich? You bought 2 luxury cars without blinking an eye? This is too extravagant. There are so many rich people these days. I'm so jealous and envious. Everyone was talking about it, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy when they looked at Lin Fan. There were also some female customers whose eyes almost glowed green when they looked at Lin Fan. If Xin Yao and Li Xian hadn't been standing next to Lin Fan, they would have pounced on him long ago. The two girls also looked incredulous. Lin Fan, you. Xin Yao looked at Lin Fan, so surprised that she was speechless. You're being too generous, aren't you? Yes, Lin Fan, this is too expensive. We can't take it. Li Xian also said quickly. Although she liked this Porsche very much, she also knew that it was too expensive and she dared not accept it. Lin Fan smiled and said, What's so valuable? It's just 2 cars, no big deal. As long as you like it. He turned his head, looked at the salesman, and said, What are you still standing there for? Go and complete the formalities. Oh, okay. The salesman woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly nodded and bowed to prepare the contract. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, looking very stylish, walked over quickly. Excuse me, which gentleman wants to buy a car? The middle-aged man asked with a smile on his face. I am the manager of this 4S store, my last name is Zhang. As he spoke, he handed over his business card. Hello, Manager Zhang. The salesperson hurried over to greet him. This gentleman wants to buy 2 cars, a Ferrari 488 and a Porsche 911, both top of the line. He pointed at Lin Fan and said to Manager Zhang. Oh. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang looked Lin Fan up and down. Seeing that Lin Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes, he didn't look like a wealthy person. He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. This kid, is he kidding me? He still had a smile on his face and said to Lin Fan. Sir, you have a very good eye. These 2 cars are the top models in our store. Ferrari 488 Pista, priced at 5.88 million. The top-of-the-line Porsche 911 is priced at 2.34 million yuan, totaling 8.22 million. He paused and continued. To thank you for your patronage, we can round off the amount and make it 8 million. What do you think? Manager Zhang said this while observing Lin Fan's expression. He wanted to see how Lin Fan would react after hearing the price. If Lin Fan showed hesitation or retreat, it meant that he simply had no money to buy a car. Just pretending. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Manager Zhang said, Lin Fan's expression did not change at all. He just said oh lightly. Then he took out a bank card from his pocket. Swiped the card. Lin Fan handed the bank card to Manager Zhang. The code is 6 zeros. No discount needed, just original price. Lin Fan added. Manager Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would be so straightforward. Without even bargaining, you just want to swipe the card? And, no discount? This doesn't follow the routine. He took the bank card and looked at it carefully. This card seems to be real. Manager Zhang was a little nervous. This kid, is he trying to trick me with an empty card? He hesitated for a moment, but decided to give it a try. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and swipe your card. Manager Zhang took the bank card and turned to the cashier. Drop. Just as Manager Zhang was daydreaming, the POS machine made a crisp sound. Card swiping successful. Manager Zhang was stunned when he saw the successful transaction information on the POS machine. Really succeeded? 8,220,000 just swiped out so easily? Who is this kid? The customers around were also stunned. They originally thought that Lin Fan was just pretending. Unexpectedly, he actually swiped the card. Oh my god. It really worked. More than 8 million. Without blinking an eye. This guy is definitely a super rich second generation. That's awesome. When will I be so rich? Everyone was talking about it, and their eyes were full of envy when they looked at Lin Fan. Shen Yao and Li Xian were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They knew that Lin Fan was rich, but they didn't expect that he was so rich. More than 8 million, just spend it like that? This is too incredible. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 8.22 million and successfully receiving a rebate of 82.20 million, which has been transferred to the host's bank card. Ding! Shen Yao's favorability +1, current favorability 93, congratulations to the host for winning a turntable draw. Ding! Li Xian's favorability +10, current favorability 70. When Lin Fan heard the system notification tone, he was overjoyed. Cool. So cool. Spending money and making money, this feeling is so good. Moreover, the favorability between Shen Yao and Li Xian has also increased. It seems that the money is well spent. Lin Fan felt very happy. At this time, his cell phone rang. It's a text message from the bank. Remind him that a transfer of 82.2 million has just been received. Lin Fan glanced at the text message and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He put away his phone and looked at Manager Zhang, who was standing there. Manager Zhang is holding the receipt from the POS machine. Manager Zhang, what's wrong? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Sir, please take a look. This is your receipt. His attitude has become extremely respectful. You are so generous. We will definitely provide you with the best service. This is the first time we have a distinguished guest like you in our store. Manager Zhang kept flattering Lin Fan. If you need anything, just tell me. Lin Fan smiled and said. No more service. You guys should go and complete the formalities right away. We're still waiting to pick up the car. Okay, I'll do it right away. Manager Zhang said with a nod. Please wait a moment, I will do it for you personally. He trotted all the way to handle the car purchase procedures for Lin Fan. That speed is faster than a rabbit. Lin Fan felt secretly happy when he saw Manager Zhang's happy look. It is true that money makes the world go round. Soon, Manager Zhang came back. In his hands he held a pile of documents and 2 car keys. Sir, all the formalities have been completed. He handed the documents and car keys to Lin Fan. Here is your car purchase contract, invoice, and various vehicle certificates. Please keep it. Also, I have prepared some small gifts for you. Manager Zhang said this and took out several exquisite gift boxes from behind him. These are items given away from our store, along with some maintenance supplies. I hope you enjoy it. Lin Fan took the gift, without even looking at it, and threw it to Li Xian. Let's go pick up the car. He took Shen Yao and Li Xian out of the 4S store. Manager Zhang trotted all the way and sent them to the door. Sir, please take care. Welcome to come again next time. He said with a nod. I wish you a pleasant ride. Lin Fan was driving the red Ferrari 488 and Shen Yao was sitting in the passenger seat. Li Xian drove the black Porsche 911 and followed behind. 2 luxury cars drove out of the 4S store, one in front and one behind. The roar of the engine attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Wow! Look! A Ferrari! And Porsche! Both of these cars are so cool. Whose son is this? So rich? I'm so jealous and envious. Yao Yao, how do you feel? Lin Fan asked Shen Yao with a smile while driving. Not bad, not bad. Shen Yao said with a red face. She was still a little uncomfortable sitting in such a luxurious car. What do you mean not bad? Lin Fan said with a smile. This is a Ferrari. It's the car many people dream of having. Just tell me, is it fun? Cool. Shen Yao said in a low voice. Ha, that's cool. Lin Fan said with a smile. Then the 3 of them drove towards the school. Chapter 13. Is this your Lickspill ex-boyfriend? The fiery red body of the Ferrari, like a dancing flame, instantly ignited the entire dormitory area. Shen Yao sat in the passenger seat and felt her own heartbeat was louder than the engine of the sports car. Whose car is this? I don't know, I've never seen it. Could it be from some college leader? Leader? Can the leader drive this car? That's hard to say. There are so many rich people nowadays. Students passing by stopped to watch and whispered. Their curious eyes, like searchlights, scanned back and forth between the two luxury cars. Hey, what do you think? Who is the most beautiful girl in this car? Only a school beauty can own such a cool car. A boy wearing glasses pushed his glasses up on his nose and fell into deep thought. The car slowly stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Lin Fan got out of the car in a cool manner and walked around to the passenger side. He gently opened the car door and made a please gesture. Your Highness, please get out of the car. Lin Fan's voice was a little teasing, yet still gentlemanly. Shen Yao's face turned red in an instant. She stepped out of the car cautiously like a frightened deer. Wow! Oh my god! It's Shen Yao! School beauty Shen Yao! How did she get out of this car? Is this car hers? The students around were instantly in an uproar. They opened their mouths and eyes wide, as if they saw aliens landing on Earth. This is Shen Yao. She is recognized as the school beauty in their school. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also a good student. She is simply like a goddess. But now, this goddess actually walked down from a Ferrari worth millions. This is simply incredible. Lin Fan looked at the shocked expressions of his classmates around him, feeling very proud. This is exactly the effect we want. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. TSK, what's so great about that? Isn't it just a car? Maybe it's rented. A boy in sportswear walked out of the crowd. He looked at Lin Fan with disdain. This boy's name is Zhang Chang. At school, he likes to show off everywhere, relying on the fact that his family has a little money. He has always been interested in Shen Yao, but Shen Yao ignored him. This made him feel very unhappy. Now seeing Shen Yao and Lin Fan being so close, he was even more jealous and crazy. Rented? When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Student, you have a very rich imagination. Why, have you rented it? Lin Fan asked back. I didn't. Zhang Chang was speechless after being rebuked by Lin Fan. If you don't have it, don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan said coldly. Zhang Chang was stunned by Lin Fan's aura. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing Zhang Chang's look at this time, Li Xian immediately said. Zhang Chang, this car was just bought by Lin Fan. If you don't believe me, look. As she spoke, she pulled out a document from her bag. She waved the document in front of Zhang Chang. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a car purchase contract. It's written clearly in black and white. Zhang Chang looked at the car purchase contract in Li Xian's hand and his face turned pale instantly. He never thought that this car was actually bought by Lin Fan. How is this possible? Isn't Lin Fan a deadbeat? Where does he get so much money to buy a luxury car? Zhang Chang's mind was in a mess. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. The students around were also stunned when they saw this scene. They originally thought that Lin Fan rented the car to show off. I didn't expect that he is actually a real rich man. This reversal is too fast. Damn it. What a slap in the face. This guy just said that the car was rented, and now his face is swollen. I'm dying of laughter. Serves him right. Who made him look down on others? Now this is great, it's really embarrassing. The classmates were talking about it, and their eyes were full of ridicule when they looked at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang felt like a clown, being watched by everyone. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Fan, let's go. Shen Yao didn't want to waste time with people like Zhang Chang anymore. She took Lin Fan's hand and prepared to leave. Etc. Lin Fan suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Zhang Chang. Remember, think before you speak next time. Don't say anything. Otherwise, it's easy to get slapped in the face. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took Shen Yao and Li Xian and walked towards the dormitory building. Wow! Lin Fan is so handsome. Yeah. That guy was speechless. It's so satisfying. I really envy Shen Yao for having such a good boyfriend. If I had a boyfriend like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Shen Yao and Li Xian entered the dormitory. They began to pack their bags. After a while, the two of them walked out of the dormitory carrying their luggage. Downstairs, the students who were watching had not yet dispersed. They were stunned when they saw Shen Yao and Li Xin coming out with their luggage. What are they doing? Move place? No way. Where are you moving to? I don't know. Are they going to move out and live with Lin Fan? Holy crap. Is it so exciting? We don't understand the world of the rich. Lin Fan smiled slightly and waved his hand. Let's go home. The three of them drove back to Villa Number 1 in Tianhai Community. Li Xian looked at the luxurious villa in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed. Although I had been here yesterday and stayed a night, I was still shocked when I saw it again. Shen Yao's heart was filled with sweetness. Is this going to be her and Lin Fan's home from now on? Then they entered the villa, put down their luggage, and each chose a room. Looking at the two women's small suitcases, Lin Fan shook his head. I say, your suitcases are too small, aren't they? That's all you brought? Shen Yao said a little embarrassedly. We also wanted to bring more, but it felt too troublesome, so we didn't bring many clothes. Li Xian also nodded. Lin Fan slapped his head. Oh, this won't work. Come on, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Shen Yao and Li Xian looked at each other, both a little surprised. However, after experiencing the car buying incident, they have developed a certain resistance to Lin Fan's inhumane wealth. Really? Then we won't be polite. Li Xian said with a smile. Why are you being polite to me? Let's go. Shen Yao hesitated for a moment, then said, Lin Fan, you don't need to buy too much, just enough to wear. Hey, Yao, stop saving money for him. He's a wealthy man now, it would be a waste if he doesn't spend money. Li Xian took Shen Yao's hand and said with a smile. Lin Fan looked very proud. That's right, you can choose whatever you want, I'll pay for it. The three of them packed up briefly and went out. Lin Fan drove the Porsche 911 that he bought for Li Xian, took the two girls, and headed straight to the most prosperous commercial center in Tianhai City. Soon, the three of them arrived at the mall. Lin Fan took the two girls and walked straight into a clothing store of an internationally renowned brand. Welcome. The waiter came over warmly. Sir, miss, what kind of clothes do you want to see? Lin Fan waved his hand. Take out your shop sign and let them pick whatever they want. When the waiter heard this, his eyes lit up. This is a big customer. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter immediately went to get the clothes. Shen Yao and Li Xian were a little at a loss. Lin Fan, there's no need to be so exaggerated. Shen Yao said in a low voice. What's so exaggerated about this? Lin Fan said as a matter of course. Li Xian was cheering on the side. Yao, just ignore him and let him show off. It's not our money that's being spent anyway. Soon, the waiter brought a pile of clothes. Sir, miss, these are the latest styles in our store. Which one do you like? Shen Yao and Li Xian were dazzled by the dazzling array of clothes in front of them. This is too much. It's okay, take your time to choose, don't rush. Lin Fan said with a smile. Shen Yao and Li Xian each picked out a piece of clothing they liked and went to the fitting room to try them on. Lin Fan sat on the sofa in the store, waiting leisurely. Just then, a familiar voice came. Hey, isn't this Lin Fan? Lin Fan looked up and saw Wang Wei walking in with Zhao Ziyang's arm around her. When Wang Wei saw Lin Fan, a look of contempt appeared on her face. Why, did you win the lottery? You're showing off just because you have a little money? Why are you coming to a place like this to pretend to be rich? Zhao Ziyang also recognized Lin Fan and smiled contemptuously. Wang Wei, is this your ex-boyfriend who's a bootlicker? Not that great. You are so poor, and you still want to eat swan meat? Zhao Ziyang put his arm around Wang Wei's waist and spoke loudly on purpose. Wang Wei snuggled in Zhao Ziyang's arms and said tenderly. Ziyang, don't say that. At least I have tried my best. It's just that some people are born with mean bones, no matter how hard they try, it's useless. Lin Fan looked at the two people singing the same tune and sneered in his heart. This couple is as disgusting as ever. He was too lazy to talk to them and simply ignored them. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Zhao Ziyang thought that he was guilty and became even more proud. Why, you dare not say anything because I said it right? A poor guy is a poor guy, he will never be able to show up in public. Chapter 14. What? Want to see who's richer? Just when Lin Fan was about to speak, the door of the fitting room opened with a click. The first one to come out was Li Xin. She was originally tall and had fair skin, and now she was wearing a white Chanel dress, which made her look as elegant as a white swan. The waist-hugging design of the skirt perfectly outlines her slender waist, and her long and straight legs are revealed under the hem. On her feet are a pair of exquisite silver high heels, and her whole body exudes a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, Shen Yao also came out. She was wearing a light pink dress, which made her already pure and gentle temperament even more charming. The length of the skirt stayed just above the knees, revealing her fair and slender calves. She wore a pair of high heels of the same color on her feet, making her look more upright. Shen Yao was born extremely beautiful, with delicate features like a painting. There was a hint of shyness between her eyebrows, which added a bit of charming charm. At this moment, she is like a rosebud about to bloom, beautiful and charming, yet with a bit of youthful innocence. The two of them walked out of the fitting room, one on the left and one on the right, like two shining stars, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Especially Zhao Ziyang, his eyes were wide open, and he wanted to glue his eyes to the two of them. He felt his heart pounding and his saliva was about to flow out. Wow, is this a fairy descending to earth? Zhao Ziyang muttered to himself, completely forgetting about Wang Wei beside him. There was only one thought in his mind. I'll definitely take these two beauties. Shen Yao and Li Xian, who had just changed their clothes and came out, also heard Wang Wei and Zhao Ziyang's ridicule of Lin Fan. The two men's faces darkened and they simply ignored Zhao Ziyang's fiery gaze. Shen Yao and Li Xian held Lin Fan's arms on the left and right. Lin Fan, does this dress look good? Shen Yao's voice was sweet, with a hint of coquettishness. It looks good, of course it looks good. My Yao Yao looks good in anything she wears. Lin Fan said with a smile, his eyes doting. Li Xian also said coquettishly. Hey, there's me too. Lin Fan, what do you think of mine? Yeah, not bad. My Xinxin is also naturally beautiful. She looks like a fairy no matter what she wears. Lin Fan immediately praised and winked at Li Xian. The intimate behavior of the two made Zhao Ziyang's eyes red. Wang Wei was so angry that she almost bit her teeth off. Shen Yao? Li Xian? Why are they here? Wang Wei's heart was filled with doubts and jealousy. These two bitches, who usually pretend to be innocent, actually hooked up with Lin Fan. She glared at Shen Yao and Li Xian fiercely, cursing in her heart. Shen Yao took Lin Fan's arm, looked at Wang Wei, and said with a sneer. Hey, isn't this Wang Wei? Why, you got a new bag again? But your taste is too bad. Why do you always like to pick up other people's unwanted garbage? Li Xian was not to be outdone. She glanced at Zhao Ziyang and said sarcastically. Some people just like to be mistresses and destroy other people's relationships. You really think you are so popular, why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are like? Wang Wei was speechless after being confronted by the two men, and her face turned pale and blue. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyang hurriedly stepped forward. He cleared his throat and said in a casual tone. You two beauties, you misunderstood. Wang Wei and I are just ordinary friends. My name is Zhao Ziyang. I have a little money at home. I wonder what you two beauties should call me. As Zhao Ziyang spoke, he cast a wink at Shen Yao and Li Xian. He thought he was suave, handsome and rich, and would definitely be able to attract these two beauties. TSK, who cares what your name is, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Li Xian retorted without any hesitation. Shen Yao also said coldly. We don't know you, please stay away from us. Zhao Ziyang felt a burning sensation in his face from the two men's attacks, but he did not give up. He believed that the reason why Shen Yao and Li Xian were so cold to him was because they did not know their own strength. My two beauties, you may not know this yet, but I, Zhao Ziyang, can get whatever I want in Tianhai City. Zhao Ziyang said proudly. He took out a black card from his wallet and waved it in front of Shen Yao and Li Xian. See? There are 10 million in here. It's just my pocket money. As long as you are willing to follow me, you can spend whatever you want. Luxury cars, villas, brand name bags, as long as you ask for it, I will satisfy you. Zhao Ziyang thought that his display of wealth would surely impress Shen Yao and Li Xian. After all, which woman can resist the temptation of money? He had even begun to fantasize that Shen Yao and Li Xian were impressed by his ability to make money and would rush into his arms. Then, he can have women on both sides and enjoy the happiness of having many wives. I say, you two should be more sensible and leave that poor bastard. Only by following me can you lead a true upper-class life. Zhao Ziang pointed at Lin Fan and said with disdain. He believed that a poor loser like Lin Fan was not worthy of beauties like Xin Yao and Li Xin. Only a rich second generation like me is the best destination for them. Wang Wei was so angry when she saw Zhao Ziang flirting with Xin Yao and Li Xin in front of her. Ziyang, what are you doing? She pulled Zhao Ziyang's sleeve coquettishly, trying to make him restrain himself. Baby, stop it, I'm just helping you vent your anger. Zhao Ziyang said perfunctorily, but his eyes never left Xin Yao and Li Xin. What he was thinking was to get these two beauties first, and as for Wang Wei, he could just coax her casually. Anyway, you can have as many of her as you want. When Wang Wei saw Zhao Ziyang like this, she became so angry that her face turned blue. She knew that Zhao Ziyang was attracted to Xin Yao and Li Xin and didn't take her seriously at all. This damn Zhao Ziyang is actually flirting with other people right in front of me. I'll make him pay after I've drained all his money. Wang Wei swore secretly in her heart. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing at Zhao Ziyang's clumsy performance. I say, Mr. Zhao, are you out of your mind? With your little wealth, you dare to show off in front of me? Lin Fan said with disdain. Why, do you want to see who is richer? Okay, then I'll show you what a truly rich person is. Lin Fan pointed at the clothes in the store and waved his hand. Waiter, pack up all the clothes in your store for me. I want them all. Lin Fan's heroic words stunned everyone present. The waiter was so excited that he was shaking all over. She has worked in this store for so many years, but this is the first time she has encountered such a big customer. Sir, are you sure you want to buy them all? The waiter asked, stuttering, afraid that he had heard it wrongly. Why, are you afraid I can't pay? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. No, I just... The waitress waved her hands quickly. She was certainly not afraid that Lin Fan couldn't pay, but she was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Sir, some of the clothes in our store are limited editions, so they are a little more expensive. The total value of all the clothes is about 20 million. The waiter carefully announced a number. She was worried that this number would scare Lin Fan and make him change his mind. 20 million? When Zhao Ziyang heard this number, he couldn't help but sneer. Boy, why are you pretending to be rich? 20 million, can you afford it? Don't try to be too arrogant and embarrass yourself. Zhao Ziyang looked at Lin Fan with a mocking expression. He simply didn't believe that Lin Fan could come up with so much money. In his opinion, Lin Fan's statement of buying all the clothes was just bluffing. Lin Fan ignored Zhao Ziyang's ridicule and said calmly. It's only 20 million, no big deal. Swipe the card. Lin Fan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. The waiter took the bank card with trembling hands, and was a little confused. She didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually buy all the clothes, and do it so nonchalantly. Sir, I don't have the authority to handle such a large transaction. I need to ask our store manager. The waiter came to his senses and said quickly. Go quickly and come back soon. Lin Fan waved his hand. The waiter was as if he had been pardoned. He took the bank card and trotted off to find the store manager. Xin Yao and Li Xin felt helpless when they saw Lin Fan's inhumane behavior. Lin Fan, why are you so angry with him? Xin Yao said in a low voice. That's right, 20 million is not a small amount of money. Besides, it's really not cost-effective to buy so many clothes. Li Xin also advised. It's okay, I just can't stand his arrogant look. Lin Fan said with a smile. Besides, this little money is nothing to me. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Lin Fan comforted the two girls. He knew they were worried that he would spend money recklessly. But for him, this is a good time to cash back, and he still has one more chance to cash back. Chapter 15, Wear one and throw away, then change to something new every day, isn't that great? Just then, a middle-aged woman in a professional suit and with a capable temperament walked over quickly. She is the manager of this store. Hello, sir. I am the manager of this store. How can I help you? The store manager asked respectfully with a professional smile on his face. She still held Lin Fan's bank card in her hand, but her heart was already in turmoil. She really couldn't believe that a young person could have such great purchasing power. Oh, manager, you're just in time. Lin Fan glanced at the store manager and said calmly. I just said that I want all the clothes in your store. Calculate the total price. The store manager took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. "Sir, the total value of the clothes in our store is 22.54 million. The store manager gave an exact number, a number she had already calculated silently in her mind several times. "But, sir, since you are a distinguished guest of our store, I can make the decision and give you a zero. You can just pay 22 million. The store manager said this cautiously, fearing that Lin Fan would think it was too expensive. After all, this is not a small amount of money. No need to round off. Lin Fan interrupted the store manager directly. He muttered to himself, eliminating the zero? That won't work. If I erase 540,000, wouldn't I lose 5.4 million in rebates? Let's calculate it as 22.54 million, not a cent less. Lin Fan added in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. The store manager was stunned. It was the first time she had encountered such a customer. When other people buy things, they bargain hard and wish they could spend every penny in half. But this guy actually asked not to round off the decimal point. This is simply so rich and inhumane. This, sir, are you sure? The store manager couldn't believe his ears. Confirmation and certainty. Lin Fan nodded. Why, do you still have a rule in your store that you don't charge money? Lin Fan teased. No, of course not, I was just so surprised. The store manager waved her hands quickly, she felt that she must have met the god of wealth today. Okay, stop talking nonsense and swipe the card. Lin Fan urged. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The store manager didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly took out his bank card to swipe the card. Then I heard the sound of successful card swiping. Zhao Ziang looked at Lin Fan's nonchalant look, but he felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He originally thought that Lin Fan was just pretending and couldn't come up with so much money. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually bought all the clothes, and acted as if he didn't care at all. This made him feel like a clown being stepped on harshly by Lin Fan. Humph, what's so great about it? It's just a few bucks, isn't it? When I get back, I'll ask my dad to give me more money. Zhao Ziang thought viciously in his heart. But he knew that this was just deceiving himself. Although his father is rich, it is impossible for him to give him so much money to squander. What's more, his father's business seems to have some problems recently and he is in a very difficult situation. Boy, you are so cruel, let's wait and see. Zhao Ziang glared at Lin Fan and said something harsh. Baby, let's go. He took Wang Wei's hand and left in shame. He looked so miserable, like a defeated rooster. Although Wang Wei was very unwilling, she had no choice but to leave with Zhao Ziang. She knew that she couldn't turn against Zhao Ziang now. After all, she was still counting on Zhao Ziang's money. Lin Fan looked at the backs of Zhao Ziang and Wang Wei as they left and couldn't help but sneer. That's all? You still want to fight me? You really overestimate your own abilities. Lin Fan shook his head and said with disdain. He didn't even bother to sneer. Because in his opinion, people like Zhao Ziang are not worthy of being his opponent. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the consumption rebate was successful, 225.4 million was obtained, and it has been transferred to your bank card. Ha ha! 225.4 million. I'm rich. When Lin Fan heard this number, he was immediately overjoyed. Now, he is truly a billionaire in the true sense of the word. System, you are so awesome. Lin Fan silently gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. Ding! Xinyao's favorability +1, current favorability 94, congratulations to the host for winning a turntable draw. Ding! Li Xian's favorability +10, current favorability 80. The system prompt sounded again. When Lin Fan heard about the improvement in the favorability of these two, he was even more delighted. It seems that my operation not only made me money, but also won the heart of a beautiful woman. Lin Fan thought happily. He turned to look at Xinyao and Li Xian, only to see them looking at him helplessly. Lin Fan, you are really too impulsive. Xinyao shook her head, her tone filled with both emotion and blame. She knew that Lin Fan was venting his anger on her, but she still felt a little distressed to see so much money being spent at once. Yeah, Lin Fan, there are so many clothes, how can we wear them all? Li Xian also echoed. How long will it take to finish wearing all of this? She pointed at the packed clothes and said with a distressed look on her face. If you can't finish wearing them, just throw them away. What's the big deal? Lin Fan shrugged and said nonchalantly. I have plenty of money anyway. I can wear one and throw it away, and change to something new every day. Isn't that nice? Lin Fan's tone was full of the aura of a wealthy man. Wear one and throw one away. When the store manager heard Lin Fan's words, he almost fainted. She had worked in this store for so many years, but this was the first time she had heard such an arrogant statement. This is simply too luxurious. She felt that all her three perspectives were challenged. This, sir, you are so humorous. The store manager laughed dryly a few times, not knowing what to say. Shen Yao and Li Xian were also shocked by Lin Fan's words. They looked at each other and saw helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. Lin Fan, could you please stop being such a spendthrift? Shen Yao couldn't help but say. That's right, this is not the way to spend money. Li Xian also advised. Oh, don't worry about it, I know what's going on. Lin Fan waved his hand. Besides, I don't feel bad at all buying these clothes for you two beauties. Lin Fan said with a smile. Well, whatever you like. When Shen Yao heard Lin Fan say this, she didn't say anything more. She knew that Lin Fan had his own ideas, and she just had to support him. By the way, what do you two want to eat? Lin Fan changed the subject. It's my treat today, let's go have a big dinner. Lin Fan said proudly. I want to eat. Shen Yao was about to speak when she was interrupted by Li Xian. I want a seafood dinner. Li Xian said excitedly. Okay, let's go have a seafood dinner. Lin Fan nodded. Waiter, take these clothes to Villa number 1 in Tianhai Community. Lin Fan said to the waiter. Okay, sir, don't worry, we will deliver it as soon as possible. The waiter quickly agreed. Come on, two beauties, let's go have a feast. Chapter 16. How about you be my wife too? But speaking of which, Yao, what did you want to eat just now? Don't let Li Xian lead you astray. Just tell me what you want to eat. I, your husband, will satisfy you. Lin Fan did not forget to tease Shen Yao and take advantage of her verbally. Shen Yao's pretty face turned red and she glared at Lin Fan in reproach. Who is your wife? Stop yelling. Hey, it's only a matter of time. Lin Fan shamelessly moved closer and said with a grin. Li Xian clicked his tongue twice on the side. I say, you two, can you please stop showing affection in front of a single person like me? Can you please consider my feelings? What's wrong with single people? Are single people no longer human? Do single people have no dog rights? Li Xian acted indignant. How about, you be my wife too? Lin Fan suddenly blurted out. Roll. Shen Yao and Li Xian shouted in unison. Lin Fan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. It's just a joke, to liven up the atmosphere. The three of them played and joked, and soon arrived at a high-end seafood restaurant called Hai Tian Shangyan. This restaurant is decorated magnificently and it is obvious at first glance that it is not a place that ordinary people can afford. At the door stood 2 rows of reception ladies in cheongsams, tall and pretty, shouting in unison, "Welcome to the Haitian feast." This scene looks very impressive at first glance. Sir, miss, how many people are you asking? A manager-looking man in a business suit came up and asked with a smile. 3. Lin Fan said calmly. Do you have an appointment? The manager asked again. No. Lin Fan shook his head. Please follow me, all 3 of you. She made a gesture to invite them in and led Lin Fan and the other 2 inside. After passing through the magnificent hall, we arrived at a relatively quiet area. The manager pointed to a table by the window and said, Hey, is this table okay? Can. Lin Fan nodded. Shen Yao and Li Xian sat down opposite Lin Fan. Sir, miss, please take a look at the menu. The waiter brought 3 beautifully presented menus and handed them to them. Lin Fan took the menu, flipped through a few pages, and then handed it to Shen Yao and Li Xian. Take a look at what you want to eat, order whatever you want, you're welcome. Shen Yao and Li Xian were a little shocked when they saw the expensive prices on the menu. Lin Fan, isn't this too expensive? Shen Yao said in a low voice. Expensive? Not possible. Lin Fan waved his hand. Today we will eat as much as we want, until the sky is dark and the sun and moon are dim. Lin Fan's heroic words amused the waiters nearby. However, they also realized that this gentleman was really rich. Well, okay then. When Xinyao heard Lin Fan say this, she stopped refusing. She discussed it with Li Xin and ordered a few of her favorite dishes. Lin Fan added a few more hard dishes, such as lobster, king crab, grouper. Anyway, no matter how expensive it is, it's fine. After we took our order, the waiter took the menu and left. Lin Fan, you should be more restrained in the future and stop being so ostentatious. Xinyao remembered that Lin Fan had spent 20 million on clothes because of his fighting spirit, and she couldn't help but give him some advice. Got it, my dear wife. Lin Fan said with a grin. Xinyao blushed again. Who is your wife? If you keep yelling at me, I'll get angry. Xinyao pretended to hit Lin Fan. No, I was wrong. Is it okay if I am wrong? Lin Fan quickly begged for mercy. Humph, that's more like it. Xinyao raised her chin proudly. Li Xian watched the two flirting and couldn't help feeling a little envious. The three of them chatted and laughed, and soon, the dishes were served. A table full of seafood makes people's appetite increase. Wow, so many delicious foods. Li Xian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Come on, let's eat. Lin Fan greeted. The three of them began to feast on the food. I have to say that the seafood in this restaurant is really fresh and tastes great. The three of them ate with gusto and praised the food highly. While eating, Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Fan answered the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Fan? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. I am, you are? Lin Fan asked. I'm the president of Tianhai Bank, my last name is Lin. President Wang said. Oh, President Lin, hello, what can I do for you? Lin Fan asked politely. It's like this, Mr. Lin Fan, you have a huge amount of deposits in our bank and have become a valued customer of our bank. So, I want to meet with you and personally express our bank's gratitude to you. President Wang said. Most valued customer? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. It must be the 225.4 million rebate from my consumption today. How about this, how about tomorrow morning? I'll come to see you in person. President Lin said again. Well, okay, but you don't have to come in person. I'll see what happens tomorrow and call you then. Lin Fan thought about it and decided that since he had nothing to do tomorrow, he might as well meet him. Okay, Mr. Lin Fan, see you tomorrow. President Lin said happily. What's wrong? Xinyao asked when she saw Lin Fan hung up the phone. It's okay. The president of a bank insisted on meeting me and said he would pick me up tomorrow morning. Lin Fan shrugged and said. Bank president? Why do I want to meet with you? Li Xian asked curiously. It's because I have money. Lin Fan said proudly. TSK, look how proud you are. Xinyao and Li Xian rolled their eyes at the same time. After dinner, the three returned to the villa. You two have been exhausted today, go to bed early. Lin Fan said to Xinyao and Li Xian. Well, you should rest early too. Xinyao nodded. Good night. Li Xian also said. The two of them went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Fan returned to his room, closed the door, and opened the system interface impatiently. System, I want to draw a lottery. Lin Fan muttered to himself. Ding. The lucky draw begins. The system prompt sounded. The turntable spins rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 51% of Heleo's shares. What the hell? Fishing 51% of the shares out of the river? Lin Fan was stunned. Helo is the largest hot pot chain brand in China. 51% of the shares, how much is that worth? It's coming. It's really coming this time. Lin Fan was so excited that he almost jumped up. System, you are so awesome. Lin Fan gave the system a thumbs up crazily in his heart. There's still one more chance to draw a prize. Go ahead. Lin Fan said without hesitation. The turntable started spinning again. This time, the prize was not related to money, but a prize called physical strengthening. Physical enhancement? What is this? Lin Fan was a little confused. Ding. Physical enhancement can comprehensively improve the host's physical quality, including strength, speed, endurance, reaction, etc. The system explained. So awesome? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. With this physical enhancement, wouldn't I become an indestructible bull? Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan felt a warm current flowing through his body. Subtle changes began to occur in his body. Muscles become firmer, bones become stronger, and the five senses become sharper. Fuck! This feels so good. Lin Fan couldn't help but groan. He felt full of strength, as if he had endless energy. This feeling is simply amazing. Lin Fan waved his fists excitedly. He found that his strength was several times greater than before. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from his best friend Lu Feng. Hey, lunatic, what's going on? Lin Fan answered the phone. Chapter 17: The Fatal Temptation of the Campus Beauty of Xin University. On the other end of the phone, Lu Feng's voice was a little tired. Brother Fan, what else can I do? I need to find a job. It's so damn hard to find a job these days, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Oh? Aren't you pretty awesome? You've been in college for 4 years and have received a lot of scholarships. Are you still worried about not being able to find a job? Lin Fan teased. Hey, Brother Fan, please stop talking bad about me. Nowadays, education is meaningless. Only those with connections are the boss. I have no background or connections, so I can only rely on myself to struggle. Lu Feng sighed, his tone full of helplessness. So how are you doing now? Have you made any progress? Lin Fan asked, thinking in his heart that finding a job is indeed not easy, especially for children from ordinary families. There's nothing to show for it. I've sent out dozens of resumes, but nothing has made a splash. If this continues, I'll probably end up setting up a stall under an overpass. Lu Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. By the way, Brother Fan, what about you? You're graduating soon, what are you planning to do? Lu Feng suddenly asked. Me? I'll just take a rest first. There's no rush. Lin Fan said lightly. What? Take a break? Brother Fan, are you kidding me? The situation is urgent, and you still want to take a break? Lu Feng's voice rose an octave, and he was obviously shocked by Lin Fan's words. I'm serious. I'm not short of money now, so I can be willful. Lin Fan said proudly, thinking, with this system, do I still need to worry about work? Fuck. Brother Fan, tell me the truth, have you become rich behind my back? Did you win the lottery? Or did you inherit a multi-million-dollar inheritance from a distant relative? Lu Feng's tone was full of gossip and curiosity. Hee, that's about right. Lin Fan deliberately kept the question in suspense. Brother Fan, you are awesome. When you become rich, please don't forget me. From now on, I will follow you, my brother. Lu Feng immediately hugged his thigh, his tone was very flattering. Don't worry, you will benefit from it. Lin Fan smiled and suddenly remembered something. By the way, crazy, did you study catering management in college? Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Feng was a little confused. That's great. I have a surprise for you. Come to me tomorrow afternoon. I promise you will be delighted. Lin Fan said mysteriously. He had already made up his mind. He had just acquired the shares from Helo and was the largest shareholder. It was not a simple matter to arrange for someone to do this. After all, Lu Feng is a professional in this field and also his good brother, so it's better to keep the wealth within the family. What surprise! Brother Fan, stop keeping me in suspense. Lu Feng's curiosity was completely aroused. You'll know tomorrow. It's pointless to tell you now. Lin Fan said. Come on, Brother Fan, you are my brother, tell me more. Lu Feng was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. Just then, there was a knock on Lin Fan's door. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking on the door was rhythmic, neither fast nor slow. Lin Fan, are you asleep? Shen Yao's soft voice came from outside the door. Oh my god. What's that sound? Is it from the campus beauty of Xin University? Or is it in my brother Fan's room? Although Lu Feng didn't hear what Shen Yao said, he could still tell who it was from the voice. After all, as Lin Fan's best friend, his childhood sweetheart Lu Feng still knew about it. Brother Fan, you are amazing, it's so late, and you are with the campus beauty of Xin University. Lu Feng's voice came from the phone. Fuck you, lunatic. Why are you still here? Lin Fan was startled. Hey, Brother Fan, you guys continue, I didn't hear anything. Lu Feng's voice was as obscene as it could be. Roll. Lin Fan cursed angrily and hung up the phone. Lin Fan took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, then walked over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fan's eyes widened instantly. I saw Xin Yao standing at the door wearing a pink silk pajamas. The collar of the pajamas was slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone and a piece of snow-white skin. The hem of the pajamas only reaches the middle of the thigh, exposing two slender, white legs to the air, making people unable to help but have dirty thoughts. Her hair was wet, obviously she had just taken a shower, and it exuded a faint fragrance. She had no makeup on her face, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Those big watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, full of tenderness and charm. Damn it, who can stand this? Lin Fan screamed in his heart. He felt his heart almost stopped beating, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. Xin Yao has a good figure, and she usually wears conservative clothes, so it doesn't show much. Now that she's changed into pajamas, her curves are simply amazing. It has a protruding front and a curved back, it is big where it should be big and small where it should be small, it is a perfect S shape. This is too foul. Lin Fan's Adam's apple rolled up and down and he swallowed hard. He felt that the primordial force in his body could no longer be suppressed. She is worthy of being the gentle goddess of the school. With this figure and this beauty, she is simply a stunner on earth. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why was he so blind before and left such a beautiful woman to be a bootlicker for Wang Wei, that gold digger? You really don't know how lucky you are. Lin Fan looked down upon his past self. What's wrong? Why are you standing there like an idiot? You won't let me in? Seeing Lin Fan's eyes, Xin Yao couldn't help but asked with a blushing face. Oh, please come in. Lin Fan finally came to his senses and quickly let Xin Yao into the room. Do you want to talk to me about something? Lin Fan looked at Xin Yao and suddenly he started to stutter. He felt that he couldn't speak clearly anymore. Can't I come to see you if I'm fine? Xin Yao blushed, gave Lin Fan a look and asked back. She walked to the bed and sat down naturally. That movement, that posture, was full of temptation in Lin Fan's eyes. Of course, it's just that you're dressed like this, I feel a little. Lin Fan didn't dare to look into Xin Yao's eyes, for fear that he would lose control and do something out of line. What? Xin Yao rarely saw Lin Fan like this and found it funny. She was originally feeling shy, but now she even thought of teasing Lin Fan. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Fan, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. It's a bit hot. Lin Fan made up a reason. Hot. Then do you want me to turn down the air conditioner for you? As Xin Yao said this, she was about to get up to get the air conditioner remote control. No, I didn't mean that. Lin Fan quickly stopped Xin Yao. What do you mean? Xin Yao stopped and looked at Lin Fan with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Lin Fan hesitated and couldn't explain it for a long time. He felt like a young boy who had just fallen in love, and was so nervous that he didn't know what to do in front of the girl he liked. Puff. Xin Yao looked at Lin Fan's embarrassed look and couldn't help laughing out loud. Why are you laughing? Lin Fan asked in a somewhat annoyed manner. Laughing, you're so cute. Xin Yao said with a smile. Cute? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. It seemed like this was the first time someone used this word to describe him. Yeah, you look really cute now. Xin Yao nodded seriously. She was then attracted by the neatness of Lin Fan's room. Your room is so clean. Aren't boys' rooms always messy? Lin Fan did not answer. He looked at Xin Yao's charming back and couldn't help but joked. You're alone in a room with a man and a woman, aren't you afraid that I'll eat you? Xin Yao turned back gently and glanced at Lin Fan charmingly. In the past, someone had no interest in me and would rather be another woman's lapdog. As soon as he said this, Lin Fan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He walked forward and whispered in Xin Yao's ear. Don't you dare tease me. Then start tickling her armpits. The two of them immediately started playing around. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Suddenly, Xinyao lost her balance and tripped over the corner of the bed. He lost his balance and fell onto the bed. Lin Fan instinctively reached out to help her, but ended up falling onto the bed as well. He pressed directly on Xinyao. Both of them were stunned. The air seemed still. All they could hear was the sound of each other's accelerated heartbeats and weak breathing intertwined with each other. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. But it seems like a century long and chaotic, with some sweetness and expectation. Xinyao looked at Lin Fan, who was so close to her. Her eyes were blurred and complicated. "Are you okay?" Lin Fan asked worriedly. Before he could get a reply, Xinyao closed her eyes, hugged him tighter, and responded gently. Such a straightforward and brave move. This caused Lin Fan, who had remained rational for a moment, to completely give up resistance. Allow yourself to fall into this indescribable yet extremely beautiful temptation. He could feel the shock brought by such close contact with Shinyao's soft and elastic skin, which he had never felt before. Every pore seems to be cheering, and every nerve ending is conveying the signal of irresistible temptation. Oh my god, this is a fatal temptation. Lin Yan screamed in his heart. Then he lowered his head and glanced at her delicate face with a slightly shy smile. Shinyao's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked delicate and charming. In that case, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Ouch. So, in the night of hazy moonlight and twinkling stars, the sound of zippers and clothes falling to the ground in the room became the most beautiful melody of the night. Then, there was a subtle but unusually clear sound from the friction of the skin. Plus the occasional gasps and murmurs that couldn't be concealed. All of this constitutes a story about the intersection of love and tenderness, passion and release. After the first moment of experiencing love is over, the two souls seem to be more closely connected in this way. Enjoy together the world that belongs to you two, the beautiful pictures and the endless aftertaste they bring. Chapter 18 Bad Guy, You Don't Know How to Be Gentle with Women. In the other room, Li Xian was applying a facial mask when she suddenly felt thirsty. Well, I need to replenish some water, otherwise the effect of this mask will be reduced. She muttered to herself, stood up and walked towards the living room. Taking out a bottle of iced soda water from the refrigerator, Li Xian gulped down a few gulps with satisfaction. Ah, so comfortable. She burped and was about to go back to her room to continue enjoying her beauty sleep, but when she passed by Lin Fan's room, she vaguely heard some strange noises. What's that noise? Li Xian's curiosity felt itchy as if it was scratched by a cat's claws. She walked lightly, like a kitten ready to hunt, and quietly approached Lin Fan's door. Could it be a thief? Li Xian muttered to himself and put his ear against the door. It didn't matter that she was touching it, but the sound coming from inside made her blush instantly. Ma. This isn't the Shinyao's voice? And Lin Fan suppressed breathing. Li Xian only felt a boom in his head, like a pot of popcorn exploding. She instantly understood what was happening inside. Li Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze. She could even feel her own heartbeat, which was louder than the sound coming from inside. No. I can't listen to this anymore. Li Xian felt his legs starting to go weak, as if he was stepping on cotton and he couldn't exert any strength. She turned around suddenly, covered her burning cheeks tightly with her hands, and stumbled back to her room. Bang! The sound of the door closing was particularly loud, as if trying to block out everything that had just been heard. Li Xian leaned against the door, breathing heavily, her heart still beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her throat. She felt as if countless ants were crawling inside her body, making her feel itchy and numb, with an inexplicable heat. It's so embarrassing. Li Xian buried his head in his knees, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, the more I tried to get those voices out of my mind, the clearer they became. Even Lin Fan's handsome face began to linger in her mind. No. I can't think about it. Li Xian shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of those messy thoughts. She forced herself to divert her attention and began to recall the time when she went shopping with Lin Fan and Xinyao during the day. Lin Fan was generous when he bought clothes for Xinyao, and he was magnanimous when he bought them cars, and... Oh! What was I thinking about? Li Xian suddenly woke up and found herself starting to reminisce about all the good things about Lin Fan. She slapped her head in annoyance, thinking she was going crazy. However, no matter how hard he tried to get rid of Lin Fan's image from his mind, it became clearer and clearer. His smirking eyes, his deep and magnetic voice, even his strong and muscular arms. Ah! Li Xin. What are you thinking about? Are you crazy? Li Xin suddenly grabbed the pillow, covered her face with it, and let out a desperate scream. She felt like she was going to explode. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. On Lin Fan's side, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Shen Yao snuggled in Lin Fan's arms like a docile little kitten, breathing softly. She drew circles on Lin Fan's chest with her fingers, with a slight blush on her face. Bad guy, you don't even know how to be gentle with women. Shen Yao's voice was soft and tender, with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Fan looked down at the shy Shen Yao in his arms and felt his heart melt. He couldn't help but kiss Shen Yao gently on the forehead. It's because you are so charming that I can't help myself. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and low, with a hint of laziness after being satisfied. After hearing this, Shen Yao's face turned even redder, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. She buried her head in Lin Fan's chest, not daring to look into his eyes. Actually, I have liked you since I was a child. Shen Yao's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Lin Fan's heart was shocked. He didn't expect Shen Yao to. When I was little, Wang Xiaopang from next door always bullied me, and you always rushed out to protect me. There was a hint of sweet memories in Shen Yao's voice. At that time, I felt that you were my hero. Later, we went to elementary school together, junior high school together, and were admitted to the same university together. I wanted to confess my feelings to you. Shen Yao's voice suddenly became choked. But you were bewitched by that vixen Wang Wei. Speaking of this, Shen Yao's voice was full of grievance and unwillingness. Lin Fan's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain made him unable to breathe. He knew that what Shen Yao said was true. He used to be like a blind man, who ignored the shining pearl in front of him and chased after the false fireflies. I thought that as long as she treated you well, I could keep this feeling deep in my heart. Shen Yao could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. But I saw her, I saw that she just treated you as an ATM, and I saw her with that Zhao Ziang. Shen Yao couldn't say any more. She hugged Lin Fan tightly, buried her head in his arms, and burst into tears. Lin Fan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He hugged Shen Yao tightly, wishing he could rub her into his body. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was blind. Lin Fan's voice was filled with self-blame and regret. He patted Shen Yao's back gently and apologized over and over again. Yao, don't worry, from now on I will never let you suffer any injustice again. I will spend the rest of my life making up for the harm I have done to you. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Lin Fan's voice was firm and gentle, like a spring breeze, soothing the pain in Shen Yao's heart. Shen Yao gradually stopped crying. She raised her head and looked into Lin Fan's deep and sincere eyes. Lin Fan, I believe you. Although Shen Yao's voice was still a little choked up, it was full of trust and expectation. Lin Fan smiled, a smile so bright and warm. He lowered his head and kissed away the tears on Shen Yao's face. Silly, why are you crying? From now on, we will all be fine. Lin Fan's voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it. Shen Yao nodded, leaned her head on Lin Fan's shoulder, and felt his warm embrace. Lin Fan looked at Shen Yao's charming appearance and his heart was beating again. Should we continue studying now? There was a wicked gleam in his eyes. Shen Yao understood Lin Fan's meaning instantly, and her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. You, bad guy. Shen Yao punched Lin Fan's chest coquettishly. Lin Fan chuckled, picked up Shen Yao and pressed her down on the bed again. Of course I have to continue studying, but I want to learn more in-depth knowledge. Lin Fan's voice was low and hoarse, full of temptation. Shen Yao's breathing began to become rapid. She closed her eyes, welcoming the coming, sweet storm. The blushing and heart-pounding sound was heard again in the room. This time, it was more passionate and lingering than before. Outside the window, the moon quietly hid in the clouds, as if it was ashamed to see this beautiful scene. Ding! Shen Yao's favorability +1, current favorability 95, congratulations to the host for winning a turntable draw. Chapter 19. I heard a cat meowing last night. It meowed all night long. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the gap in the curtains and gently fell on Lin Fan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Shen Yao's peaceful sleeping face. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, she had a small nose, and her pink lips were slightly pouting, she was so cute. Lin Fan couldn't help but move closer and pecked her gently on the forehead. He carefully moved Shen Yao's arm around his waist, fearing to wake her up. Last night ahem, she was so absorbed in studying that she must be exhausted. Lin Fan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smug smile. He picked up the phone on the bedside table, and there were several missed calls on the screen. One was from my best friend Lu Feng, and the other was from an unfamiliar number. He threw his cell phone aside, put on his clothes quietly and prepared to get out of bed. As soon as I walked out of the bedroom, I saw Li Xian with a pair of panda eyes walking out from the room opposite. Hey, Xin, did you steal last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Lin Fan looked at Li Xian with a smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. Li Xian glared at him unhappily, the resentment in her eyes almost turning into reality. What do you think? She said through gritted teeth. Who to blame? It's you. Li Xian's voice was full of resentment. Lin Fan was stunned. Why was he blaming himself for not sleeping well? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything to you last night, you want to slander me. Li Xian was so angry at Lin Fan that she stomped her feet, but she didn't know how to refute. After all, she couldn't say that she was eavesdropping at the door about what happened last night. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't help but blush. She glared at Lin Fan fiercely, then snorted and turned to walk into the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom door was slammed shut, which showed how much resentment Li Xian had in her heart. Lin Fan touched his nose and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He turned and walked towards the kitchen, ready to prepare a loving breakfast for Shen Yao. He took out eggs, milk, bread and other ingredients from the refrigerator and started to get busy. Fried eggs, hot milk, toast. Lin Fan's movements were skillful and smooth, and it was obvious that he often did housework. There is no way. When I was serving Wang Wei, my ancestor, I had already maxed out these skills. Now, I can finally do this for the woman I love. Lin Fan was in an exceptionally happy mood. He hummed a little tune while placing the prepared breakfast on the dining table. Yao, get up and have breakfast. Lin Fan walked into the bedroom and gently shook Shen Yao's shoulders. Shen Yao opened her eyes drowsily, and when she saw Lin Fan's handsome face, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She stretched out like a lazy little kitten. Lin Fan couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Hurry up, little lazy cat, breakfast is ready. No. Sleep a little longer. Shen Yao hugged Lin Fan's arm and acted coquettishly. She buried her head in Lin Fan's arms and rubbed it. Lin Fan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. This is too foul. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Be good and listen. Get up and have breakfast first, then go to sleep after that. He said gently. Only then did Shen Yao reluctantly climb up from Lin Fan's arms. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. Lin Fan reached out to help her push the hair that was scattered on her cheeks behind her ears. Let's go, my princess. He took Shen Yao's hand and walked towards the restaurant. There were 2 exquisite breakfasts on the dining table. Golden fried eggs, fragrant toast, and a cup of steaming milk. Wow, it smells so good. Shen Yao took a deep breath and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy the loving breakfast that Lin Fan prepared for her. By the way, Lin Fan, what happened to Li Xian? She has such dark circles under her eyes. Shen Yao suddenly remembered Li Xian's listless look and asked curiously. Lin Fan said casually while eating breakfast. Who knows? Maybe he went out to steal last night. Shen Yao blinked, looking confused. At this time, Li Xian came to the dining table and sat down, staring at Shen Yao. Last night, I heard a cat meowing. She spoke word by word. And I kept calling all night. It made me unable to sleep at all. Shen Yao was stunned for a moment, then showed an even more puzzled expression. The cat meowed? No, why didn't I hear it? She tilted her head and recalled carefully. Could it be, is it because I slept too deeply? Li Xian almost vomited blood when he saw Shen Yao's innocent face. This is simply. You are the cat. Li Xian said this with gritted teeth, and then glared at Lin Fan who had already reacted and was laughing. Shen Yao was stunned at first, then instantly understood what Li Xian meant. Her face turned red as if it was about to bleed. She lowered her head, wishing she could bury it in the bowl. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat, breaking Shen Yao's awkward situation. Yao Yao, if you don't eat breakfast now, it will get cold. These are your favorite foods. Shen Yao lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and hummed softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. She picked up the knife and fork and ate her breakfast in silence, but her heart was beating fast. This is too embarrassing. He was actually caught red-handed by Li Xin. She glanced at Lin Fan secretly and found that he was looking at her with a smirk on his face. Shen Yao felt ashamed and annoyed, and couldn't help but kick Lin Fan lightly under the table. Lin Fan felt pain but didn't dare to cry out. He could only pretend nothing happened and continue to eat his breakfast. Li Xin looked at the two of them flirting with each other. She felt like a huge light bulb, illuminating the happiness of others but burning herself. The three people had different thoughts on how to eat breakfast. Shen Yao is shy, Lin Fan is proud, and Li Xin is sour. After finally making it through breakfast, Li Xin finally found an opportunity to escape. I have something else to do at school, I'll be leaving first. She stood up suddenly and almost ran away. Lin Fan looked at Li Xin's departing back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is running too fast. If you don't know, you might think there is a ghost chasing you. He turned his head and looked at Shen Yao. Yao Yao, today you. Shen Yao interrupted Lin Fan before he could finish his words. I also want to go back to school. She lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then he understood Shen Yao's thoughts. She is shy and wants to hide from me. He smiled and said, Yao Yao, you should have a good rest at home. After all, you worked out all night last night, and I'm afraid you can't handle it. Shen Yao's face suddenly turned even redder. She raised her head and glared at Lin Fan. You still say that? She scolded, with a hint of shyness in her voice. Lin Fan looked at Shen Yao's shy and cute appearance, and his heart was moved. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch Shen Yao's face. Okay, I won't say anything more. You stay at home and rest. I'll go do something. Lin Fan said softly. Shen Yao nodded, although she did want to go to school to take care of some things. But her legs are still a little weak now. Thinking of this, Shen Yao couldn't help but blush again. She didn't insist anymore and went back to her room to rest. Lin Fan looked at Shen Yao's back and a smile appeared on his lips. He changed his clothes and went out. The president of Tianhai Bank wanted to meet with him yesterday. Since he had nothing to do this morning, he simply went to the bank. Lin Fan drove his Lamborghini at full speed and arrived at the Tianhai Bank headquarters. Boom! The low roar of the engine attracted countless people's attention. Wow! Lamborghini! This car is so cool. I wonder which boss's car this is. Passers-by stopped to watch and talk about it. Lin Fan got out of the car amid the envious gazes of everyone. He was wearing casual clothes today, but it still couldn't hide his tall figure and handsome face. He walked into the lobby of Tianhai Bank with confident steps. Hello, what business do you want to handle? A sweet-looking young girl in a business suit came up and asked politely. The girl had a work badge hanging on her chest with her name written on it, Han Qian. Lin Fan looked at Han Qian. Well, she's good-looking and has a nice figure. It seems that he is a college graduate who has just entered the workplace. Ding! A goddess with a beauty score of 92 has been detected. Name, Han Qian. Favorability, 30. The system voice sounded. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. He decided to tease the little girl. As for me, I came to talk to your president about life and ideals. Lin Fan said seriously. Han Qian was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Lin Fan to say that. She blinked, unsure how to respond for a moment. Talk about life? Chat about ideals? Are you here to handle business? She glanced at Lin Fan secretly. Although Lin Fan was dressed casually, it still couldn't hide his handsome face. What's more, he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car is definitely not an ordinary person. Han Qian didn't dare to neglect him, but she felt that Lin Fan's words were a little unreliable. Sir, you are so humorous. She forced a professional smile and said. Funny? I don't think so. Lin Fan shrugged and said seriously. I am serious. My life is very confused and my ideal is far away. I need your president to give me some guidance. He paused and added. By the way, I am still short of a few $100 million in my life, and a few buildings to realize my dream. I wonder if your president can help me realize it. Han Qian was completely confused. What the hell is going on? She felt like her brain wasn't enough. This was the first time she had encountered such a strange client since she started working. Sir, you are kidding. There was a slight tremor in Han Qian's voice. She felt like she was about to cry. What on earth is going on? I have just started working for a few days and I have encountered such a customer. My teacher didn't teach me this. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Lin Fan said innocently. Do I look like I'm joking to you? He pointed to his face with a serious expression. Han Qian looked at Lin Fan's serious face and felt like crying but had no tears. She really didn't know what to do. Just then, a slightly sarcastic voice came from the side. Hey, who is this big shot? He's so arrogant and wants to talk to our president about life and ideals? A middle-aged man in a suit with sleek hair walked over. The man also had a work badge hanging on his chest, which stated his position, lobby manager. The lobby manager looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes full of disdain. He could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was wearing cheap clothes and was not a rich man at all. As for that Lamborghini Veneno, humph, it must be rented. Young people nowadays will do anything to show off. Xiaohan, you are still too young and don't know how to judge people. The lobby manager walked up to Han Qian and spoke earnestly. You should keep your eyes open in the future. Don't entertain just anyone and waste your time. It was obvious that he was speaking to Lin Fan. After hearing this, Han Qian suddenly felt annoyed. This lobby manager usually likes to take advantage of his seniority and boss around the newcomers. Moreover, he is particularly snobbish. He bows and scrapes to rich people and sneers at poor people. Although Han Qian was unhappy, she didn't dare to contradict him. After all, she was just a newcomer and the other party was her boss. She could only lower her head silently, not daring to speak. Chapter 20. I really came to see your president to talk about life and ideals. Lin Fan looked at the greasy middle-aged man and gave up the idea of teasing Han Qian. Is this the manager? Lin Fan turned around, looked at the lobby manager, and said with a smile. I really am here to see your president. If you don't believe me, go tell your president right now and tell him that I am Lin Fan. The lobby manager sneered. Lin Fan? Which Lin Fan? I've never heard of any big shot named Lin Fan. He glanced at Lin Fan. Hey young man, you're still young, don't think about getting promoted overnight. You can't just meet our president whenever you want. You'd better queue up and get a number and go do your business. The lobby manager said this and pointed to the number-taking machine in the lobby. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. You, Lin Fan, don't deserve it. Lin Fan was not angry either. He has seen many people like this who look down on others. He took out his cell phone and directly dialed the number of the president of Tianhai Bank yesterday. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Fan spoke first. Hello, President Lin, I'm Lin Fan. I'm in the lobby of your bank right now, but I seem to have been stopped by someone who said I'm not worthy to see you. Look at this matter, how about forgetting it? You are so busy and I am embarrassed to bother you. Can we make an appointment another day? On the other end of the phone, Tianhai Bank President Lin Guoliang became anxious when he heard this. What a joke! Lin Fan is a big client who has deposited hundreds of millions of dollars with them. That's a real VIP. How many people have hundreds of millions of liquid funds these days? I finally got in touch with him yesterday and made an appointment to meet today. Now, he was stopped by his own men? What else are you saying, unworthy? Lin Guoliang felt his blood pressure rising rapidly. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I'll be down right away. Lin Guoliang's voice was trembling as he spoke. He hung up the phone and rushed out of the office without even bothering to put on his coat. The lobby manager looked at Lin Fan holding the phone and pretending to make a call, and the disdain on his face became even stronger. Okay, boy, stop acting. The lobby manager waved his hand and said impatiently. Your acting is so poor, do you really think you can fool me? Let's go now, don't embarrass yourself here. He even wanted to reach out and push Lin Fan. However, at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the stairs.
Mr. Lin. Where are you, Mr. Lin?
Lin Guoliang ran and shouted, his voice full of anxiety. When the lobby manager heard the voice, he was stunned.
This voice, why does it sound so much like their president?
He turned his head sharply and looked towards the stairs.
I saw Lin Guoliang running down panting, with a hint of flattering smile on his face.
The lobby manager felt like his worldview was about to collapse.
Is this still the president who is usually so high and mighty and majestic?
Why are you like a pug? Lin Guoliang ran to Lin Fan, not even taking a breath, and quickly bent down to apologize.
Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, so sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining you properly and causing you to suffer.
While apologizing, he glared at the lobby manager. The look in his eyes seemed to want to eat the lobby manager alive.
The lobby manager was completely dumbfounded. Did he hear it right? The bank president is actually apologizing to this kid wearing cheap clothes? Moreover, what do you mean poor discipline? What on earth is going on?
The lobby manager felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to the ground.
President, what are you doing?
He asked, stuttering, his voice full of disbelief. Lin Guoliang had no time to deal with him. He turned around and continued to smile at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you are a great man and you should not bear grudges against such a short-sighted person.
Look, we are now.
He asked carefully, fearing that Lin Fan would be unhappy and leave. Lin Fan looked at Lin Guoliang, then at the petrified lobby manager, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
President Lin, your employee's business ability is not good enough.
Lin Fan said slowly. I just got here and he said I wasn't qualified to see you, and that I was just here to show off. When Lin Guoliang heard this, he glared at the lobby manager fiercely and roared.
Wang Defa.
Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right away?
You don't want to do this anymore. The lobby manager, Wang Defa, finally woke up from his dream.
He fell to his knees in front of Lin Fan.
Mr. Lin, I was wrong.
I looked down on others and I didn't recognize the real master.
You are so magnanimous, just forgive me this time. Wang Defa cowed out and begged for mercy, with a tearful tone in his voice.
He is regretting it so much now. He never thought that he would offend such a great god. Now, let alone promotion and salary increase, I probably can't even keep my job. The customers and bank employees around were stunned. The plot twist happened too quickly.
The lobby manager who was so arrogant 1 second ago, kneeled on the ground and cowed out for mercy the next second? Who is this young man? How could he make the bank president so respectful to him? For a while, all kinds of speculations and discussions arose in the hall.
Lin Fan looked at Wang Defa who was kneeling in front of him, but did not say anything. He had no interest in even paying attention to this kind of guy who looked down on others. Lin Guoliang understood what Lin Fan meant, and then yelled at Wang Defa.
Wang Defa. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here. From now on, you are fired. Go and complete the resignation procedures immediately.
When Wang Defa heard this, he was struck by lightning and collapsed to the ground.
It's over, it's all over.
He knew that his life was completely ruined by this young man.
Lin Guoliang no longer paid attention to Wang Defa.
He said to Lin Fan respectfully.
Mr. Lin, there are too many people here to talk. Come with me to the VIP reception room and we'll talk in detail.
He made a gesture of invitation, with a very humble attitude.
Lin Fan nodded.
Before he left, he glanced at Han Xian who was standing beside him. Miss Han, you see, I really came to see your president to talk about life and ideals.
Now you believe that I didn't lie to you, right?
Lin Fan said with a smile. Han Xian's face immediately turned red after being teased by Lin Fan. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Lin Fan's eyes.
I believe it.
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but her heart was beating like a little rabbit. Seeing this, Lin Guoliang thought that Lin Fan was interested in Han Xian, and quickly said,
Xiao Han, come in too.
When Han Xian heard this, she was stunned.
She wants to go in too?
She glanced at Lin Fan secretly, her heart full of doubts and curiosity.
Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Why was the president so polite to him? This treatment is really extraordinary.
Han Xian felt like she was dreaming. She followed Lin Fan and Shen Jiangwo in a daze and walked into the VIP reception room.
She didn't even know how she got in. Her mind was blank, with only one thought left. This world is too crazy. Chapter 21. You must make Mr. Lin satisfied, okay?
After entering the VIP reception room, Lin Guoliang hurriedly asked Lin Fan to sit on the leather sofa.
Mr. Lin, please sit down and wait for a moment. He turned to Han Shen, who was still in a daze, and said, Xiao Han, what are you standing there for? Go and prepare some tea. Oh, okay. Han Shen finally came to her senses and hurriedly prepared tea.
Lin Guoliang bowed and moved closer to Lin Fan, apologizing again.
Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. My subordinates are ignorant and neglected you. Please don't take it to heart.
Lin Fan waved his hand, looking nonchalant.
It's okay. It's okay.
Besides, I have always convinced others with my virtue, and I will not argue with such a small character. Lin Fan sat on the sofa with a relaxed tone. Lin Guoliang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought.
This gentleman is quite easy to talk to. As long as he doesn't pursue it, everything will be fine. Mr. Lin is really magnanimous and generous. He is a very generous person.
Lin Guoliang gave a thumbs up and praised him highly.
President Lin, you are too kind. I don't have many good qualities, but I have a broad mind.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
President Lin, let's talk business.
Lin Fan changed the subject and went straight to the point.
Oh, yes, let's get down to business.
Lin Guoliang also put away his polite smile and became serious.
He cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lin, to be honest, my name is Lin Guoliang, and I'm the president of Tianhai Bank.
I invited you here this time mainly to thank you for your strong support to our Tianhai Bank. As Lin Guoliang spoke, he stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was stunned by his sudden action and said quickly,
President Lin, what are you doing?
Lin Guoliang sat down again, with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, you have deposited so much money in our bank, so you are our bank's most distinguished customer.
As the president of the bank, I should thank you. Oh? That's it?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised.
I thought it was some big deal.
When Lin Guoliang saw Lin Fan's reaction, he quickly said, Mr. Lin, to be honest, our bank has a deposit task recently. If your money can be counted as part of my savings, then I can exceed my mission. He rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Fan expectantly.
Mr. Lin, can you please help me? As long as you are willing to help, I will definitely get you the highest interest.
Lin Guoliang promised solemnly. Also, as long as you deposit money in our bank, you can enjoy various VIP treatments. For example, a personal financial advisor, exclusive VIP channels, and a variety of high-end customized services. He listed a lot of benefits in one breath, fearing that Lin Fan would not agree.
Mr. Lin, you don't know that although I am the president, I also have performance indicators. If I fail to achieve them, then it will be terrible.
Lin Guoliang made a bitter face and began to complain.
There is still a long way to go this year. If I don't finish it, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position as bank president.
Thanks to you, Mr. Lin, this money from you has allowed me to exceed my target.
You are my savior.
As Lin Guoliang spoke, he almost knelt down to Lin Fan. When Lin Fan saw this, he quickly supported him.
President Lin, please don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's just a deposit task, it's a piece of cake. Lin Fan thought.
This Lin Guoliang is a nice guy, very down to earth.
Moreover, I really need a relationship with a bank. More friends mean more paths.
President Lin, since you said so, I will help you with this. Lin Fan said with a smile.
This money will be in your name.
When Lin Guoliang heard this, he was overjoyed.
Really? Mr. Lin, you are so kind.
On behalf of Tianhai Bank, I would like to thank you for your strong support. He was so excited that he was incoherent and kept thanking.
Hey, President Lin, don't be so polite.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
It's just a small favor. If you need any help in the future, just ask.
Lin Fan patted his chest and assured.
Good.
Lin Guoliang said good 3 times in a row, and the smile on his face was almost reaching his ears.
Mr. Lin, you are so kind.
From now on, you will be the most distinguished guest of our Tianhai Bank.
Just let me know if you have anything to say. Just then, Han Xian walked in with a tray.
There was a cup of coffee and a cup of tea on the tray. She walked carefully to Lin Fan and said softly, "Mr. Lin, I don't know if you like coffee or tea. I've prepared both for you here." She placed the coffee and tea in front of Lin Fan. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan looked at the coffee and tea in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. "Miss Han, you are quite considerate." Lin Fan praised with a smile. Han Qian was praised by Lin Fan. She immediately lowered her head and whispered, "It should be." Lin Guoliang watched from the side and was very happy. It is true that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. But that's just fine. If he could fall in love with Han Qian, his relationship with Lin Fan would be more stable in the future. "Xiao Han, you will be Mr. Lin's full-time manager from now on," Lin Guoliang suddenly said. "You will be responsible for all of Mr. Lin's business. You must satisfy Mr. Lin, understand?" When Han Qian heard this, her eyes widened with disbelief. "I've only been on the job for a few days and I'd become the full-time manager of Mr. Lin, who even the bank president has to please. This is too sudden." She glanced at Lin Fan secretly, feeling surprised and happy. Who is this Mr. Lin? Why is the president so nice to him? Han Qian felt like she was dreaming. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and thank Mr. Lin. Seeing Han Qian standing there in a daze, Lin Guoliang quickly reminded her. Oh, thank you Mr. Lin." Han Qian finally reacted and hurriedly thanked Lin Fan. You're welcome. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. "I'll have to trouble Miss Han more in the future." "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. This is what I should do," Han Qian said quickly. "Okay, President Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Lin Fan looked at the time, stood up and said, "Mr. Lin, I'll take you there." Lin Guoliang also quickly stood up and prepared to send Lin Fan out. "By the way, Mr. Lin, this is our bank's black gold VIP card." Lin Guoliang took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. "This card is the highest level VIP card of our bank. With this card, you can enjoy the best services at any Tianhai bank." Lin Fan took the card and looked at it. There was a sparkling diamond inlaid on the card, which looked very luxurious. "Thank you, President Lin." Lin Fan casually put the card into his pocket. "Then, Mr. Lin, take care." Lin Guoliang accompanied Lin Fan all the way to the bank entrance before reluctantly going back. Chapter 22 I know everything about the catering industry. After Lin Fan drove away, Han Qian couldn't help but ask Lin Guoliang, "President, who is this Mr. Lin? Why are you so?" She wanted to say respectful, but felt that it was not appropriate enough. She wanted to say fawning, but felt that it sounded too unpleasant. Lin Guoliang put away his previous fawning attitude and resumed his usual awe-inspiring demeanor as a bank president. He glanced at Han Qian and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Han, there are some things you shouldn't ask, so don't ask. Just remember that Mr. Lin is the most distinguished guest of our Tianhai Bank. If you serve him well, it will be easy to get a promotion and a raise, right?" Lin Guoliang's words were spoken with great earnestness and a hint of admonition. Han Qian was very smart and naturally understood what Lin Guoliang meant. She nodded quickly. "Yes, President, I understand. I will definitely serve Mr. Lin well." Han Qian secretly made up her mind to seize this opportunity and become a phoenix. As for Lin Fan's identity, who cares? Anyway, just hold on to this thigh. Ding! Han Qian's favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. Ding! Han Qian's favorability plus 10, current favorability 50. Lin Fan was listening to the system notification tone when his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the missed call from last night. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Fan answered the phone. "Hello, is this Lin Fan, Mr. Lin?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and his tone was very polite. "I'm the person in charge of fishing in the river, Zhang Xingrong." "Oh, Mr. Zhang, hello." Lin Fan slapped his head. "Oops. I almost forgot about this. I promised Lu Feng yesterday that I would give him a surprise today. I had originally planned to go to the headquarters in the river today to arrange a surprise for Lu Feng. As a result, I was delayed by bank matters and almost forgot about it. Mr. Zhang, what do you want to talk to me about?"
Lin Fan asked knowingly. Mr. Lin, this is the case. We want to meet with you and have a chat.
Zhang Xingrong said cautiously, fearing that Lin Fan would refuse.
Oh? Meeting?
Lin Fan's mouth corners slightly raised.
Okay, I happen to have time now, I'll go to the company now. Really? That's great.
Zhang Xingrong's voice trembled with excitement.
Mr. Lin, where are you now? Should I send a car to pick you up?
No, I can drive there myself. Lin Fan said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan turned the car around and headed straight for the Helo company. The headquarters of Helo company is located in a grand office building in the city center. Zhang Xingrong arrived early with a group of company executives, waiting at the door eagerly.
Mr. Zhang, who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Why is there such a big ceremony? Why are you waiting here in person? An executive couldn't help but ask curiously. Yeah, Mr. Zhang, isn't this too exaggerated? I've worked in this company for so many years, and I've never seen you so.
Another executive echoed that he wanted to say grovel but felt that was not appropriate. Zhang Xingrong glared at them.
What do you know? This Mr. Lin is now the major shareholder of our Helo.
No, he is the largest shareholder.
Can you afford to neglect him? What? The largest shareholder? Oh my God. Several executives were stunned, their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg.
Just then, a Lamborghini came roaring over.
Boom boom.
The roar of the engine was deafening. Squeak. With a beautiful drift, the Lamborghini stopped steadily in front of the company's door. The car door opened and Lin Fan walked out of the car at a leisurely pace.
Wow, so handsome. Who is this? You're too young.
When the employees in the company saw Lin Fan, they immediately started talking about it. There were little stars in each of their eyes. When Zhang Xingrong saw Lin Fan arrive, he immediately led a group of senior executives to greet him.
Hello, Mr. Lin, hello.
Zhang Xingrong nodded and bowed, with a smile on his face. I'm the person in charge of fishing in the river, Zhang Xingrong.
You can just call me Xiao Zhang.
He took the initiative to extend his hand and wanted to shake hands with Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and shook hands with him.
Hello, Mr. Zhang.
You don't have to call me Mr. Lin, just call me Lin Fan.
Oh, Director Lin, you really embarrass me.
Zhang Xingrong was flattered. You are the largest shareholder of our Helo.
How dare I call you by your name?
It's only natural for me to call you Director Lin. He continued to flatter.
Director Lin, you are really young and promising. When I was your age, I was still. Zhang Xingrong was still talking for a long time but couldn't make any sense. He couldn't say that when he was Lin Fan's age, he was still serving dishes in a restaurant, right? That's so embarrassing. Ha, Mr. Zhang, please stop praising me.
Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand.
Let's go inside and talk.
Yes, Mr. Lin, please go in. Zhang Xingrong quickly made a pleased gesture and welcomed Lin Fan into the company.
Along the way, the employees in the company looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Is this the first shareholder of our company? It's so handsome. Yes, and so young. Do you think he has a girlfriend?
I don't know, but even if he has a girlfriend, we still have a chance.
That's true.
Several female employees gathered together, talking in low voices, occasionally bursting into laughter. Lin Fan walked in front, listening to the discussions of the employees behind him. It seems that my brother is still quite charming. Wherever he goes, he can attract a large number of fans. Lin Fan was led into the pre-prepared office like a star.
This office is so grand. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows allow you to take in the bustling city.
A leather sofa, a mahogany desk, and the one hanging on the wall. Well, Lin Fan couldn't tell what kind of famous painting it was, but it looked very expensive.
Director Lin, are you satisfied with this office?
Zhang Xingrong asked cautiously, his eyes full of anticipation.
Well, not bad, Mr. Zhang is thoughtful.
Lin Fan sat down in the boss chair. This chair is so comfortable.
Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions for the development of the company in the future?
Zhang Xingrong rubbed his hands and considered his words.
He was so nervous. This new boss has become the largest shareholder at such a young age. Could he be a rich second generation who knows nothing? If you give blind orders, then the fish in the river will be. Zhang Xingrong didn't dare to think further. Instructions? No, no.
When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately understood what Zhang Xingrong was worried about.
Boss Zhang, don't worry, I know everything about the catering industry. I know nothing at all.
Lin Fan added silently in his heart.
Zhang Xingrong almost vomited blood after hearing this. The 7 orifices are connected to 6 orifices? That means you know nothing at all. This gentleman, the way he speaks is really unique. Ahem, Mr. Lin, you are joking. Zhang Xingrong laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Mr. Zhang, don't be nervous. I'm a very easy-going person.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
As for the company, I'll leave it to you to manage. I will definitely not interfere. Are you telling the truth? Zhang Xingrong couldn't believe his ears. Happiness comes too suddenly. Of course it's true, how could I lie to you?
Lin Fan looked sincere. I hate trouble the most.
If I have that much time, I might as well get more sleep. Lin Fan thought, management company? Joke.
If I have the spare time, I might as well draw more prizes. Zhang Xingrong finally felt relieved.
As long as this new boss doesn't give orders blindly, everything will be fine. Mr. Lin, you are so modest.
Zhang Xingrong was so excited that he didn't know what to say.
But
Lin Fan changed the subject. Zhang Xingrong's heart, which had just been put at ease, was suddenly lifted up again.
But what?
He asked nervously, afraid that Lin Fan would say something that would scare him.
I have something here that I need your help with.
Lin Fan said slowly.
Director Lin, just give me your orders.
Zhang Xingrong patted his chest and assured.
It's like this, I have a friend named Lu Feng.
Lin Fan briefly told Zhang Xingrong about Lu Feng's situation. I want him to come to the river to work, and you should arrange a suitable position for him. Don't take care of him too much.
I believe in his ability. Lin Fan added. He didn't want Lu Feng to think that he got in through connections. Is that all?
When Zhang Xingrong heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a small matter, just a small matter. Don't worry, Director Lin, I promise to arrange everything for you. Zhang Xingrong nodded repeatedly.
That's good. That's good.
Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction.
By the way, Mr. Zhang, can you tell me more about the company?
Lin Fan suddenly remembered that as the largest shareholder, he didn't seem to understand the company's situation very well. Okay, Mr. Lin, please listen to me and I will tell you slowly. Zhang Xingrong began to talk incessantly about the company's situation. From the company's development history, to the operation of each department, to future development plans. Zhang Xingrong described it in such detail and with such excitement. When Lin Fan heard this, he was totally confused. It went in one ear and out the other, so he didn't hear much at all. Anyway, Zhang Xingrong is in charge, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Mr. Lin, this is the current situation of our company.
Zhang Xingrong finally finished speaking, his mouth dry.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Lin Fan nodded perfunctorily.
Boss Zhang, I'm relieved that you're in charge of the company. It's getting late, so I'll go back first.
You can go do your work.
Director Lin, won't you stay and have lunch with us? No, I have something else to do. Let's have dinner together next time if we have time.
Lin Fan didn't want to be surrounded by a group of people anymore.
Then, Mr. Lin, please take care. I'll see you off.
Next, Zhang Xingrong and other senior executives of the company escorted Lin Fan to the company gate.
Director Lin, please take care. Goodbye, Mr. Lin.
A group of executives stood at the door and said goodbye to Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved and got into his Lamborghini.
Boom! The roar of the engine sounded again.
Lin Fan looked at the time and prepared to go back to see if Xinyao had rested well, as it was time for lunch. Then drove towards home.
Chapter 23. How about, the three of us go together?
Lin Fan drove back to Tianhai Community. When I opened the door, the aroma of food wafted into my nose.
In the kitchen, Li Xian was holding a spatula and winking at Xinyao. Yao Yao, did you have fun last night? Li Xian's voice was low, and there was a hint of vulgarity.
Xinyao's face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck.
You, what nonsense are you talking about? Xinyao glared at Li Xian in reproach and almost dropped the spatula in her hand. Hey, we are all sisters, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Li Xian laughed even more happily. You say, is Lin Fan amazing? Li Xian continued to interrogate Xinyao.
Xinyao really couldn't bear it anymore this time. She felt like she was about to catch fire.
If you have the guts, just try it yourself and you'll know. Xinyao blushed and threw the question back to Li Xian. I do want to. Li Xian actually started thinking about it seriously. How about, the three of us go together? Li Xian made a shocking statement.
Xinyao was completely defeated by Li Xian, and she felt that her three views were impacted.
Are you crazy? Xinyao's voice was trembling a little. What's the big deal? It's better to keep the wealth within the family. Li Xian said it with such confidence.
Lin Fan, who was standing at the door, originally wanted to go in and help. As a result, I heard such an exciting conversation. He felt like his nose was about to bleed. Sure enough, when girls chat with each other, they are much more open-minded than boys. Lin Fan sighed silently in his heart.
He coughed lightly. Ahem.
The two girls in the kitchen seemed to be paused, frozen in time.
Lin Fan? When did you come back?
Xinyao's voice sounded flustered, with a hint of guilt.
Why is there no sound at all?
Xinyao felt like her heart was about to stop.
It's over. Didn't he hear everything I just said? Li Xian was also a little embarrassed.
She glanced at Lin Fan secretly and then quickly lowered her head. Lin Fan pretended nothing had happened and walked in.
Just got back. He looked at Xinyao and Li Xian with a smile. What are you two talking about? Why is it so lively? What is it that you two want to try with me?
Xinyao's face turned even redder, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
It's all over now. Before Li Xian could speak, Xinyao quickly interrupted. Nothing, we were just talking about cooking. Xinyao's voice became smaller and smaller, until it was almost inaudible. Yes, we are talking about cooking. Li Xian quickly echoed. Both of us, cooking skills.
Xinyao added another sentence, as if she was afraid that Lin Fan would not believe it.
I want to try out our cooking skills with you at noon.
After Xinyao finished speaking, she didn't dare to look Lin Fan in the eye. Lin Fan was already very happy when he saw Xinyao and Li Xian like this. These two little girls are really good at acting. However, he would not let them go easily.
Oh? Really?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at them with a playful expression.
That's great. I've been wanting to try your cooking for a long time. I'll definitely be looking forward to it.
Lin Fan deliberately emphasized the word expectation.
Xinyao and Li Xian looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Do you want me to help you too? Lin Fan continued. No. Xinyao and Li Xian said in unison.
You should go outside and have a rest.
There's a lot of smoke here. Don't let it choke you. Xinyao quickly pushed Lin Fan out. Yes. Please get out now. Leave this to the two of us. Li Xian also chimed in. Just eat your feast later.
Xinyao added, and winked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was pushed out of the kitchen by the two of them. He touched his nose. However, looking at the busy figures of Xinyao and Li Xian, his heart was still warm.
This feeling is so good.
Lin Fan sat on the sofa, looking at the two busy figures in the kitchen.
One is cute and lovely, the other is gentle and virtuous. This is simply a life like a god. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Think about what kind of life you lived in the past. With a good girl like Xinyao by his side, he actually went to provoke Wang Wei. Lin Fan didn't even want to mention that name. Compared to Xinyao, Wang Wei is simply rice field. Yes, it's me Tiangong.
The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more he felt that he had been blind before.
Fortunately, there is still time for everything now. Lin Fan, what are you thinking about?
Why are you smiling so obscenely? Xinyao's voice suddenly came, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. Lin Fan came to his senses and found Xinyao standing in front of him, looking at him with confusion.
Nothing, I was thinking today's food must be delicious. Lin Fan quickly covered up. Really? Then just wait and see. Xinyao said this and went back to the kitchen.
Lin Fan looked at Xinyao's back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
After a while, the table was filled with fragrant food. Braised spare ribs, steamed sea bass, mushroom chicken, garlic broccoli. The combination of meat and vegetables is delicious and tasty. Wow, it's so rich.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he looked at the table full of dishes.
Yao, Li Xan, your cooking skills are so good.
Lin Fan praised generously.
This is all thanks to Xin. I just helped out.
Xinyao said modestly, not forgetting to secretly glance at Lin Fan.
Hey, of course. Li Xian raised her chin proudly.
I'm not living in your house for nothing, I'm very capable.
Li Xian said this while winking at Lin Fan. Oh?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Then tell me, what can you do? Li Xian then realized that Lin Fan was teasing her. I'm good at cooking. I'm good at washing clothes. I'm good at cleaning. Anyway, I'm very capable.
Li Xian's cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples, but she still managed to speak.
Humph, you stinky Lin Fan, you just bully me. Li Xian cursed secretly in her heart. Oh, so that's how it is.
Lin Fan drew out his voice, with an expression that said I understand on his face. Xinyao was standing aside, listening to the conversation between Lin Fan and Li Xian, feeling confused.
What kind of charades are these two people playing? What can and can't be done? However, Xinyao vaguely felt that Li Xian seemed to have some different feelings for Lin Fan.
This made Xinyao feel a little uncomfortable.
It's like, someone is targeting your baby.
But Xinyao thought again, Lin Fan is so outstanding now, it is normal for there to be several girls who like him.
After all, which girl doesn't like a good boy? What's more, Li Xian is her good friend. If Lin Fan and Li Xian really had something going on, it seemed like I could accept it.
It's better than letting it fall into the hands of those slutty bitches out there.
And
Lin Fan's heroic performance last night suddenly emerged in Xinyao's mind.
That amazing and lasting fighting power. I'm afraid I really can't handle it alone. Thinking of this, Xinyao's cheeks began to feel hot. Oh, Xinyao, what are you thinking about?
Xinyao secretly spat at herself in her heart.
Eat.
Xinyao quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it into her mouth.
Trying to use delicious food to cover up the panic in my heart. Chapter 24 I will be your most loyal lackey from now on.
Lin Fan was chatting with Li Xian when he suddenly noticed that Xinyao's face looked strange.
Yao, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?
As Lin Fan spoke, he reached out to touch Xinyao's forehead.
I'm fine.
Xinyao was startled by Lin Fan's sudden concern and waved her hands quickly.
It's just a little hot. Xinyao avoided Lin Fan's gaze and did not dare to look him in the eye. Yes, Yao, do you have a fever? Do you want to go to the hospital? Li Xian also came over and asked with concern. No. I'm really fine.
Xinyao felt her heart beating faster.
What the hell is going on? How could I think of such messy things? It was also discovered by Lin Fan and Li Xian. It's so embarrassing. I'll go turn on the air conditioner.
As Xinyao spoke, she stood up and ran to the living room to turn on the air conditioner.
Call.
Xinyao stood in front of the air conditioner, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm herself down. Lin Fan looked at Xinyao's back and scratched his head.
A little hot? Where is the hotness in this winter?
However, Lin Fan couldn't guess what the girl was thinking.
Since Xinyao said it's okay, then it should be okay. The meal ended in a strange atmosphere.
Lin Fan, let's go to school first.
We have classes in the afternoon. Xinyao and Li Xian packed up the dishes and prepared to go out. Okay, be careful on the road. Lin Fan nodded and walked the two to the door. Let us go. Xinyao and Li Xian waved to Lin Fan and walked out of the house.
Lin Fan closed the door and returned to the room.
System, draw a lottery.
Lin Fan muttered to himself.
I have been busy since early morning today.
My relationship with Xinyao took a step further last night, and I got a chance to win a lottery, but I haven't used it yet.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cooking mastery skill. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Proficient in cooking?
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment.
System, do you want me to be a good man of the modern era? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. However, I am still very happy. After all, it's always good to have many skills. From now on, I can cook for Xinya myself. By the way, Lu Feng.
Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he had promised Lu Feng yesterday that he would give him a surprise today.
Look at the time, it's almost time.
Lin Fan picked up the phone and dialed Lu Feng's number.
Hey, Fengzi, where are you? Lin Fan asked. Brother Fan? You finally remembered me.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Feng's voice sounded a little resentful.
You hung up on me last night, and I didn't sleep well the whole night. Tell me, what's going on between you and the campus beauty of Xin University? Is it true?
Lu Feng's voice was full of gossip.
Ahem, yes, I do live with Yao Yao.
Lin Fan cleared his throat and spoke seriously.
What the hell? Is this true? Lu Feng's voice instantly rose an octave. Brother Fan, you are not kidding me, right? You're living together with the campus beauty of Xin University? This is too fast.
Lu Feng felt that his three views were challenged.
Why? Are you jealous?
Lin Fan smiled proudly.
Go to hell. I envy you.
Lu Feng said stubbornly.
But, Brother Fan, you're moving too fast.
Xinya is the campus belle of our school.
How could you win her over just like that?
Oh, the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Lu Feng sighed, his tone full of regret.
Hey! Who do you call a pig? Lin Fan was unhappy. Besides Yao Yao, there is also Li Xin.
Lin Fan teased Lu Feng deliberately.
What? Li Xin? Lu Feng almost dropped his phone. Brother Fan, don't scare me. You're not, 1 to 2?
Lu Feng's voice was trembling a little.
Oh, how can you have such a dirty mind? Lin Fan pretended to be a gentleman. Li Xin and I have a pure friendship. Do you understand? Lu Feng was completely speechless. Oh my god. Why are you so unfair? Why is it that Lin Fan has so many girls on his side, but I don't even have a girlfriend? I don't accept it. Lu Feng let out a wail on the other end of the phone. Alright, stop howling.
Lin Fan listened to Lu Feng's screams and howled and interrupted him quickly.
Do you still want the surprise I promised you last night? Lin Fan asked. Surprise? Lu Feng was stunned. What surprise? Tell me, do you want it? Yes. 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 Lu Feng said quickly. Brother Fan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you. You are my biological brother. No, you are my adopted father. I will be your most loyal lackey from now on.
Lu Feng began to flatter Lin Fan crazily.
Okay, stop being so poor.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Where are you? I'll come find you. I am here.
Lu Feng reported his location.
Wait, I'll be there soon.
Lin Fan hung up the phone, put on his clothes, and walked out of the house. Lin Fan drove to a coffee shop called Slow Time. Before I even entered the door, I saw a familiar figure waving at me.
Brother Fan. Over here. Lu Feng's signature loud voice can be heard from far away.
Lin Fan smiled and shook his head.
This guy is still so noisy. After parking the car, Lin Fan walked into the coffee shop. Brother Fan, you are finally here.
As soon as Lu Feng saw Lin Fan, he immediately stood up and went to greet him.
Why, you missed me? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and joked. I miss you so much.
Lu Feng said exaggeratedly.
Oh, please don't. I'm afraid Yao Yao will be jealous.
Lin Fan smiled and sat down.
Hey, Brother Fan, tell me the truth, how did you win over the beauty of Xin University? Lu Feng came over with a gossipy look on his face. That's how I got it. Lin Fan shrugged. How else can I take it? With my hands? Fuck you. I mean, what method did you use? Lu Feng became anxious. What method? Of course, I rely on my handsome face.
Lin Fan pointed at his face and said seriously.
Cut. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Brother Fan, can we be serious? I'm very serious.
Lin Fan looked innocent.
Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Lu Feng waved his hand. Let's get down to business. What do you want from me? Only then did Lin Fan put away his joking expression. Fengzi, aren't you studying management? Lin Fan asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Feng nodded.
I know the senior executives of the Helo group.
Their company is recruiting recently. I think you are a good fit. Are you interested in giving it a try?
Lin Fan said.
The Helo group? Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Brother Fan, you are not kidding me, right? Of course not.
Lin Fan smiled.
How about it, do you want to give it a try?
Yes.
Of course.
Lu Feng said excitedly.
Brother Fan. You are truly my second parent. Stop.
Lin Fan quickly stopped him.
Don't yell, I don't have a son as old as you. Hey, Godfather. Godfather.
Lu Feng changed his words with a playful smile.
Okay, stop being so poor.
Lin Fan shook his head helplessly.
I'll say hello to them later, and you can just take some time to go for the interview. Okay. Thank you, Godfather. Lu Feng continued to talk nonsense.
Lin Fan was completely speechless.
This guy really shines when there is some sunshine.
By the way, Brother Fan, we're about to graduate. The day after tomorrow night, our class is organizing a graduation dinner.
Do you want to go?
Lu Feng suddenly asked.
Graduation dinner?
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment.
I'm not interested. Go ahead. Stop, Brother Fan.
Lu Feng quickly advised.
This is our last reunion at university.
After we go our separate ways, it will be difficult to get together again.
Yeah, after graduation, it might be hard to meet each other.
Lu Feng began to feel sad.
Okay, I can go.
Lin Fan said helplessly.
That's right.
Lu Feng smiled proudly.
Brother Fan, where do you live now? Do you want me to take you back?
Lin Fan stood up and said.
You don't even have a car, what can you take me with? I'll take you back. Driving? Brother Fan, did you buy a car? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Lin Fan nodded. Come on, I'll take you to see it.
The two walked out of the coffee shop side by side.
Come to the parking lot. Lu Feng saw a silver-gray Lamborghini at a glance. Fuck.
Lu Feng cursed directly.
Brother Fan, is this your car?
He pointed at the Lamborghini, his voice trembling.
Lin Fan responded calmly. This is so handsome. Lu Feng circled the Lamborghini again and again. Brother Fan, tell me the truth, did you win the lottery? No. Is that a bank robbery? No. Then, where did this money come from?
Lu Feng looked confused.
I made some money from the investment.
Lin Fan said lightly.
Investment? What kind of investment is so profitable? Lu Feng became even more curious. Don't ask me, it wasn't stolen or robbed anyway.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Get in the car and I'll take you back. Lu Feng opened the car door carefully and got in. Oh my god. Lu Feng touched the leather seat. This feel is amazing.
He touched the steering wheel again. This texture is unmatched. Then he touched the center console again.
This design is so luxurious. Brother Fan, this is the first time in my life that I've ridden in such a nice car. Lu Feng sighed. Promising.
Lin Fan smiled and shook his head.
Start the engine. Boom.
The low roar made Lu Feng tremble all over.
Brother Fan, this voice is so exciting.
Lu Feng said excitedly.
Hold on tight. Lin Fan reminded. Step on the accelerator.
The Lamborghini rushed out like an arrow.
Wow. So fast. Lu Feng exclaimed. Brother Fan, go slower, I feel dizzy. Where are we going now?
Lin Fan said with a smile. Along the way, Lu Feng chattered non-stop. Lin Fan responded in a disjointed manner.
He knew Lu Feng's character.
Although he is a little eccentric, he has a kind heart and no bad intentions.
Moreover, Lu Feng has strong professional ability. But there has never been a good opportunity. Now, I have this ability. Of course I have to help him. As for directly giving Lu Feng money or a car or something like that, it's not like Lin Fan hasn't he thought about it. However, he understood Lu Feng's temper.
This guy has a strong sense of self-esteem.
I will definitely not accept gifts without any reason.
It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Provide him with a platform and let him fight for himself.
This is the best help. Moreover, Lin Fan also believes in Lu Feng.
With his ability, just give him a chance.
He will definitely be able to carve out a world of his own. Instead of living on your own charity. Brother Fan, we're here. Lu Feng's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Well, let's stop here.
Lin Fan parked the car on the side of the road.
Brother Fan, I'm leaving first. Lu Feng got out of the car reluctantly. Well, go ahead. Lin Fan nodded. By the way, don't forget the dinner the day after tomorrow. Lu Feng reminded again. I know. I won't forget it.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
Hey, then I'm leaving. Lu Feng waved towards Lin Fan. Turned around and walked into the community.
Lin Fan looked at Lu Feng's back and smiled.
Start the car and drive away slowly. Chapter 25, Domineering Boss Lin Fan, is Li Xian going to fall?
Lin Fan drove the car slowly out of the community, thinking about what to do next.
After all, it's still early, I can't just go home and lie down, right? That's too boring.
I love you, regardless of the crowds. The cell phone rang suddenly, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. Lin Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Xian calling.
Girl, why are you calling me at this time?
Lin Fan was a little confused.
Is the get out of class over?
He muttered something and answered the phone.
Hey, Xinshin, what's wrong? Are you missing me?
Before Lin Fan could make a few jokes, he heard Li Xian's voice coming from the other end of the phone.
Lin Fan, are you free now? Can you come to school and help me?
Then, there was a noisy sound on the phone.
Li Xian, I like you, be my girlfriend. Li Xian, just agree to Wan Hai. He is a sports champion in our school. Yes, Li Xian, Wan Hai is so outstanding, you must not miss him.
When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately understood.
Someone is confessing his love to Li Xian. Moreover, it sounds quite lively. Wait, I'll be there soon.
Lin Fan said something into the phone and hung up. As he stepped on the accelerator, the Lamborghini let out a low roar and sped towards the school.
Li Xian sighed.
After hanging up the phone, she turned around and looked at the boy who was pestering her.
The boy's name is Wan Hai.
He has a buzz cut and a strong build.
He is a sports student in school.
His family runs a small company and their financial situation is pretty good. At this moment, Wan Hai was holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand and looking at Li Xian affectionately.
Li Xian, I have told you many times that I really like you. Just give me a chance and let me be your boyfriend. Wan Hai's voice was full of anticipation. Li Xian looked at Wan Hai with disgust written all over her face. Wan Hai, I've already told you that I have a boyfriend. Would you please stop pestering me? Your boyfriend? I don't believe it. Wang Hai shook his head, looking unconvinced. Li Xian, you must be lying to me. You don't even have a boyfriend. That's right, Li Xian, we've never seen you get close to any boy. Wang Hai is so good, what else are you dissatisfied with? Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. A group of extras invited by Wang Hai also joined in the fun. Each of them has a louder voice than anyone else. Li Xian was given a headache by the noise from this group of people.
She reached out and knocked the rose out of Wang Hai's hand to the ground.
Bang!
Roses were scattered all over the ground, petals flying everywhere.
Wang Hai, I'll say it again, I have a boyfriend. Besides, I love him very much. Don't bother me anymore. And you too. Li Xian pointed at the people around who were making a fuss. Shut up, everyone. Put away your hypocritical faces. It's not your turn to interfere in my affairs, Li Xian. Li Xin usually looks very quiet, but when she gets angry, she has such a strong aura. The people around who were making a fuss suddenly quieted down after Li Xin yelled at them. One by one, they lowered their heads in embarrassment. Wang Hai didn't expect Li Xin to suddenly get so angry. He was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became even uglier. Li Xin, don't be shameless. It's your honor that I, Wang Hai, like you. You have to agree today, whether you agree or not. As he said that, Wang Hai reached out and grabbed Li Xin's arm. I'm telling you, today you're mine. No one can take you away from me. At this time, a low-engine roar came from far away. The sound was like the roar of a wild beast, making one's heart beat faster. The people around were attracted by the sound and turned to look. I saw a silver-gray Lamborghini rushing towards this side like lightning. Fuck! Lamborghini. Whose car is this? It's so cool. This car must be worth several million, right? More than that. This is the latest model. You can't get it without a few million. That's awesome. Is there someone this rich in our school? I don't know. I've never seen this car before. The students who were watching had their eyes wide open, their mouths opened, and their faces were filled with shock. They were talking and guessing who the owner of the Lamborghini was. Wang Hai was also startled by the sudden engine sound. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. When he saw the silver-gray Lamborghini, his eyes widened. Is this a Lamborghini? Wang Hai stuttered. Although his family has some money, it is still quite difficult for him to buy a sports car of this level. Squeak. There was a sharp brake sound. The Lamborghini stopped steadily in front of Li Xin. The car door opened and a slender and powerful leg stepped out. Then, Lin Fan's handsome face that infuriated both humans and gods appeared in front of everyone. After he got off the car, he walked straight towards Li Xin without even looking at the stunned guys around him. That pace, that aura, is just like a super male model walking on the catwalk, exuding damn charm with every step. Xin Xin. Lin Fan's voice is deep and magnetic. He walked up to Li Xin and directly held her in his arms. His movements are so smooth and flowing, and he looks like a domineering president. There was no trace of his usual nonchalant look at all. Li Xin was completely stunned. She had never expected Lin Fan to suddenly appear, and to be so manly. She subconsciously leaned into Lin Fan's arms, feeling the sense of security coming from him. For a moment, I was actually a little dazed. There was a blank in the little head, with only the thump, thump, thump sound of the heartbeat. Is this still the Lin Fan I know? It's so handsome. Li Xin felt like the heroine in an idol drama, who was hugged by a domineering president and reached the peak of her life from then on. Of course, the heroine is in a daze now. Lin Fan hugged Li Xin, turned around and looked at Wang Hai, who was still standing there in a daze. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. Why are you pestering my girlfriend? Wang Hai was shocked by Lin Fan's sudden momentum. He opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. This guy, his aura is too strong. Wang Hai was a little nervous. But he thought again, that's not right. This kid must be pretending. Is it great to drive a Lamborghini? Maybe it's rented. Thinking of this, Wang Hai became braver. He cleared his throat and said calmly. You said she is your girlfriend, so she is your girlfriend? I also said Li Xin is my girlfriend. Kid, don't think you're great just because you drive a sports car. These days, there are so many people renting sports cars to show off. I've seen a lot of people like you. There was a hint of disdain and sarcasm in Wang Hai's voice. He thought Lin Fan must have rented a sports car and wanted to show off in front of Li Xin. He was no longer surprised by this kind of trick. The students who were watching around nodded when they heard Wang Hai's words. Yeah, there are too many people renting sports cars these days. Who knows if this car is his own? Maybe he's just a pretender. That's right. He doesn't look well dressed. How can he afford a Lamborghini? It must be rented, it must be rented. A group of people started talking again, and what they said became more and more outrageous. Some people even began to speculate whether Lin Fan was being kept by a rich woman. After all, handsome people always make people have all kinds of associations. Lin Fan listened to these people's discussions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. Rent a car?
These guys have quite a rich imagination. But, that is good too, as it gives him a chance to slap himself in the face. He looked at Wang Hai and said with a smile. Rent a car? My friend, you have a very rich imagination. How about we make a bet? Wang Hai was stunned. Bet? What bet? Lin Fan pointed at his cool Lamborghini. Let's bet on whether this car is rented by me. If I rented this car, I would kneel down and apologize to you immediately, and promise to stay away from Xin in the future. But what if I didn't lease the car, but bought it? Lin Fan paused, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Just kneel down and apologize to Xin. Then, get as far away as you can. Don't let me see you again. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but every word was clearly heard by everyone present. Domineering. So domineering. Xian's heart beat faster as she listened to Lin Fan's words. She felt like she was about to melt in Lin Fan's arms. This feeling of being protected is so touching. Ding. Xian's favorability plus 10, current favorability 90. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. A system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Favorability has increased again. Also got a chance to win a prize draw. Lin Fan felt very happy. Sure enough, the plot of a hero saving a beauty, although old-fashioned, will never go out of style. Especially when showing off in front of a beautiful woman, the effect is even better. Wang Hai was stunned by Lin Fan's sudden bet. He originally thought that Lin Fan was just talking, but he didn't expect that he would actually dare to make a bet with him. Moreover, the stakes are so high. If we lose, it will be so embarrassing. Wang Hai was a little hesitant. Although he thought Lin Fan's car was rented, what if? What if this guy really is a hidden rich second generation? Wouldn't he have to kneel down and apologize in public? This is too embarrassing. Wang Hai didn't dare to gamble. He is afraid of losing. He was afraid of losing face. But seeing Xin snuggling in Lin Fan's arms like a little bird, Wang Hai's jealousy suddenly rose up again. Why? How can this pretty boy have a goddess like Xin? And he, Wang Hai, could only watch from the side? No. He can't just give up like that. He wants to show Xin who is the real man. Wang Hai gritted his teeth and said, Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? But words are not enough. How can you prove that this car is yours? Wang Hai still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He felt that Lin Fan would definitely not be able to produce any evidence. After all, how can someone who rents a car have a car purchase contract? Lin Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw Wang Hai's cowardly appearance. Proof? Of course there is. As he spoke, Lin Fan turned around and walked to the Lamborghini, and took out a folder from the car. He opened the folder, which contained a series of documents including the car purchase contract, vehicle registration certificate, insurance policy, etc. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Is this car mine? Lin Fan slammed the folder in front of Wang Hai. Wang Hai picked up the folder with trembling hands and started flipping through it. When he saw Lin Fan's name on the car purchase contract and the information on the vehicle registration certificate, he was dumbfounded. This is actually true. This Lamborghini was really bought by Lin Fan. Wang Hai felt like his worldview had collapsed. How can a seemingly ordinary college student afford a sports car worth tens of millions? This is simply incredible. Wang Hai's face turned pale in an instant and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He knew that he had really hit a wall this time. The students around who were originally talking a lot now shut up. Everyone opened their eyes wide, opened their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Holy shit! This car is actually his. This is too awesome. There's actually such a rich hidden boss in our school? Wang Hai is really embarrassed now. It's what he deserves. Who made him so arrogant? Everyone looked at Wang Hai with eyes full of sympathy and gloating. Wang Hai felt the strange looks from those around him and felt a burning pain on his face. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of such an insignificant-looking guy. What? Are you mute? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Why aren't you talking now? Lin Fan looked at Wang Hai's distraught look and couldn't help but mock him. Wang Hai was stimulated by Lin Fan and immediately came back to his senses.
He suddenly raised his head, stared at Lin Fan, and said with gritted teeth, "Lin Fan, don't be so complacent. So what if you have money? Is it great to be rich? I tell you, in this world, money is not everything. Just wait and see. Sooner or later I will make you regret it." After saying that, Wang Hai turned around and wanted to run. He knew that he was completely screwed today. Staying any longer would only be more embarrassing. Therefore, among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. As for kneeling down to apologize? That's impossible. It is impossible for Wang Hai to kneel down and apologize to anyone in his entire life. What else more, it was given to this woman, Li Xin. Chapter 26. Are you possessed by something? What? Can't afford to play?
Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head, and looked at Wang Hai in a nonchalant manner.
Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you so cowardly now? Is it great to have money? Yes, it is great to have money.
Lin Fan mocked mercilessly, and every word was like a knife, stabbing Wang Hai's heart.
Wang Hai's face turned pale and blue, and his chest heaved violently. It was obvious that he was very angry. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. Especially in front of so many people, in front of his favorite goddess Li Xin. This is even more painful than killing him. Lin Fan.
You should not go too far. Wang Hai pointed at Lin Fan, his fingers trembling.
He now wished he could eat Lin Fan alive. However, reason told him not to be impulsive.
After all, Lin Fan can afford a Lamborghini, so he is definitely not someone he can afford to offend.
However, he really didn't want to admit defeat like that. Too much bullying?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said innocently.
How did I bully you? It was you who wanted to make the bet with me. Now that you've lost, you refuse to admit it and you're blaming me? You.
Wang Hai was speechless after being rebuked by Lin Fan. He found that he couldn't even argue with this guy.
Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and admit defeat. Kneel down and apologize. Lin Fan waved his hands impatiently. Dream. Wang Hai roared and completely exploded.
Today I will let you know what it means to have a strong fist and be the truth. As he spoke, Wang Hai suddenly pounced towards Lin Fan. Relying on the fact that he was a sports student and had good physical fitness, he wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson. In his opinion, a pretty boy like Lin Fan would definitely be vulnerable. He had even begun to imagine the scene of Lin Fan being knocked to the ground by him and kneeling down to beg for mercy. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. Lin Fan, who has obtained systematic physical enhancement, has a physical fitness that is far superior to that of ordinary people. Just when Wang Hai's fist was about to hit Lin Fan suddenly moved. He just flashed and easily avoided Wang Hai's attack. Then, a beautiful sidekick hit Wang Hai directly in the stomach. Ouch! Wang Hai let out a scream and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string.
Bang!
Wang Hai fell heavily to the ground, holding his stomach and grimacing in pain. He felt like his internal organs were about to shift out of place. This kick was really too hard. That's it? Lin Fan dusted himself off and looked at Wang Hai with disdain. You're still a sports student? I see you slept through the gym class, didn't you? Waste. Lin Fan finished off the opponent without mercy. Wang Hai struggled to get up, but the severe pain in his stomach made him unable to use any strength. He could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath like a dead dog. Hiss. The students who were watching around all gasped when they saw the scene. They never expected that Lin Fan was so powerful. Wang Hai was kicked away with one kick. This is too fierce. Fuck. Has this guy practiced before? So handsome. He's definitely my idol. Wang Hai has really embarrassed himself this time. It's what he deserves. Who made him so arrogant? He always thinks he's great just because he practiced sports for a few days. Exactly. He wanted to hit someone, but he ended up knocking him out with a kick. It made me laugh to death. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration and worship. The look he gave Wang Hai was full of contempt and ridicule. You dared to hit me? Wang Hai took a long time to finally get up from the ground. He pointed at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with hatred. What's wrong with me hitting you? Lin Fan shrugged and said indifferently. You were the one who started it.
This is called self-defense.
Besides, your mediocre skills are not even enough for me to warm up. You just wait. Wang Hai knew that he was no match for Lin Fan, and continuing the fight would only bring humiliation upon himself. He could only utter a harsh word and then prepare to leave in shame.
Etc.
Lin Fan suddenly called him.
What? Still want to fight?
Wang Hai turned around and looked at Lin Fan warily.
Fighting? I'm not interested.
Lin Fan shook his head and pointed at Li Xian and said,
Did you forget something?
What's up?
Wang Hai didn't react for a moment. Kneel down. Apologize.
Lin Fan spoke word by word.
Wang Hai's face turned pale in an instant. Let him kneel down and apologize to Li Xian?
This is more painful than killing him.
Impossible.
Wang Hai said with gritted teeth.
Oh? Really?
Lin Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an evil smile.
It seems that you want to be beaten again?
As he spoke, Lin Fan moved his wrist, making a series of clicking sounds. When Wang Hai saw Lin Fan like this, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled.
He didn't want to be beaten again. I kneel.
Wang Hai hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to give in.
He walked slowly to Li Xian and knelt down with a plop. Sorry.
Wang Hai lowered his head and his voice was as small as a mosquito. His face was full of humiliation and unwillingness.
Speak louder. I can't hear you.
Lin Fan kindly reminded from the side. Wang Hai took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength.
Sorry.
After shouting, Wang Hai stood up suddenly and ran away without looking back.
He didn't want to stay here any longer.
He felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. Lin Fan, just wait for me. As Wang Hai ran, he roared wildly in his heart. He hated Lin Fan to the core. He swore to take revenge on Lin Fan. Lin Fan must pay a heavy price. Looking at Wang Hai's fleeing back, the students around him couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Wang Hai has really lost face this time. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Why are you so cowardly now? He's a sports student, but he can't even beat an ordinary person. It's really embarrassing. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with even more admiration. There were even a few female students who secretly flirted with Lin Fan. Wow! This senior is so handsome.
Yes. He's handsome, rich, and a great fighter.
He's definitely my dream man.
Unfortunately, he already has a girlfriend.
Alas, such an outstanding boy, why can't I get the chance?
Several schoolgirls looked at Li Xian beside Lin Fan, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred.
However, they also know that they are not even close to Li Xian.
Therefore, they could only fantasize about it in their hearts and did not dare to actually step forward and embarrass themselves.
Call.
Li Xian let out a long sigh, feeling as if she had just dreamed.
She never expected that things would turn out like this.
She originally just wanted Lin Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend and reject Wang Hai's pursuit. As a result, Lin Fan gave Wang Hai a severe lesson.
Li Xian turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration.
Especially Lin Fan's domineering look just now was deeply imprinted in her mind. It made her heart beat faster and her heart flutter.
Hey, the soul is back.
Lin Fan waved in front of Li Xian and said with a smile.
What? Are you frightened by my domineering aura? Well. Li Xian came back to her senses immediately after being interrupted by Lin Fan.
She looked at Lin Fan's playful expression and couldn't help rolling her eyes.
You're quite different from how you were just now, aren't you? Li Xian couldn't help but complain.
I'm a little suspicious, maybe you're possessed by something.
Ha, you figured it out?
Lin Fan laughed and said. That's right, I was just possessed by the King of Force.
Cut. Li Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Fan.
She didn't believe Lin Fan's nonsense. Thank you, Lin Fan.
Li Xian said seriously. Thank you for what? Are you being polite to me?
Lin Fan said indifferently. However, when my eyes inadvertently swept around, I saw those junior school girls who were eager to try, their eyes were so passionate. Lin Fan sighed inwardly, oh, damn charm, there is nowhere to put it. Li Xian was about to say something when she suddenly saw the covetous eyes of the schoolgirls around her and immediately changed her mind. She hugged Lin Fan's arm and pressed her body tightly against him. Then, she stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Fan a gentle kiss on the face.
Boo!
A crisp sound echoed throughout the campus.
Chapter 27. I promise to kiss your face this time. Li Xian's cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was red from the ears to the neck. It's like a ripe apple, making you want to take a bite.
Her mind went blank.
It's down. I never expected that I would do such a bold thing. This happened in public. And there are so many eyes staring at us around. Li Xian felt like she was about to catch fire.
She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
What's wrong with me? Li Xian asked herself frantically in her heart. How could I kiss Lin Fan in front of so many people? Oh my god. I must be crazy. After a brief freeze, Li Xian gradually regained his sanity. I'm doing this for Yao Yao. Li Xian seemed to have found a reasonable explanation and successfully brainwashed himself in an instant. I'm helping Yao Yao protect Lin Fan. That's right. That's it.
I can't let Lin Fan be seduced by these vixens.
Yao Yao is so innocent, she will definitely not be able to defeat these scheming women.
So, I have to protect Lin Fan for her.
Countless thoughts flashed through Li Xian's mind. Finally, she made up her mind.
She suddenly raised her head and glared back at the schoolmates who were winking at Lin Fan. That look was sharp and full of warning.
It was as if he was saying, Lin Fan is mine. No one of you can take him away.
Li Xian raised her head, proud like a white swan. She held Lin Fan's arm tightly, asserting her sovereignty. Then, he pulled Lin Fan towards the Lamborghini.
Get in the car.
Li Xian's voice was a little shy, but it carried an unquestionable tone.
Lin Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Xian's tiger-like appearance. He obediently followed Li Xian into the car.
Close the car door and block out the noise from the outside world.
It was quiet inside the Lamborghini.
Only the breathing of the two people could be clearly heard.
The atmosphere became a little subtle. Ahem.
Lin Fan was the first to break the silence.
He looked at Li Xian and said with a smile. Xinshin. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Li Xian was stunned and didn't react. Responsible? What responsibility?
She looked at Lin Fan with a confused look on her face.
What do you think?
Lin Fan deliberately put his face close to Li Xian and said with a wicked smile.
You just kissed me in front of so many people. We can't just let this go. I'm a very traditional man. I feel like I've been at a disadvantage after being kissed like this by you. Only then did Li Xian understand what Lin Fan meant. Her face began to get hot again. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Xian glared at Lin Fan and said unhappily. That's.
She hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain clearly.
You can't say that you are protecting him to help Xinyao, right? That's too weird. Moreover, Lin Fan would definitely not believe it. What is that? Lin Fan asked. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity to tease Li Xian. That's. Li Xian was so anxious that she was about to cry. That's me rewarding you. Li Xian blurted out in a hurry. Reward me?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and asked.
What reward do you have for me? Reward you for helping me drive Wang Hai away. Li Xian said. Oh? Really?
Lin Fan looked incredulous.
Then what else do you want? Li Xian felt a little guilty when Lin Fan looked at her. I think this reward is not enough. Lin Fan shook his head and said. You have to reward me again. Another reward for you? Li Xian widened his eyes and asked. How to reward? Of course, let me kiss you. No. Li Xian refused without even thinking about it. Why not? Lin Fan asked. How can there be someone like you? Li Xian said angrily. You are pushing your luck. I'm not pushing for more.
Lin Fan said seriously.
I'm just returning the favor. You kissed me, so I have to kiss you too. That's only fair. Li Xian was confused by Lin Fan's twisted logic.
You are just making up excuses.
She retorted. I don't care. I'm at a disadvantage anyway.
Lin Fan started to act like a rogue.
I have to kiss you back. Otherwise, I will feel unbalanced.
Li Xian looked at Lin Fan's expression that said I won't give up until you let me kiss you back and suddenly felt a headache. She knew that Lin Fan was teasing her on purpose.
If I continue to argue with him, there will be no end to it.
You.
Li Xian looked at you for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence.
She thought, just think of it as a dog bite. Thinking of this, Li Xian gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and said,
Then come on. Bring it on?
When Lin Fan heard these two words, his eyes suddenly lit up.
He didn't expect that Li Xian would actually agree.
Hey. Lin Fan felt secretly delighted. He slowly approached Li Xian, looking at her tightly closed eyes, long eyelashes, and slightly trembling body.
Lin Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up.
He took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Then, he kissed her gently on the lips. Li Xian felt a warm and soft touch on her lips and her eyes widened immediately. She never expected that Lin Fan would kiss her on the lips.
Didn't you say, kiss on the cheek? Li Xian's voice was trembling and surprised.
There is also a hint of inexplicable emotion.
Did I say that? Lin Fan looked at Li Xian innocently and asked. Why don't I remember?
You.
Li Xian was irritated by Lin Fan's rogue behavior. You are cheating, she said angrily. How am I cheating?
Lin Fan continued to play dumb.
I always said I would kiss you back. You didn't say where to kiss.
Li Xian was completely defeated by Lin Fan's bandit logic. She found that she couldn't win the argument with Lin Fan at all.
How about, we start over again?
Lin Fan looked at Li Xian's angry expression and suddenly said.
I promise, I'll kiss your face this time. Li Xian almost fainted when she heard this. Do it again? Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? No need. Li Xian said quickly. Well, all right then.
Lin Fan said with regret.
Since you don't agree, forget it. Li Xian looked at Lin Fan's expression that said I'm disappointed that I didn't get any advantage and wanted to kick him out of the car. This guy is so shameless. Chapter 28 No, I can't float. By the way, where's Yao Yao? Why isn't she with you? Lin Fan suddenly remembered and asked curiously.
I went to see Yao Yao, and she said she had classes in the evening, so she wouldn't go back for dinner tonight and would go back after class.
Li Xian explained.
Then I planned to go back by myself, but I was blocked by that guy Wang Hai.
You already know what's going to happen next. Li Xian shrugged and said helplessly. Oh, I see.
Lin Fan touched his chin, thoughtfully. I wanted to show you my skills tonight, but it looks like I don't have the chance anymore. Lin Fan sighed and said with regret.
Show me your skills? Show me what? Li Xian was stunned. My cooking skills, of course.
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows proudly.
My cooking skills are pretty impressive.
TSK, just blow it.
Li Xian curled her lips in disbelief. You don't believe it? How about we go back now and I'll cook you a meal? Lin Fan was eager to try.
Forget it, let's wait until Yao Yao is here and let the two of us taste your cooking together.
Li Xian shook her head.
Okay, I'll take you out for something delicious.
Lin Fan didn't force it.
The two of them found a restaurant on the side of the road, had dinner, and then returned to Tianhai community.
This damn weather is too hot and humid. As soon as he entered the community, Li Xian couldn't help complaining.
A fine layer of sweat had already appeared on her forehead.
It's quite hot indeed.
Lin Fan also felt a little hot. No, I have to go back to my room and take a shower.
Li Xian said this and prepared to walk towards the room. Take a shower? Why not go swimming?
Lin Fan suddenly said.
Swim? Li Xian was stunned. Yes, doesn't the villa have a swimming pool? It's just right for me to take a swim and cool down. Lin Fan suggested. Can you swim? Li Xian looked at Lin Fan and asked.
Lin Fan was about to say that he could, but changed his mind and said.
No.
Why, you wouldn't.
Li Xian interrupted Lin Fan before he could finish his words. Who said I can't? Li Xian raised her chin proudly. Let me tell you, I've been practicing since I was a kid. Swimming great. Li Xian proudly demonstrated a paddling motion. Is it true? I don't believe it.
Lin Fan said deliberately.
You don't believe it? Then just wait and see. Li Xian said this and walked towards the villa. Hey, wait for me.
Lin Fan quickly chased after him.
He was secretly delighted. Xinshin, you see I can't swim, how about, you teach me? Lin Fan looked at Li Xian with a flattering expression and said. Teach you to swim? Li Xian glanced at Lin Fan. Sure. Li Xian didn't doubt anything and agreed readily. But I have to go change into a swimsuit first. Okay. Go ahead, I'll wait for you.
Lin Fan said excitedly. Looking at Li Xian's back as she walked into the room, Lin Fan rubbed his hands. He also quickly ran back to his room and changed into a pair of swimming trunks. Then, I couldn't wait to go to the private swimming pool outside the villa. He stood by the swimming pool, looking at the clear water, feeling excited.
After waiting for a long time, Li Xian still didn't come down.
Why is it so slow? Lin Fan muttered. He stretched his neck and looked towards the door of the villa. Just then, the door of the villa opened.
Li Xian came out. Wow.
The moment Lin Fan saw Li Xian, his eyes widened.
Li Xian was seen wearing a sky blue bikini swimsuit.
The swimsuit had very little fabric, just covering the key parts. Her snow-white skin, long legs and slender waist were all exposed to the air. Especially the two plump breasts on her chest, which trembled slightly as she walked.
It's simply tempting to commit a crime. Li Xian's figure is already very hot. Put on a swimsuit, it's simply a beauty on earth.
Lin Fan felt like his nose was about to bleed. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down.
However, his eyes couldn't help but wander over Li Xian's body.
So beautiful.
It's so beautiful. Li Xian felt a little embarrassed by Lin Fan's fiery gaze.
Her pretty face turned slightly red and she glared at Lin Fan.
What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Li Xian said unhappily. I've seen one before, but I've never seen one as beautiful as you.
Lin Fan came back to his senses and said with a smile.
Smooth talk. Li Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Teach me how to swim.
Lin Fan urged.
He couldn't wait to get in the water. What's the hurry? Li Xian said as she walked to the swimming pool.
She first stretched out her foot to test the water temperature.
Yeah, the water temperature is just right. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction.
Then, with a graceful dive, she jumped into the pool.
Plop!
Water splashed everywhere.
Li Xian swam freely in the water like a mermaid.
Her swimming style is very graceful and her movements are smooth, and you can tell at a glance that she has practiced swimming.
Wow! You're awesome! Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Of course.
Li Xian raised his head proudly.
Come down quickly, I'll teach you.
Li Xian waved towards Lin Fan. Okay. Lin Fan responded and jumped into the swimming pool. Plop!
When Lin Fan entered the water, he deliberately created a huge splash.
Ouch! What are you doing? Li Xian was splashed with water and couldn't help but pout.
Hey, sorry, I can't control myself. Lin Fan scratched his head and said apologetically.
Forget it. I forgive you. Li Xian said generously. Come on, I'll teach you how to float first. Li Xian said as she swam to Lin Fan's side. Float? How?
Lin Fan asked, pretending to know nothing.
It's very simple.
You take a deep breath, then relax your body and let it float up naturally.
Li Xian said this while demonstrating to Lin Fan. Like this. Li Xian took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and lay flat on the water.
Her proud figure, looming against the backdrop of the waves, makes her even more attractive.
Lin Fan's eyes widened. My saliva is almost watering. Hey! Where are you looking? Li Xian noticed Lin Fan's gaze and immediately glared at him in embarrassment. Huh? Oh.
I was watching how you float. Lin Fan quickly retracted his gaze and spoke seriously.
Humph. Stop pretending. Li Xian didn't believe Lin Fan's nonsense. You should learn it quickly, Li Xian urged. Oh. Lin Fan quickly followed Li Xian's instructions, took a deep breath, and relaxed his body.
However, his body refused to obey his commands and kept sinking.
No, I can't float.
Lin Fan fluttered his feet a few times and said.
How come? Try again, Li Xian said. Okay, I'll try again.
Lin Fan tried a few more times, but it still didn't work.
No, I still can't float,
Lin Fan said, pretending to be frustrated.
Aren't you relaxed? Li Xian asked. I'm relaxed,
Lin Fan said innocently.
Let me see.
Li Xian swam to Lin Fan's side and reached out to touch Lin Fan's shoulder.
Why are your muscles so hard? Li Xian said in surprise. Really?
Lin Fan pretended to be surprised.
Of course. Your muscles are as hard as rocks, how can you float? Li Xian said. What should we do then?
Lin Fan asked with a distressed look on his face.
How about this, I'll hold you up, and you try again, Li Xian said. Okay.
Lin Fan felt secretly delighted.
Come here. Li Xian waved towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan swam over quickly. You stand in front of me and I'll hold your waist, Li Xian said.
Good. Lin Fan stood obediently in front of Li Xian. Li Xian stretched out her hands and held Lin Fan's waist.
Chapter 29 I Can't Control Myself.
The moment Li Xian's warm little hand touched Lin Fan's waist, Lin Fan felt as if he was hit by an electric current and his whole body trembled. Hiss, so cold. Lin Fan said this deliberately, his body shaking exaggeratedly. Li Xian's hands were like warm jade, with a hint of girlish coolness, which made Lin Fan distracted.
It's not that exaggerated. The water temperature is just right.
As Li Xian spoke, she applied a little force on her hands, trying to help Lin Fan relax his body. She placed her soft palms on Lin Fan's waist and kneaded it gently. Lin Fan's waist muscles were indeed very tight, as if they were made of steel.
This surprised Li Xian a little.
She originally thought that a rich young man like Lin Fan would not exercise much and his physical fitness should be average. I didn't expect that he had such a good figure and such strong muscles.
This touch. It's quite comfortable, Li Xian thought secretly in her heart, and her pretty face felt slightly hot. Don't move. I'll help you relax, Li Xian said softly, with a barely perceptible tenderness in her tone.
Her fingers slid slowly around Lin Fan's waist, as if playing a beautiful piece of music. Lin Fan felt like his bones were about to break. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and tried to keep his breathing steady. Your technique is quite professional. Lin Fan pretended to be calm and said this with a hint of teasing in his tone.
Of course. I've been learning to swim since I was a kid, Li Xian said proudly. When I was little, my dad wanted me to be a swimmer. Oh? Then why didn't you go? Lin Fan asked curiously. I don't want to. It's so boring to soak in water every day. Li Xian curled her lips and said. It's better to be a free and beautiful girl. Ha, you are really not modest,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
I'm telling the truth, Li Xian said confidently. Okay, you're beautiful and you have the final say.
Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Now, try to relax your body, take a deep breath, and then lie down slowly. As Li Xian spoke, she held Lin Fan's waist with her hands and motioned him to lie down slowly.
Lin Fan followed Li Xian's instructions, took a deep breath, and slowly leaned back.
His head gradually sank into the water. Li Xian's hand was still supporting his waist to prevent him from sinking. Lin Fan's body floated in the water, as if it had lost all weight.
He felt like he was floating in the clouds, extremely comfortable and relaxed. Li Xian's body was pressed against Lin Fan. Her breath gently brushed Lin Fan's face. Brings bursts of faint fragrance.
This fragrance made Lin Fan a little intoxicated. He couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy the beauty of the moment.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everything around me no longer matters. Only Lin Fan and Li Xian snuggled up to each other, feeling each other's warmth, each other's breath, and each other's heartbeat. Hey! Are you asleep? Li Xian's voice suddenly rang in Lin Fan's ears.
Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and found Li Xian looking at him with confusion.
Ah? No, how could I fall asleep? Then why are you closing your eyes? Li Xian asked. I'm feeling the buoyancy of the water.
Lin Fan said seriously.
Real? Li Xian looked at Lin Fan with some suspicion.
Of course it's true.
If you don't believe me, just ask me, what is 1 plus 1? Lin Fan immediately responded. Puff. Li Xian was amused by Lin Fan's eccentric answer.
You are such a living treasure,
Li Xian said with a smile.
She felt more and more that Lin Fan was a very interesting person, and being with him was always full of laughter.
Hee hee, it's my honor to make a beautiful lady smile,
Lin Fan said with a grin.
Stop talking nonsense. Li Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Fan and said angrily. Okay, now try to float on your own and see if you can succeed, Li Xian said.
Lin Fan nodded, took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and tried to float on his own. However, his body was still out of control and slowly sank.
Oops, failed again,
Lin Fan said, pretending to be depressed.
What's going on? You've obviously relaxed, Li Xian said with some doubt.
She reached out again and held Lin Fan's waist.
I'll try again for you, Li Xian said.
Her hand touched Lin Fan's skin again. This time, Lin Fan was not as nervous as before. His heartbeat was still fast, but it was filled with more excitement and anticipation.
Take another deep breath, then raise your head and look at me, Li Xian said softly. Lin Fan followed what Li Xian said, took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at Li Xian. Li Xian's face was very close.
Her clear eyes were like two bright stars, sparkling with charming light. The straight nose bridge is as flawless as a meticulously crafted work of art. The lips are rosy and the rose petals are so beautiful that they are tempting to be picked. Lin Fan looked a little dazed. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, almost jumping out of his chest.
What are you looking at?
Li Xian felt a little embarrassed when Lin Fan looked at her, her pretty face slightly reddened, and she asked softly.
I'm looking at you.
Lin Fan came back to his senses and blurted out.
Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Li Xian touched his face with some confusion. No, there's nothing on your face,
Lin Fan said quickly. It's just, you're so beautiful, I can't help but look at you a few more times.
As Lin Fan spoke, his eyes became even more fervent. Li Xian became even more shy after hearing Lin Fan's straightforward praise.
She lowered her head, not daring to look into Lin Fan's eyes again.
Don't look at me like that.
Li Xian's voice was as soft as the hum of a mosquito, barely audible. I can't control myself. Lin Fan said this as he slowly moved closer to Li Xian.
The tip of his nose almost touched Li Xian's nose.
Li Xian could clearly feel the hot air exhaled by Lin Fan spraying on her face, making her feel itchy and numb. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, like the beating of a deer. She felt her body becoming weak and she could hardly stand.
What do you want to do? Li Xian's voice trembled slightly.
She felt like a little white rabbit being targeted by a cheetah, with nowhere to escape.
I think.
Lin Fan's voice became a little hoarse.
His eyes became even deeper, as if they wanted to suck Li Xian in.
At this moment, Li Xian suddenly pinched the soft flesh on Lin Fan's waist.
Ouch!
Lin Fan screamed and his body suddenly leaned back.
Why are you pinching me?
Lin Fan asked with a painful look on his face, holding his waist.
Humph! Who told you to pretend? Li Xian said unhappily.
She finally realized that Lin Fan didn't know how to swim at all, he was just pretending to take advantage of her.
I'm not pretending,
Lin Fan said innocently.
You're still pretending.
As Li Xian said this, she wanted to reach out and pinch Lin Fan again. Lin Fan quickly dodged.
No, I was wrong. Is it okay if I am wrong?
Lin Fan quickly begged for mercy.
Humph! That's more like it. Only then did Li Xian let Lin Fan go.
But this move of yours is too mean. You pinched the flesh on my waist directly.
It hurts me to death.
Lin Fan rubbed his waist and said with a grin.
You deserve it for being dishonest, Li Xian said proudly.
Lin Fan was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed.
Oops. Oh no, my leg is cramping.
As Lin Fan spoke, his body suddenly sank downwards.
Gulp gulp.
Lin Fan's head sank into the water, leaving only his hands flapping around on the water.
Hey! Lin Fan! What's wrong with you? Li Xin was shocked when he saw this.
She thought Lin Fan was pretending to scare her. However, Lin Fan struggled in the water for a long time but did not float up.
Now, Li Xin was really panicked. Lin Fan! Don't scare me! Come up here quickly! Li Xin shouted anxiously.
She quickly swam towards Lin Fan, trying to pull him up. However, Lin Fan was like a stone, sinking continuously.
Li Xin couldn't pull it no matter how hard he tried. Lin Fan! Hold on! I'll rescue you right away. Li Xin was so anxious that tears were about to come out.
She took a deep breath, dived into the water, and tried to lift Lin Fan up. However, Lin Fan's body was too heavy and she couldn't lift him at all. Moreover, the resistance in the water was very great and she was almost unable to hold her breath.
What should I do? What should I do? If something happens to Lin Fan, what should I do? Li Xin was extremely anxious.
At this moment, she suddenly felt her waist being tightly held by a pair of strong arms. Then, a powerful force lifted her out of the water.
Cough cough cough. Li Xin coughed violently a few times and breathed in big gulps of fresh air.
She opened her eyes and found herself being held tightly in Lin Fan's arms.
Are you okay? Li Xin asked in shock. I'm fine. I'm fine, right?
Lin Fan said with a smile.
You scared me to death. I thought you really had a leg cramp. As Li Xin spoke, she could no longer hold back her tears and they flowed down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked with you.
Lin Fan quickly apologized.
He also didn't expect that Li Xin would be so worried about him.
He just wanted to play a joke on Li Xin, but he didn't expect to scare her like this.
You bastard! Li Xin pounded Lin Fan's chest and cried. Yes, I'm a bastard, I'm a big bastard, please stop crying, okay?
Lin Fan coaxed Li Xin while gently patting her back with his hand. Li Xin cried for a while and her emotions gradually stabilized. She raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of resentment.
Don't you ever scare me like this again. Li Xin said. Okay, I promise, I won't do this again. Lin Fan quickly assured. That's more like it. As Li Xin was speaking, she suddenly felt something was wrong.
Her chest seemed to be grabbed by something. She looked down and her face turned red with shame. It turned out that Lin Fan's hands were tightly grasping the two soft lumps on her chest. Moreover, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I needed it gently. Chapter 30, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for?
You hooligan! Li Xin screamed and quickly pushed Lin Fan away.
She was so ashamed and angry that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
This guy actually grabbed there. Still rubbing. It's so shameless.
Lin Fan was also confused.
It seemed like he just caught something he shouldn't have. Soft and elastic. Ahem, what are you thinking about? Lin Fan quickly threw away the messy thoughts in his mind.
Lin Fan was about to explain, but found that he didn't know what to say.
Say you didn't mean it? No one would believe that. He doesn't believe it himself. What do you mean by I?
You're a pervert.
A pervert. A hooligan.
Li Xin was so angry that she stamped her feet and pointed at Lin Fan's nose and cursed. Now she just wanted to beat Lin Fan up and then throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Lin Fan looked at Li Xion's furious expression and knew that he could not clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one.
Without saying a word, he turned around and swam towards the shore.
Want to run? Not that easy.
Seeing this, Li Xian was not willing to let him go and quickly chased after him.
Lin Fan swam forward desperately without even looking back.
Now he just wanted to escape from this crime scene as soon as possible.
He didn't want to be caught by Li Xian and then be tortured by her. The two of them, one in front and one behind, staged a chase drama in the swimming pool. Although Li Xian has good swimming skills, she is a girl after all and her physical strength is limited.
After chasing for a while, she was a little out of breath. Lin Fan, you stop right there.
Li Xin shouted while panting.
Lin Fan didn't dare to stop, he swam even faster. When he reached the edge of the swimming pool, he ran away without even having time to wipe himself off.
Li Xin followed behind.
But at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly stopped. He turned and raised his hands.
I surrender. I really didn't mean it.
Lin Fan hadn't finished speaking yet.
His sudden stop caught Li Xin off guard.
She didn't have time to break and crashed directly into Lin Fan's arms.
Oops. Li Xin screamed and lost his balance.
Lin Fan quickly reached out and hugged her to prevent her from falling. This time, the two of them were pressed tightly together. Lin Fan only felt his arms soften, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose.
He looked down and saw that Li Xin had her eyes closed and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly.
Her cheeks were rosy, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite.
Lin Fan's heartbeat accelerated instantly.
He felt his body was numb as if it was hit by an electric current. Especially since the two of them had just come out of the swimming pool and were all wet. When they are close together, they can clearly feel each other's body temperature.
This feeling is so exciting.
Lin Fan only felt that the blood in his body was boiling.
He couldn't help swallowing, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. I can't stand it anymore, I can't stand it anymore.
Lin Fan screamed madly in his heart. He felt like he was losing control of himself. At this moment, a certain part of his body suddenly changed.
Something as hard as iron pressed against Li Xin's lower abdomen. Li Xin also felt it.
She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Fan with horror.
You. Li Xin's voice became stammering.
She felt her body as if it was burned by something and became stiff instantly. A strange feeling came from her lower abdomen and quickly spread throughout her body. Her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her throat. Her breathing also became rapid. She felt her body getting softer and hotter. In the end, she actually collapsed in Lin Fan's arms.
Li Xin wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't say anything at all.
Her mind went blank. She just felt that all the strength in her body had been drained away.
She felt limp and couldn't exert any strength at all.
Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. At this time, I heard the sound of the door opening. This sudden change made the air in the entire villa seem to freeze. Especially Xinyao, who just returned. She was still holding the snacks she had just bought from the supermarket, standing at the door, her whole body petrified.
What is going on? Lin Fan and Li Xin, both wearing swimsuits, hugging each other, both wet?
And looking at their expressions. One was horrified, the other was embarrassed. Xinyao felt like her CPU was about to burn out.
This is a lot of information. Li Xin even wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's over. This can't be explained clearly at all.
She quickly pushed Lin Fan away and tried to explain in a panic.
Yao, you, listen to me, things are not what you think. Li Xin stuttered and his explanation became more confusing.
Lin Fan was also dumbfounded.
What is this?
I just wanted to play a joke on Li Xin, but it turned out to be a joke that went too far. Now that he has been caught by Xinyao, he can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the Yellow River. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he didn't know how to start. You can't say that your hand slipped, then your foot slipped, and then you accidentally hugged each other, right? If you say this to others, no one will believe it. He doesn't believe it himself. Both of them were like children who had done something wrong. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look Xinyao in the eye. They were all mentally prepared to be questioned violently by Xinyao.
After all, any girl seeing this scene would probably be furious, right? However, unexpectedly, Xinyao was not angry.
She looked at the two bewildered guys in front of her and suddenly burst out laughing.
This smile is like a spring breeze that melts the ice and snow. Lin Fan and Li Xin were both stunned.
They raised their heads and looked at Xinyao in confusion.
What kind of reaction is this? Could it be that Xinyao was so angry that she went crazy? Or is she brewing a bigger storm?
Xinyao looked at the two people's stunned expressions and smiled even more happily.
You two, what are you still standing there for?
Hurry up and dry yourself, or you might catch a cold. As Xinyao spoke, she walked over and put the snacks in her hand on the table. Lin Fan woke up as if from a dream.
Oh, yes, wipe it dry. He quickly picked up a bath towel and wiped the water droplets off his body. That action was as funny as it could be. Like a flustered gorilla. Li Xian was still standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do.
She looked at Shen Yao, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself.
Yao Yao, I.
Seeing this, Shen Yao picked up a bath towel, walked to Li Xian and helped her put it on.
Okay, stop talking about me and me. Go to your room, dry your hair, and change your clothes. Shen Yao said this, took Li Xian's hand and walked into the room. Li Xian was held by Shen Yao and felt warm in her heart.
She glanced at Shen Yao secretly and found that there was no unhappy expression on Shen Yao's face.
Could it be that Shen Yao was really not angry? Li Xian's heart was full of doubts.
At the same time, there is also a hint of relief.
Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face Shen Yao. In the room, Shen Yao helped Li Xian find a clean t-shirt and shorts. Change quickly, don't catch a cold. Shen Yao's voice is as gentle as water. Li Xian took the clothes, lowered her head, and whispered, "Thank you." Okay, are you feeling better now? Shen Yao asked while helping Li Xian comb her hair. Li Xian nodded. Yeah, much more comfortable. So, what happened just now? Shen Yao finally asked the question in her mind. Li Xian's face suddenly turned red again. She lowered her head and stammered.
Actually, it's nothing, it's just, Lin Fan and I were in the swimming pool, and then.
Li Xian spoke more and more quietly, and finally stopped talking altogether.
Shen Yao couldn't help laughing when she saw Li Xian's shy look.
And then what? Did you do something inappropriate in the swimming pool?
Shen Yao teased her on purpose. When Li Xian heard this, he quickly waved his hands.
No. Absolutely not.
She was so anxious that she almost cried. We were just swimming, and then Lin Fan, he accidentally.
Li Xian still felt embarrassed to talk about what had just happened.
That kind of thing is really too embarrassing. How could she have the nerve to say that out loud? Seeing Li Xian's embarrassed look, Shen Yao stopped teasing her.
Okay, I get it. You definitely didn't do it on purpose. Shen Yao comforted. However, you and Lin Fan, the two of you. Shen Yao hesitated to speak.
When Li Xian heard Shen Yao's words, her heart skipped a beat. She knew that Shen Yao must have misunderstood something.
She quickly explained, Yao, don't get me wrong, there's really nothing between Lin Fan and me. We're just ordinary friends. Li Xian's voice was trembling a little. Shen Yao looked at Li Xian's nervous expression and smiled. Okay, actually I know you like Lin Fan too, and I don't mind, so why are you so nervous? Shen Yao's words made Li Xian stand there in a daze.
She raised her head and looked at Shen Yao, her eyes full of surprise.
Yao, what did you say? Did I hear it right? Shen Yao smiled and took Li Xian's hand with a playful look on her face. What I said is true. I have also figured it out. Lin Fan is so outstanding that he will definitely attract a lot of opposite sex. This is unavoidable.
Besides, you're my best friend, so I'll just give you a break.
Li Xian was immediately moved. Yao, thank you.
Shen Yao spoke immediately without waiting for Li Xian to finish.
Don't be too happy too soon.
Lin Fan might have more than just the two of us in the future.
You have to be mentally prepared. How dare he?
He's not satisfied with having two beautiful ladies like us.
I'll kill him.
Li Xian clenched her fists angrily, but suddenly she remembered the heat she had just felt from Lin Fan pressing against her lower abdomen.
I felt a little shy for a moment. Shen Yao saw the change in Li Xian's expression and smiled secretly.
I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it when the time comes.
I won't. Li Xian continued to be stubborn.
Xin, I am serious about this topic with you. You should be mentally prepared. After thinking for a while, Li Xian nodded heavily as if he had made up his mind. I understand, but those slutty bitches outside have to get through us two sisters if they want to get in.
Shen Yao saw that Li Xian had already taken a look and started laughing. Of course. I told you that Lin Fan is amazing. You should be mentally prepared for your first time.
Then the two began to whisper. If Lin Fan heard what Shen Yao and Li Xian were talking about, he would have to kiss Shen Yao hard.
This is truly a good wife to me. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for?
However, at this moment, Lin Fan was destined to be unaware.
He was waiting anxiously in the living room, like an ant on a hot pan. I'm so panicked inside. Chapter 31. Otherwise I'll kill you.
Lin Fan, who was sitting restlessly in the living room, decided that he had to do something.
Just as he tiptoed to the door of the room like a cat, preparing to put his ear to the door to listen to the noise inside. Squeak! The door suddenly opened. Lin Fan staggered and almost fell in. He stood awkwardly at the door, one hand still holding the door, the other hand frozen in mid-air, his ear slightly tilted, like a large golden retriever caught red-handed. Shen Yao and Li Xian stood side by side at the door, looking at Lin Fan's funny appearance, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. But the two of them held back. They looked at each other, with a tacit understanding. In the room, the two had already discussed it. Although they all knew in their hearts that Lin Fan was so outstanding, he would definitely be surrounded by beautiful women in the future. But we must not let Lin Fan succeed so easily. We must teach him a lesson. Let him know that they are not easy to mess with. So, the two decided to give Lin Fan the cold shoulder first. Let him reflect on this. Shen Yao had a blank expression on her face, and her eyes didn't even stay on Lin Fan for more than a second. She walked past him and headed towards the sofa in the living room. Li Xian followed closely behind, also looking straight ahead, as if Lin Fan was a transparent person. The two of them sat on the sofa, one on the left and one on the right, with elegant postures, but exuding an air of keep away from strangers. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What is going on? He stood there blankly, looking at the two women on the sofa who were like ice queens, his mind completely shut down. Weren't they chatting happily just now? How come it became like this in the blink of an eye? Did they reach some kind of anti-Lin Fan alliance agreement in the room? The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more anxious he became. He felt as if he had accidentally entered the palace of the Snow Queen. The air around him had condensed into ice chips, which pricked him and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Yao Yao, Xin, are you okay? Lin Fan spoke cautiously. Shen Yao and Li Xian raised their heads at the same time and glanced at him. That look was cold and sharp, as if it could penetrate his soul. Lin Fan instantly felt as if he was being scanned by two X-rays, from head to toe, every pore was clearly visible. He shrank his neck subconsciously. What can we do? Shen Yao asked back calmly, her tone as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Li Xian was too lazy to even say anything. She just snorted softly and turned her head away, making it clear that she didn't want to pay any attention to him. Lin Fan became even more panicked. This makes him feel even more uncomfortable than just scolding him. He would rather Shen Yao and Li Xian get angry at him, or even beat him up. It's better than this kind of cold violence. This is the atmosphere he fears the most. It's even scarier than the end of the world. Lin Fan was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks, pacing around in the living room like an ant on a hot pan. He looked at Shen Yao for a while, then at Li Xian, his eyes full of pleading and flattering. Yao Yao, please don't be angry. I really don't know what I did wrong. Xin, please say something. I feel uneasy when you are like this. Lin Fan's voice was filled with tears. He is really scared now. He was afraid that Shen Yao and Li Xian would really ignore him. Then what will he do in the future? He couldn't imagine life without them. Looking at Lin Fan's pitiful appearance, Shen Yao and Li Xian were already very happy. They suppressed their laughter and continued to maintain a cool attitude. Yao Yao, are you thirsty? Can I pour you a glass of water? Lin Fan ran to the water dispenser, got a cup of warm water, and happily brought it to Shen Yao. Shen Yao still had no expression on her face. Lin Fan didn't give up. He ran to the kitchen again, took out a plate of washed fruit and placed it in front of Shen Yao. Yao Yao, eat some fruit to supplement your vitamins. Shen Yao still didn't respond. Lin Fan was completely at his wits' end. He turned and looked at Li Xian. Xin, what about you? What do you want to drink? What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you right away. Li Xian remained silent, but turned her head further away, not even giving him a glance. Lin Fan felt like he was about to collapse. He plopped down on the sofa, covered his face with his hands, and let out a whine. My aunts, what do you want? Just tell me the truth. You guys are really going crazy. Seeing Lin Fan like this, Shen Yao and Li Xian couldn't bear it anymore. Puff. They both laughed out loud at the same time. The clear laughter, like a silver bell, echoed in the living room.
Lin Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at them in confusion.
What are you laughing at? Xinyao wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Silly boy, we are just teasing you." Lin Fan finally reacted. Was he being fooled? He was immediately furious. Okay. You too. How dare you team up to play a trick on me?
Lin Fan said as he pounced forward. He grabbed Xinyao and kissed her hard on the face.
Let you lie to me.
Then he turned to Li Xian and tapped her forehead lightly.
And you,
little traitor. Xinyao and Li Xian were caught off guard by Lin Fan and they screamed and dodged.
Hey! Lin Fan! What are you doing? Itchy! Stop it!
The living room suddenly became a mess. The three of them were laughing and joking, with laughter all the time.
The tense atmosphere just now has long since disappeared. After playing around, all three of them were a little out of breath. Xinyao tidied up her messy hair and glared at Lin Fan. Okay, stop messing around and get down to business.
Lin Fan immediately sat down obediently, looking like he was listening attentively.
Xinyao looked at him and couldn't help laughing again.
Actually, Xinshin and I have already discussed it.
We all want to be with you.
Xinyao's voice was a little shy. When Lin Fan heard this, he was overjoyed. He hugged Xinyao excitedly and kissed her on the face again.
Yao, you are so nice. I love you so much. But
Xinyao suddenly changed the subject and her tone became serious. Lin Fan, although we are all willing, you must agree to one condition for us. When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately said, don't mention one condition, even if it's 100 conditions, I will agree to it.
Xinyao rolled her eyes at him. Who asked you to agree to 100 conditions? I just want you to agree to one.
That is, from now on, you are not allowed to bully us. You have to be good to us, love us, and care for us.
Otherwise.
Xinyao said this, deliberately making a ferocious expression.
Otherwise, we'll just.
She thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything harsh to say.
Finally, he could only say angrily, otherwise, we will teach you a lesson. Li Xian also joined in. Yes. Otherwise, we will kill you.
Lin Fan suddenly felt a chill in his crotch, but looking at the two of them pretending to be fierce but actually being extremely cute, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, I promise I will never bully you in the future, I will definitely treat you well, care for you, and love you.
That's more like it.
Xinyao and Li Xian said at the same time, with satisfied smiles on their faces.
Chapter 32, What happened to sleeping together in the same quilt? Now can we?
Lin Fan's eyes gradually became malicious, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, just like a fox that stole a chicken.
He rubbed his hands and approached Xinyao and Li Xian step by step. Yao, Xinshin, since you both said so. Then, should we do something?
Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of impatience.
Xinyao and Li Xian looked at each other and instantly understood what Lin Fan meant.
Their pretty faces turned red and they spat.
Bah! You wish!
Xinyao said coquettishly.
That's it. You big pervert! Li Xian echoed.
Then, the two of them turned around in tacit understanding and ran back to their respective rooms.
Bang! Bang!
Two door-closing sounds were heard almost simultaneously. Then there was a click sound, the sound of locking.
Lin Fan?
He stood there, bewildered.
What is going on? The cooked duck flew away? The meat that is about to reach your mouth is gone?
Lin Fan felt like he had been hit hard. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Xinyao and Li Xian's room, and was speechless for a long time. You are destroying the bridge after crossing it.
Kill the donkey after it has done its job. Throw it away after use.
Lin Fan shouted angrily.
From the room came the bell-like laughter of Xinyao and Li Xian. He, Lin Fan, I'm tired and need to rest. Yeah, I'm tired too. You sleep alone tonight.
Xinyao's voice was filled with a hint of pride. Lin Fan was completely speechless. He felt like an abandoned young wife and felt extremely wronged. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, then looked up to the sky and sighed.
Oh, heaven! Oh, earth! What sin have I committed?
I, Lin Fan, have been wise all my life, but I fell into the hands of these two little girls.
I won't give up.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more depressed he became. Finally, he could only return to his room dejectedly. As soon as he entered the room, he fell on the bed and covered his head with the quilt. Wow, why is my life so miserable? What about sleeping together under the same quilt? Where is the hug you promised me? Where is the promised happiness of having all the people together? All gone. Lin Fan tossed and turned in the quilt. He felt like a burnt salted fish and had lost his dream. Humph. You two little girls, just wait for me. Next time, I will make you beg for mercy. Lin Fan seemed to have seen the scene of Xing Yao and Li Xin begging for mercy. My mood finally calmed down a little. He opened the system interface. Host, Lin Fan. Bank card balance, 287.84 million. Currently available lottery has one remaining draw. When Lin Fan saw the balance interface, he felt relieved. It still feels good to have money in the card. He sighed, a satisfied smile on his face. These days, if you have money in your card, you feel very safe. Another chance to win a prize? Lin Fan's eyes fell on one draw available currently. Only then did he remember that when Li Xian's favorability reached 90 points in the afternoon, the system rewarded him with a chance to draw a lottery. He actually forgot. Oh. My memory is so bad. Lin Fan patted his head. He quickly clicked the lottery button. Spin the turntable. Goddess of luck, please bless me. Lin Fan prayed silently in his heart. The turntable spun rapidly, with colorful lights flashing. After a few seconds, the turntable slowly stopped. The pointer pointed to a golden area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the 500 million live broadcast reward cashback card. A cashback card for 500 million live broadcast rewards? Lin Fan looked at the system prompt with a puzzled look on his face. What the hell is this? He quickly clicked on the description to check the details. 500 million live broadcast reward rebate card. When the host rewards on any live broadcast platform, they can get double rebate. When the total amount of rewards reaches 500 million, the rebate will be invalid. Holy crap! So awesome? After reading the instructions, Lin Fan was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. How much do you tip, and how much will you get in double cashback? Once I'm done giving tips, I'll be a billionaire. Fuck, this is so cool. He couldn't help but swear. He had always wanted to experience what it was like to be the top of the list. In the live broadcast room, money is spent like water. Enjoy the hostess' sweet words and cute behavior. However, he simply didn't have the capital before. Now, with this cashback card, he can not only be the top brother on the list, but also make money. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Tonight, I am the most handsome guy. As he thought about it, he couldn't wait to experience the feeling of being the top guy on the list. It's just right. I don't have anything to do in the evening. Let us go to the live broadcast room now. Then he turned on the voice assistant on his phone. Then click on the recharge interface. Various amount options appear. How much should I recharge? 10,000 yuan? Well, it can barely be considered a small splash. Lin Fan muttered to himself as he thought about how much he should charge. It's not like he had never thought about just recharging all at once and then giving out random rewards and getting the cash back. But I don't think I'm in urgent need of money right now, and I also feel that charging too much at one time might be a bit too ostentatious. Low-key is the way to go. Playing the pig and eating the tiger is my style. Then I'll just spend 1000 W and have some fun first. Lin Fan entered 1000 W in the recharge field and completed the payment. Byte. A crisp reminder sound was heard, and the account's currency balance instantly became a 9-digit number. 100 million coins. That should be enough for tonight's fun. Lin Fan looked at the long string of numbers on the screen and felt like he was floating. He seemed to have seen countless young ladies winking at him and calling him brother. He clicked on the live broadcast page. Well, let's see which lucky young lady can be my favorite tonight? Lin Fan muttered to himself, sliding his fingers quickly across the screen. He swiped through one live broadcast room after another. Some of the anchors were singing with sweet voices, but they were not the type he liked. Some anchors are dancing and have hot bodies, but it always feels like something is missing. Some of the anchors were chatting and had good eloquence, but he couldn't arouse his interest.
Lin Fan's dynamic sound level is still a pitiful level 1.
The tiny number 1 hangs alone next to his portrait, looking so shabby. When he entered the live broadcast room, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, not even a splash of water was made. Not to mention attracting the host's attention, even the audience in the live broadcast room ignored him.
Time passes by every second.
Lin Fan has visited at least 80 live broadcast rooms, if not 100.
However, he still hasn't found a host that appeals to him. What era is this? Why is live streaming still so boring? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain.
He used to watch short videos and thought those carefully edited videos were quite interesting. But this live broadcast is too boring. Each and every anchor is either chatting awkwardly, singing awkwardly, or dancing awkwardly.
It's so embarrassing. Chapter 33, Brother Donkey, who is a bridegroom every night, has mothers-in-law all over the country.
Just when Lin Fan was planning to find a live broadcast room to give rewards and then switch to another live broadcast platform.
Bite.
The system prompt sound suddenly sounded. A goddess with a beauty score of 93 was detected.
Name, Xia Yuyu. Favorability, 0. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. 93 points. This is a beauty detected by the system.
It's not those photo cheats that rely on beauty filters and makeup to be seen in public.
This is all natural. No water added.
This proves that the beauty I just saw is also a real beauty in real life. He immediately returned to the live broadcast room he had just visited.
Enter the live broadcast room. Lin Fan took a look and was surprised. This popularity is really terrible. There were a few people hanging around in the live broadcast room, and they could be counted.
Compared with those big anchors who have thousands or tens of thousands of fans, there is simply a world of difference. At this time, the anchor with the online name Xia Yuyu.
Welcome immediately.
Welcome, beat the donkey tonight, brother, to the live broadcast room again. The voice was sweet and soft, like cotton candy, and it made Lin Fan feel itchy inside. Lin Fan just quickly passed through the live broadcast room. It seems that the host had already welcomed me when I first entered the live broadcast room. Now he welcomes his level 1 account again, and immediately has a good impression of this anchor named Xia Yuyu. Lin Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. He began typing on the public screen and chatted with the anchor.
Hello, little sister, your voice is quite nice.
Lin Fan started by flattering him.
Miss, do you have any talents? I can sing and dance.
Xia Yuyu replied.
Oh? Really? Then show me a clip. If you like it, you can get a reward.
In the live broadcast room, the few viewers were immediately unhappy when they saw that Lin Fan's account was only level 1.
Brother, tonight I beat the donkey, your name is quite unique.
Yeah, a level 1 trumpet, I'm afraid you're not here for free, right?
Brother, you are not the legendary freeloader, are you? It's not about swiping coins, it's about companionship, right?
Before Lin Fan could continue typing, Xia Yuyu immediately spoke into the microphone. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, your company is Yuyu's greatest motivation. Yuyu will continue to work hard to bring you more beautiful songs and dances. After saying that, he made a heart shape with his hands to the camera.
The movements were a little stiff.
It seemed that he didn't do this kind of movement often and was a little shy. Lin Fan thought, this girl is really good at taking care of other people's emotions.
Not bad, high EQ.
Then, Xia Yuyu cleared his throat.
Since brother who beats the female donkey wants to see the talent show. Next, I will bring you a song called Little Luck.
The music started and Xia Yuyu began to hum softly. I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass. As soon as the song came out, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Sounds good.
This voice is amazing. His singing skills are also pretty good. The voice was pure and the emotion was sincere, making Lin Fan feel relaxed all over. This is much better than those sound card warriors. $1 million tuners are nothing compared to this naturally good voice. Without saying anything, Lin Fan directly clicked on the gift column and found Jian Yanhua.
Click 5 times in a row. Give me 1 Ghana. Give me 2 Ganahuas as a gift. Give me 5 Ghana. The screen exploded instantly. 5 huge Ganavala special effects.
They popped out one after another, shining with golden light.
Fuck.
The few viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by this sudden cash power.
A series of oh my god filled the screen. Even Xiao Ryuyu, who was singing, was stunned for a moment and the singing stopped abruptly. She opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth, her face full of disbelief. That expression was as if he had seen an alien. So cute. This is... Ganenua? Xiao Ryuyu stuttered. The voice was trembling a little. You know, a ganahua costs 3,000 yuan. 5 ganharas, that is 15,000. As a new anchor, she is very happy if she can get a few dollars in tips in her live broadcast room. There are 5 carnivals at once, it's like a dream. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiao Ryuyu pinched her face and cried out in pain. It's true. It's true. Xiao Ryuyu was so excited that she almost jumped up. Thank you. Thank you for the gala for Beat the Donkey tonight. Brother is generous. Brother is mighty. Xiao Ryuyu bowed several times in front of the camera, her voice choked with sobs. The audience members who had just mocked Lin Fan began to type out apologies. Brother Donkey, you are so generous. Brother Donkey, you are a bridegroom every night, and you have mothers-in-law all over the country. Lin Fan was speechless as he watched these people speak. These guys changed their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book. Bite. The system prompt sounded again. Xiao Yuyu's favorability plus 10, current favorability 10. Xiao Yuyu's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. Congratulations to the host for spending 15,000 yuan on the live broadcast platform, receiving a cashback of 30,000 yuan, and the remaining cashback balance is 499,985,000 yuan. Lin Fan swiped the screen of his mobile phone, and a text message about bank deposit suddenly appeared in front of him. 30,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Cool. The speed of making money is even faster than a money printing machine. Lin Fan felt very happy. He didn't care about the money, what mattered was the feeling, it was so great. Being able to make money by spending money is everyone's dream. As for those audiences who mocked him before, Lin Fan didn't take it to heart at all. Are you kidding? He is now worth hundreds of millions. How can I bother with these talkative freaks on the internet? Pattern. The pattern should be big. However, the name Mother Donkey Brother. It just sounds so awkward. Lin Fan quickly typed. Please don't call me Donkey Brother. I'm a low-key person. This name is really offensive. If you don't know, you might think I have some special hobby. Okay, Donkey Brother. Understood, Brother Donkey. Got it, Brother Donkey. The screen refreshed again. Lin Fan. These guys? Is it intentional? It was definitely intentional. Don't call me Brother Donkey. Call me Brother Low-Key. Lin Fan corrected quickly. Although this name is a bit childish, it is better than Brother Donkey, right? Brother Low-Key, you are so low-key. Boss, you really live up to your name. Brother Low-Key, do you think I still have a chance? Low-Key Boss, are you in need of a leg pendant? Although there were only a few people in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. All kinds of flattery, all kinds of ridicule. Lin Fan was overjoyed by what he saw. Chapter 34 The goddess is going to be taken away by the big brother. And with Lin Fan's 5 Gania. The number of people in Xiao Yuyu's live broadcast room is also increasing rapidly. 100,200, 500, 1000. It directly exceeded 1,000. You know, when Xiao Ryuyu was broadcasting live before, it was good enough if there were more than a dozen people in the room. She was a little confused by so many people rushing in at once. Thank you all for coming to Yuyu's live broadcast room. Xiao Ryu's voice was trembling a little. This was the first time she had seen such a big scene. I don't know where to put my little hands. Lin Fan took a look and thought, wow, this girl gets nervous easily. Xiao Ryuyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew this was her chance. Be sure to seize it. Thank you for your support. Yuyu will work hard to bring you better live content. Xiao Ryuyu smiled sweetly at the camera and said. This smile is enough to melt people's hearts. Lin Fan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Well, it's really pleasing to the eyes. With this appearance, this figure, and this temperament, she is definitely goddess level. Host, since there are so many people here, please show us another talent. Lin Fan continued typing.
Xia Ryuyu saw that it was Lin Fan who sent the message and nodded quickly.
Okay, low-key bro. What talent do you want to see, low-key brother?
Xia Ryuyu blinked her big eyes and asked.
That look is so adorable. Whatever, just perform whatever you are good at. Lin Fan typed a reply. Xia Ryuyu thought for a while and said. Then I'll dance for you. Good dancing. Good dancing. Hurry up, anchor. I've got tissues ready. The guy upstairs, why are you preparing tissues? Laughing with sidelong eyes.
There was another commotion in the barrage. Lin Fan also became interested.
Let the music begin. Xia Ryuyu smiled sweetly at the camera and then started playing music. It's a very cheerful song.
Xia Ryu began to twist her body gently to the rhythm of the music.
Wow! This tiny waist. Such long legs. This is simply a beauty on earth. Even though Shen Yao and Li Xian were beside Lin Fan, they still stared with their eyes wide open. He swore that he was definitely not lusting after Xia Ryuyu's body. He simply appreciates art. Right. That's it. The dance that Xia Ryu danced was not a very professional one, but it was cute and youthful.
Every movement, every look, is full of vitality.
When people see it, they can't help but want to move along. Good. 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 The host dances so well. Love it. I can watch this dance forever.
There was a chorus of applause in the barrage. Lin Fan also watched with great interest.
This dance is really good. Reward. Must be rewarded.
Without saying anything, Lin Fan directly clicked on the gift column and found Jian Yanhua.
A continuous meal. Give me 1 Ghana. Give me 2 Ganahuas as a gift. Give me 100 Ghana. The screen exploded again.
100 special effects of Ganahua directly dominated the screen, even more shocking than before.
Even more exaggerated. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Brother Low-Key has taken action again. How many Ganhara are these? 100 Ghana. This is going against the will of heaven.
My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. If the 5 Ganhara just now only shocked them,
now, the 100 Ganharas.
It's enough to make them doubt their lives. This is too luxurious.
How rich do you have to be able to play like this?
Xia Ryuyu was once again stunned by Lin Fan's generosity. She opened her mouth and couldn't utter a word for a long time. That expression was as if he had seen a god.
It's incredible.
She never dreamed that she would meet such a super rich man.
Thank you for the gala.
Xia Ryuyu was so excited that she almost cried. The voice was a little choked. She bowed deeply to the camera.
Brother Low-Key, you are so kind.
I have no way to repay you, I can only.
As Xia Ryuyu was talking, she suddenly didn't know what to say. She is a new anchor. I don't have any talent. I don't know how to thank Lin Fan. It's okay, it's just a small matter.
Lin Fan typed a reply casually.
This tone, this posture, is simply that of a domineering CEO.
Xia Ryuyu looked at Lin Fan's reply and was deeply moved.
She suddenly remembered an incident when she was chatting with a little sister.
The young lady told her that if she met such a super rich man in the live broadcast room,
you must be more proactive, so that you can keep your big brother's heart.
Thinking of this, Xia Ryuyu secretly took out her mobile phone, found Lin Fan's WeChat account at the bottom of the screen, and clicked to follow. After doing all this, Xia Ryuyu raised her head and said to the camera,
Brother Low-Key, I'm already following you, remember to follow me back. Summer's voice is sweet, with a hint of coquettishness. Who can withstand this?
Lin Fan was also slightly stunned.
Wow, this girl is quite proactive. But I like it.
Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly. He clicked on the private message and saw Xia Ryuyu's attention. Lin Fan clicked the reply without hesitation.
Wow. The anchor actually took the initiative to follow Low-Key brother. It's over, the anchor has fallen. My heart aches. My goddess is going to be taken away by Big Brother. Wow, I'm heartbroken. The audience in the live broadcast room.
Seeing this scene, they all started wailing.
Each of them looks like their father has died. That was so heart-wrenching. Haidu, in a mid-range residential area. Chen Yuza was lying on the bed, brushing the dynamic sound out of boredom.
He is a senior live broadcast enthusiast and likes to hang out on major live broadcast platforms when he has nothing to do.
Look at the beauties, give some tips, and occasionally make an offline appointment. Life is so comfortable. Sudden. A live broadcast room named Summer Leisure attracted his attention. Chen Yuza clicked in and took a look. My eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! This girl is so beautiful. This appearance, this figure, and this temperament are absolutely top-notch.
Moreover, judging from the appearance of her live broadcast room, she should be a new anchor.
This kind of new anchor is the easiest to deal with. Just give some gifts. You can make her fall in love with you, and then you can do whatever you want, right? Chen Yuza thought happily in his heart. He couldn't wait to get this summer.
At this moment, he suddenly heard Xia Ryuyu say,
Brother Low-Key, I'm already following you, remember to follow me back. Chen Yuza was stunned. Low-Key guy? What the hell? He quickly looked at the screen.
All I saw on the barrage was the name Low-Key Brother.
Chen Yuza frowned. What is going on? Could it be that Xia Ryuyu already has an older brother? This one do. This girl is the one I like. How could I let someone else get there first? Chen Yuza immediately became unhappy. He just typed, Host, please follow me and I will give you a momentum number 1 right away. Chen Yuza's tone was arrogant and haughty. In his opinion, he is a player with money power. As long as the money is there, what kind of girl can't be dealt with?
He believed that as long as he got a mobile number.
This summer Yu will definitely pay attention to me. Chapter 35. Where did this idiot come from?
However, as the number of people in the live broadcast room increased, the barrage of comments kept flashing rapidly, so densely packed that it almost flooded the entire screen.
Xia Ryuyu's eyes were almost dazzled.
She didn't have time to respond to each new viewer, let alone read out every comment.
Although Chen Yuza's Douyin account level is as high as 52, he can be regarded as a noble among many viewers.
But Xia Ryuyu only greeted him as usual when he first entered the live broadcast room.
Welcome to the live broadcast room. After that, I was completely submerged in the crowd.
As for the comment Chen Yuza posted, Host, follow me and I will give you a Douyin number 1 right away. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a splash of water. Chen Yuza originally thought that once he showed his ability to make money, the host would immediately rush over excitedly, licking his ass and trying to please him in various ways. Then, I took the opportunity to ask for an offline meeting.
Isn't that easy? Who knows? Xia Ryuyu actually completely ignored him. This is simply a blatant slap in the face.
Chen Yuza's face darkened instantly. Usually in the live broadcast room, he is like the moon surrounded by stars.
Which anchor doesn't worship him like the god of wealth? Don't talk about giving gifts. Even if he just said something casually, they can attract crazy pursuit from the anchors and the audience. But today, he was ignored by a new anchor. How could he bear this?
What made him even more angry was that he discovered the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room.
They are all praising that Low-Key guy. Brother Low-Key is awesome. Brother Low-Key is awesome. Low-Key guy is great. One by one. It was like a loud slap in the face.
It made his face burn with pain. Chen Yuza felt that he had been insulted like never before. He couldn't bear it any longer, and directly found Douyin number 1 in the gift column and clicked it vigorously.
Shwa! A gorgeous special effect. It exploded on the screen instantly.
7 times a night sends out dynamic sound number 1x1. A huge banner scrolled across the top of the live broadcast room.
This time, Xia Ryuyu finally noticed him.
Thanks to 1 night 7 times Lang for sending the dynamic sound number 1.
Xia Ryuyu said sweetly. Although the voice sounded pleasant, there was not much excitement in the tone.
After all, he had just collected more than 100 guinea from Linfan.
That SA gift worth hundreds of thousands. In comparison, this one. It seems a little insignificant. Xia Ryuyu's reaction made Chen Yuza even more unhappy. Just such a light thank you?
This is simply treating him like a beggar. Chen Yuza was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He felt that his dignity had been severely trampled upon. He no longer cared about his manners and frantically swiped the screen in the comments.
Host. Didn't you see the gifts I gave you? Follow me now. Did you hear that? I asked you to pay attention to me. Are you deaf? One by one. Like machine gun fire?
Swipe across the screen frantically.
Chen Yu's tone became more and more arrogant and presumptuous. Anchor, I'll give you 3 seconds to pay attention to me immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Let me tell you, I know a lot of big brothers on Douyin. Any one of them can make you pay for it. If you don't want to be in this circle anymore, just give it a try. I'll give you one last chance. Follow me. Then, have dinner with me offline. This matter is over. Otherwise, I promise you won't be able to survive in this circle. Chen Yu's threat finally attracted Xia Riyu's attention.
She frowned, looking at the angry comments on the screen, feeling disgusted. But this was the first time she encountered such a situation and she didn't know how to deal with it. Before Xia Riyu could say anything, the audience in the live broadcast room. I can't bear to watch it anymore.
Fuck. This 7 times a night guy is too arrogant. Isn't it just a dynamic one? What's so great about it? You dare to threaten the anchor? Do you really think you are a big shot?
I am dying of laughter.
A Douyin account number 1 wants the anchor to have dinner with you offline? Why don't you go to heaven?
That's right. I just gave away so many gifts, but I didn't see anyone making any excessive demands. Compared to low-key brother, you're just trash.
Do you still want to make it difficult for anchors to survive in this industry? Who do you think you are? Is Douyin owned by your family?
It's like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, but he doesn't even take a piss and look at himself.
The audience's ridicule came like a tide, instantly drowning Chen Yu.
Chen Yu looked at the dazzling comments on the screen.
I was shaking with anger.
He never thought that he would be ridiculed by a group of losers.
This is simply a great shame and humiliation.
Lin Fan also noticed the comments 7 times a night on the screen.
7 times a night? Lin Fan looked at the ID and couldn't help but grin.
This buddy, is he not feeling well? Do you need some encouragement? Looking at that extremely arrogant statement again, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. He curled his lips and felt contempt in his heart.
Hey, where did this idiot come from? Why is he being so arrogant in the live broadcast room? You're still threatening the anchor? Do you really think you're the local emperor? Lin Fan is not someone who spoils children.
What he couldn't stand the most was this kind of self-righteous, bullying guy. Especially in the live broadcast room.
We're all here to have fun, why are you acting so high and mighty? That's even more intolerable.
Lin Fan recalled the classic way of resolving conflicts in the live broadcast circle that he had seen on some gossip forums before.
Isn't it just a competition of who has more money? Come on. Who's afraid of who?
His fingers tapped quickly on the screen.
Hey, the guy who does that several times a night, stop embarrassing the anchor. Come and fight me if you dare. How about the loser publicly apologize to the winner? I won't make things difficult for you.
As soon as Lin Fan's message was sent out, the live broadcast room suddenly became more lively.
Wow. Brother Low Key is about to take action. It's going to be a good show. Support Brother Low Key. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson.
Chen Yu also noticed Lin Fan's comments. He clicked on Lin Fan's profile and saw.
Level 49?
Chen Yu curled his lips in disdain. In his opinion, someone of this level is probably someone who spends all year round in the live broadcast room. I usually live frugally and save some money to come to the live broadcast room to make myself feel important.
He has seen many people like this. Not worth mentioning at all.
He had no idea of Lin Fan's level.
It just soared up from level 1 in just 1 minute. If he knew this, he probably wouldn't be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Ignorance is fearless.
Chen Yu replied arrogantly in the barrage.
Just you? You're not even close. Want to fight me? Are you qualified? Chapter 36 Why are you pretending to be so cool?
When Xia Ryu saw that Lin Fan was actually willing to fight with others for her, a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart.
Low-key brother.
She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how.
Of course, she didn't want Lin Fan to fight with others for her sake. After all, this kind of brushing. That's real money invested. She quickly persuaded in the live broadcast room. Brother low-key, don't be impulsive. Lin Fan felt a little relieved when he saw Xia Ryuyu's persuasion. This girl is quite kind. She didn't add fuel to the fire at this time, but came to persuade me. He quickly typed back. It's okay, Anchor, I know what's going on. I just can't stand this kind of people. Don't worry, I know my limits. After comforting Xia Ryuyu, Lin Fan turned his attention to Chen Yuza. Hey, you whore, stop wasting time there. Come if you have the guts, get out if you don't. Don't delay everyone from watching the Yo-Yo live broadcast. 7 times a night? I think you're doing it 7 times a night. Lin Fan mocked mercilessly. Chen Yuza was shocked by Lin Fan's words. I was so angry that I almost passed out. You dared to scold me? He has been watching live broadcasts for so long, but he has never been treated like this before. Today I was actually scolded by a poor loser who came out of nowhere. How could he bear this? Good. 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 Chen Yuza laughed out of anger. You asked for this. Today I will let you know what it means that there are always people who are better than you and there are always better things than you. Tell me, how do you want to brush? Chen Yuza asked through gritted teeth. Lin Fan curled his lips. It's easy, just brush the Ganianua. How about it, do you dare? Ganhua? Chen Yuza was stunned. That essay gift worth $3,000. However, on second thought, this low profile is just a paper tiger. I'll just kill a few of them later and his true colors will be revealed. Then he said proudly. What are you afraid of? Just brush Ganianua. I'll follow you in the same amount as you swipe. I'll stick with you till the end. Okay, that's great. Lin Fan laughed. Then stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. After saying that, he quickly tapped on the screen. Shwa. 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 A series of gorgeous gala special effects. It exploded on the screen instantly. Loki brother sends you 1 Ganahua. Brother Loki sends out 2 Galanuas. Brother Loki sends out 3 Ganahuas. 7 times in one night, I will give away Ganianua X1. 7 times a night, I will give away Ganianua X2. 7 times in one night, I will send out Ganianua X3. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with Ganianua's special effects. The golden light is dazzling. Fuck. This is really a fight. It's so exciting. How much does this cost? My eyes are almost blurry. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. It was the first time they saw someone giving gifts in this way. This is simply treating money as if it is not money. So extravagant. Xia Ryuyu was also dumbfounded. She never expected that things would develop to this point. This. She opened her little mouth, unable to utter a word. At this time, Chen Yuza began to feel a little nervous. He originally thought that Lin Fan was just a poor loser. Just give him a few gifts to scare him, and that's all. But I didn't expect that Lin Fan would be so powerful. This Jian Yanhua, he brushes without blinking an eye. This is simply a lunatic. He had only clicked a few times before he counted. Less than 30 seconds. Brother Loki sends out Gana X95. Brother Loki sends out Ganahua X96. Brother Loki sends out Ganahua X97. Almost 100. Chen Yuza looked at the Ganahua special effects scrolling wildly on the screen. Is this real? Sweat began to appear on his forehead and his fingers began to tremble. I thought I could just scare him and that would be it, but I ended up running into a tough guy. Then look at the pitiful few gamma rays on your screen. Compared with others, they are just like the difference between a firefly and the sun. Chen Yuza felt so regretful that he wanted to slap himself twice. Why are you pretending to be so cool? Now it's difficult to get off the tiger's back. He secretly glanced at his balance and thought. If I keep fighting him like this, I'll lose my pants. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. His eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. Ouch, no, why does my stomach suddenly hurt? Chen Yuza held his stomach and pretended to type on the screen. No, brothers, my stomach hurts. I'm going to retreat now and fight again another day.
After posting this comment, he immediately closed the live broadcast room and slipped away.
That speed is faster than a rabbit.
Lin Fan was brushing very hard.
He didn't even notice that Chen Yuza had run away.
I thought this guy was still competing with me.
This is too slow, one by one.
Lin Fan looked at the slowly increasing number of Gania on the screen and became a little impatient. His fingers were almost cramping.
Is there any quicker way?
Lin Fan thought while looking around on the screen.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ha! I can actually select the quantity here?
Lin Fan discovered that next to the option to send gifts, there was a small number box where the number of gifts could be manually entered.
He was immediately happy. Damn, there is such a thing. If I had known this, why would I have bothered so much?
Lin Fan didn't say anything and directly filled up the number box.
Then, without hesitation, he clicked the Give button. Shwa! Brother Low-Key sends you Ganaha X 3028.
A huge number was jumping in the center of the screen. As soon as Xia Ryuyu saw the comment "My stomach hurts" posted by Chen Yuza, she knew that this guy had given up and ran away. She felt relieved. To be honest, she was really afraid that Lin Fan would get into a fight with Chen Yuza and the fight would go on endlessly.
After all, this is real money.
She didn't want Lin Fan to spend so much money on her.
Brother Low-Key, stop brushing, he has already run away. Xia Ryuyu quickly shouted into the microphone.
However, before she could finish her words, she was stunned by the huge gift that suddenly appeared on the screen. Her mouth opened wide, her eyes bulged, and she looked like she had seen a ghost.
This, how many Ganyan Hoa are these?
She felt like she was dazzled. The audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked by this scene. The originally lively barrage of comments suddenly became quiet. It was as if time had stood still. Everyone held their breath and stared blankly at the flashing numbers on the screen.
It was silent. Chapter 37 Li Xin couldn't he help it? It took several seconds before the barrage of comments emerged like a volcano. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? 3028 Ghana? This is going to heaven. This time I really kneel down to watch the live broadcast. Poverty limits my imagination. This is the real rich man. Compared to Low-Key brother, those people who gave gifts in the past are nothing but scum. It's so fucking exciting. I'm having a heart attack. The barrage area was completely boiling.
All kinds of words of exclamation, praise, and worship flooded the sky. Soon, someone started calculating how much money Lin Fan had spent.
One Ghana costs 3,000 yuan, 3,028 of them. Let me do the math. Holy crap! Over 9 million? Adding what I spent before, this should be over 10 million. This is simply an astronomical figure.
Brother Low-Key is not just spending a huge amount of money tonight, he is spending tens of millions of dollars.
Too inhumane.
I've never seen so much money in my life.
We don't understand the world of the rich.
However, Lin Fan did not notice the praise from the comments, as he had already exited the live broadcast room. As soon as he exited the live broadcast room, the sound of ding ding dang dang rang in his mind.
Xia Yuyu's favorability plus 10. Xia Yuyu's favorability plus 10.
The system's notification sound kept echoing in his ears.
Xia Yuyu's favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Oh, that's good. The favorability is now 80.
Lin Fan was even happier when he saw this number. He could get another 10 points to win the lottery. It seems that this money is worth spending,
he thought happily. Then, the system voice sounded again.
Congratulations to the host for spending 9,684,000 yuan on the live streaming platform, receiving a cashback of 19,368,000 yuan, and the remaining cashback balance is 49,000,1,000 yuan. But Lin Fan doesn't have time to see how much money the system has refunded. The reason why he left the live broadcast room without hesitation was because of something big. Lin Fan is not the kind of Lei Feng who does good deeds without leaving a name. Why do you leave after your work is done, hiding your achievements and fame? Doesn't exist. Especially for beautiful women, you have to leave a deep impression. However, before he could figure out how to interact with Xia Yuyu again, Li Xin sent her a message. On the other side, Li Xin returned to the room and lay on the bed.
but my mind was very clear and I couldn't fall asleep.
As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the scene of Lin Fan's hot penis pressing against her lower abdomen in the living room just now.
That feeling.
Li Xian felt her cheeks getting hot, her heart beating faster, and it felt like there was a fire burning in her body. She couldn't help but squeeze her legs together and rub them gently.
Oh, how embarrassing. Li Xian buried her head in the pillow and let out a coquettish sound. But then, she started to worry again. Will Lin Fan be angry because Xin Yao and I left him alone in an empty room? What if he gets angry? Just as I was daydreaming, my cell phone rang.
It was a message from Xin Yao.
Xin, I was exhausted last night.
Tonight, Lin Fan will be in your hands.
You must be prepared. Chuckling.
When Li Xian saw the news, her face turned red with shame.
Yao, you have turned bad and started to tease me. But Li Xian couldn't help but feel a little excited.
She had long heard of Lin Fan's power. She heard clearly Xin Yao's ecstatic screams last night.
Is it really that powerful?
What nonsense are you talking about, girl?
Shy. After sending the message, Li Xian started to feel conflicted again. Do you want to send a message to Lin Fan? But what should I post? Just say I miss you? No, this is too proactive. What if Lin Fan thinks she is too casual? But if he didn't take the initiative, would Lin Fan think that she didn't care about him? Ouch, so annoying. Li Xian tossed and turned in bed like a pancake.
Finally, she gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and decided to take the initiative. She took a deep breath, opened Lin Fan's WeChat, and edited a message.
Are you asleep? I can't sleep, can you chat with me? Pathetic. After the message was sent, Li Xian's heart was beating wildly.
She stared at the phone screen nervously, waiting for Lin Fan's reply.
Every second seems as long as a century.
When Lin Fan saw the news, his eyes instantly widened.
This little girl, why is she not sleeping in the middle of the night and wants to chat with me? And she said she couldn't sleep? Where is the hint here?
Lin Fan's mind buzzed, and countless erotic images instantly emerged. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and a warm current rushed to his head. He immediately threw his phone aside, no longer caring about the live broadcast or Xia Yuyu.
Now, the most important thing to him is Li Xian.
He jumped up from the sofa and rushed out of the room like a gust of wind. That speed is faster than Bolt. Lin Fan walked very fast, with the wind blowing under his feet.
He felt like a hungry wolf, eager to pounce on his prey. Xin, brother is here.
Lin Fan shouted in his heart. Soon, he arrived at the door of Li Xian's room. He took a deep breath and calmed his excitement.
Then he knocked gently on the door. Boom, boom, boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Li Xian's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Here we come. He really came.
Li Xian startled and jumped up from the bed like a frightened little rabbit. She was wearing a pink silk halter dress, the hem of which just barely covered her thighs. On her chest, 2 full breasts seemed to be about to burst out, and deep ravines are faintly visible. A pair of white and slender legs exudes an alluring luster under the thin silk fabric.
Li Xian swallowed nervously, tidied her hair in a hurry, and then ran to the door.
She took a deep breath, opened the door gently with trembling hands.
Click. The door opened. Lin Fan's handsome face appeared in Li Xian's sight. Xin.
Lin Fan's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement.
Lin Fan. Li Xian's voice was as thin as a mosquito and almost inaudible. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Fan in the eye. That pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, all the way to the neck. Lin Fan's eyes wandered over Li Xian unscrupulously.
He felt the blood in his body rushing wildly. This little girl, dressed like this so late at night, is simply inviting crime. Especially the looming spring scenery made Lin Fan's blood boil and his breathing quickened. He felt like there was a wild beast in his body, about to break out of its cage.
Gudong.
Lin Fan swallowed hard and felt his mouth dry. He couldn't bear it any longer.
Xin, I.
Lin Fan was about to say something. Li Xian suddenly raised her head, mustered up her courage, and grabbed Lin Fan's hand.
Come in. Li Xian's voice was trembling, expectant, and shy.
Lin Fan only felt a current spreading from the palm of his hand throughout his body.
He was completely numb. What are you waiting for?
Lin Fan grabbed Li Xian's hand and pulled her into the room.
Bang!
The door was slammed shut. The only sound in the room was the heavy breathing of the two people. Lin Fan picked up Li Xian and pushed her against the wall.
Chapter 38. Xia Yuyu panicked. Beauty can lead people astray. Xinshin, you.
Lin Fan's voice was already extremely hoarse.
Li Xian let out a moan and her body instantly went limp.
She hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly. This was her first kiss.
Sweet, yet astringent.
He was like a skilled craftsman, carefully carving a precious work of art.
Li Xian felt like she was about to suffocate.
Her mind was blank, and she felt like a small boat floating on the sea, rising and falling with Lin Fan's waves. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan finally let go of Li Xian. He looked at Li Xian in his arms, whose face was flushed and eyes were blurred, and he felt his heart was melting.
Xinshin, you are so beautiful.
Lin Fan's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of uncontrollable desire.
Li Xian didn't say anything, but just buried her head in Lin Fan's chest, breathing softly.
She felt weak all over, as soft as a puddle of water.
Lin Fan gently placed Li Xian on the bed. Xinshin, I.
Before Lin Fan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Xian.
Don't talk. Li Xian's voice contained a hint of pleading and desire. Lin Fan didn't say anything else and transformed into a hungry wolf. The night is still long.
In the room, there is endless spring scenery. At the same time, in Xia Yuyu's live broadcast room, Xia Yuyu came back to her senses from her shock. At that moment just now, she felt like she was dreaming.
More than 3,000 Ganahua.
She is a newbie in live streaming, yet she received so many gifts. She couldn't believe her eyes.
Thanks to low-key brother for the gala.
Xia Yuyu was so excited that she was incoherent and her voice was trembling. She bowed deeply towards the camera.
Brother Lin Fan, you are so generous. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Xia Yuyu expressed her gratitude excitedly. However, when she raised her head and looked at the screen, she found
Brother Low-Key is not in the live broadcast room anymore.
Where's Low-Key brother?
Xia Yuyu was stunned.
She was just immersed in the joy of receiving the gift and didn't notice when Lin Fan left.
Could it be, is there something I did wrong that made Big Brother unhappy?
Xia Yuyu's heart suddenly rose to her throat.
She began to think back to her performance just now. Didn't I say anything wrong? I didn't do anything wrong? Could it be, because I was too excited just now and didn't thank my brother in time?
The more Xia Yuyu thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She was suddenly panicked. This is her biggest financial sponsor. If you offend him, you will suffer a great loss.
Xia Yuyu quickly opened the backstage and sent a private message to Lin Fan. Brother Low-Key, are you still there?
Pathetic.
It's my fault for not thanking you in time. Please don't be angry. Crying. If you think I did something wrong, please tell me and I will change it. Aggrieved.
Xia Yuyu sent several messages in one breath. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply from Lin Fan. Xia Yuyu's heart was growing colder and colder.
It's over, Big Brother must be angry.
Xia Yuyu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles. She thought about it and decided to send Lin Fan a few welfare photos as an apology. However, after searching through all the photo albums on my phone, I couldn't find a suitable photo. When she usually broadcasts live, she always wears relatively conservative clothes.
There were no sexy photos taken at all. What should I do? What should I do?
Xia Yuyu was so anxious that she almost cried. She gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, and decided to go for it. He returned to the camera and told the audience in the live broadcast room that he had something urgent to do, apologized, and then went off the air. Only the audience in the live broadcast room were left wailing, thinking that their goddess had gone to find the Big Brother. After Xia Yuyu closed the live broadcast room, she ran to the bathroom. I changed into some sexy clothes, which I normally wouldn't dare to wear.
I bought it out of curiosity before.
Then she faced the mirror and struck a few poses that she thought were sexier.
Crack.
She took several photos in one go. Then, she selected a few and sent them to Lin Fan.
Brother Low-Key, calm down. This is a little gift from me. Please don't despise it. Shy.
After sending the photo, Xia Yuyu's heart was still in turmoil.
She didn't know whether Lin Fan would forgive her.
She could only pray that Lin Fan could see her sincerity.
However, what she didn't know was that Lin Fan was busy studying with Li Xin at this moment. No time to look at the phone.
Xia Yuyu waited until the early morning but did not receive a reply from Lin Fan.
She was completely desperate.
Although she received a lot of rewards tonight, she didn't feel happy at all. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep.
Oh, it's all my fault. I'm so stupid.
Xia Yuyu slapped her head in annoyance.
She felt like she had missed a huge opportunity.
Just like that, she fell asleep in a daze, feeling upset and worried.
As for Lin Fan and Li Xin,
the two of them studied until dawn.
Lin Fan hugged Li Xin and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and felt refreshed and full of strength.
Of course, except that my waist feels a little sore.
He turned and looked around.
Li Xin was still sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her rosy cheeks showed a hint of laziness after being satisfied. Like a well-fed kitten, so cute.
Lin Fan couldn't help but kiss her gently on the forehead. Then he carefully moved Li Xion's arms and legs that were on him away and got out of bed quietly.
I was afraid that I would accidentally wake up the sleeping kitten. After all, she was exhausted last night.
Lin Fan walked out of the bedroom and closed the door gently. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was stunned. I saw Xinyao sitting on the sofa in the living room, with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him with a half-smile.
That look seemed to be able to see through everything.
Lin Fan instantly felt like a cat caught stealing fish, and he felt uncomfortable all over.
Yao, you got up so early? Didn't you go to class?
Lin Fan forced out an awkward but polite smile and asked dryly. He had never felt so guilty in his life.
Xinyao rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. It's the weekend. Besides, what time is it now? Is it still early?
There was a hint of anger and a hint of ridicule in Xinyao's voice.
There is also a hint of an indescribable taste.
Lin Fan was speechless.
Yes, it's already past 10 o'clock, how can it be early?
Normally he would sleep until he woke up naturally, so why did he forget about it today? It seems that beauty can mislead people.
Ahem, that. Chapter 39 Chef Lin Fan, I am not the same person I used to be.
Lin Fan tried to explain, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to continue.
The more you explain, the more confusing it becomes. It's better not to say anything.
He suddenly had an idea and quickly changed the subject.
By the way, Yao, today is the weekend, I will cook you a big meal at noon and let you taste my cooking skills.
Lin Fan patted his chest and said confidently.
He's not bragging.
In the previous lottery, he had drawn the skill of mastering cooking.
Now, he is the legendary Chinese chef boy. Not to mention making a big meal, he can even prepare a full banquet for you. You? Cooking a feast?
Xinyao looked at him suspiciously.
You can make a simple breakfast, but I don't believe you can make a big meal.
Xinyao curled her lips, obviously not believing Lin Fan's nonsense. In her impression, Lin Fan could at best cook instant noodles and fry an egg.
Make a big meal? Ha, it's good enough that you don't blow up the kitchen.
When Lin Fan saw that Xinyao didn't believe him, he immediately became unhappy.
This is a question of man's dignity. Must prove myself.
He curled the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile.
Yao, you don't understand this, right? When you've been away for 3 days, you should look at me with new eyes. I'm not the same person I used to be. How about it, do you dare to make a bet with me?
Lin Fan looked at Xinyao provocatively.
What's the bet? Xinyao really took the bait. Let's bet that if the food I cook satisfies you, you will agree to one of my requests.
Lin Fan said with a smile, like a cunning fox.
What do you want?
Xinyao looked at him warily, fearing that he would make excessive demands.
Of course. It's within your ability. And I will definitely not make things difficult for you.
Lin Fan quickly added, fearing that Xinyao might misunderstand. Xinyao thought about it and felt that Lin Fan would not do anything rash.
Moreover, she really didn't believe that Lin Fan could cook any delicious meal. Okay.
I'll make a bet with you.
Xinyao agreed readily.
She wanted to see what tricks Lin Fan could come up with.
Well, just wait and see.
Lin Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, turned around, and walked into the kitchen. He can't wait to show his skills. Let Shen Yao see what a real chef is. In the kitchen, there are pots, pans, and all kinds of ingredients. Lin Fan put on an apron, opened the refrigerator, and began to select ingredients. What should I do? Got it. Let us make a dish called Dragon and Phoenix for them today. Here comes another dish called Mandarin Ducks playing in the water. There is also flowers and full moon. A house full of gold and jade. Countless names of dishes instantly emerged in Lin Fan's mind. He is like a general who is good at planning and commanding thousands of troops. All kinds of food seemed to come alive in his hands. Chopping vegetables, adding ingredients, seasoning, stir-frying. Every movement is smooth and done in one go. The whole kitchen was filled with tempting aroma. Even Shen Yao, who was chatting with Li Xian in the living room, couldn't help but sniffle. It smells so good. Could Lin Fan really be a hidden chef? Shen Yao said with some surprise. She began to regret making a bet with Lin Fan. What if he really made some earth-shattering delicacy? Wouldn't I lose? But at the same time, I also felt a little sorry for Lin Fan. Seeing how skilled he was at cooking, it was clear that Lin Fan had suffered a lot when he was with Wang Wei. Yao Yao, what are you mumbling about? Li Xian's voice came from the bedroom. She didn't know when she woke up and changed into clean clothes. The whole person looks radiant and energetic. Nothing. Shen Yao quickly covered up. Oh? Really? Li Xian walked to Shen Yao with a smile and put her arm around her. Yao Yao, are you doing something secretly with Lin Fan? There was a hint of teasing in Li Xian's voice. Where is it? You're still saying no? Look at you, your face is red. Li Xian pointed at Shen Yao's face and smiled even more happily. I'm hot. Shen Yao argued cunningly. Really? But why do I feel like you're shy? Li Xian continued to tease. You still say that. Shen Yao was so annoyed by what Li Xian said that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She reached out to tickle Li Xian. Haha, stop kidding. I was wrong. Can I just be wrong? Li Xian dodged and begged for mercy. The two girls started fighting in the living room. The sounds of laughter and playing were endless. In the kitchen, Lin Fan listened to the two girls' laughter, with a slight smile on his face. This feeling is so good. It's like going back to the carefree college days. No worries, no pressure, only happiness and laughter. He quickened his movements. Then, one dish after another was brought to the table by Lin Fan in the surprised eyes of Shen Yao and Li Xian. Another 10 minutes passed. Lin Fan walked out of the kitchen carrying the last dish. Clang clang clang. It's done. Lin Fan placed the dishes on the table and announced proudly. The table was filled with delicious dishes. Every dish exudes an enticing aroma. One look at it and you can't help but salivate. Wow! This smells so good. Li Xian sniffed and her eyes widened. She was originally playing around with Shen Yao. Now, all her attention was attracted by the delicious food on the table. Shen Yao couldn't help swallowing. Because it smells so good. It smells so good that she wants to swallow her tongue. How about it, Yao Yao, are you convinced? Lin Fan looked at Shen Yao with a smile, as if to say, come and praise me. Shen Yao curled her lips. But she had to admit it again. The food cooked by Lin Fan is indeed delicious. At least, it smells delicious. Humph. Just because it smells good doesn't mean it tastes good. Shen Yao said stubbornly. Is it really delicious? Why don't you try it and know? As Lin Fan spoke, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised lion head and put it in Shen Yao's bowl. Here, try this. Shen Yao hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the lion's head and put it into her mouth. Take a light bite. The delicious juice bursts in your mouth instantly. Shen Yao couldn't help but let out a moan of satisfaction. This is so delicious. She has never eaten such delicious lion head. How is it? Is it delicious? Lin Fan asked proudly. Shen Yao didn't say anything. She just silently picked up another piece of lion's head and put it into her mouth. He answered Lin Fan's question with practical actions. Ha, I told you, my cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Lin Fan burst into laughter.
I want to eat too. Li Xin couldn't bear it anymore.
She picked up the chopsticks and reached for the food on the table.
Don't worry, everyone has a share.
Lin Fan said with a smile. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of lion head for Li Xin as well.
Delicious. So delicious. Li Xin ate and praised the food highly.
She ate so much that her mouth was full of grease, and her image was completely ruined. But she didn't care at all.
Because it's so delicious.
She had never eaten anything so delicious. Lin Fan felt extremely proud as he watched the two women wolfing down their food.
Yao, now you should admit that the food I cook is delicious, right? Lin Fan attacked Xin Yao again.
Xin Yao was completely speechless now.
She had to admit it. The food cooked by Lin Fan is indeed delicious. It tastes better than any restaurant she has ever eaten at. Okay. I admit that the food you cook is indeed delicious.
Xin Yao said reluctantly.
Hey, that's more like it.
Lin Fan smiled proudly.
Since you admit it, then our bet.
Lin Fan changed the subject and brought up the bet again.
What do you want to do? Chapter 40. Bring my godfather a bottle of 1982 lay by. Nixia you by chance.
Xin Yao immediately became alert.
Don't worry, I won't let you do anything excessive.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
I just wanted to.
Lin Fan paused deliberately when he said this.
Just thinking about what? Xin Yao asked nervously.
She was afraid that Lin Fan would make some request that would embarrass her.
Even Li Xin, who was immersed in eating, raised his head at this moment.
She slowed down her eating. With a pair of big watery eyes, she looked at Lin Fan and Xin Yao in confusion.
What are you talking about? Li Xin asked curiously. Nothing.
Lin Fan and I made a bet.
Xin Yao hurriedly explained to Li Xin. Xin, you don't know, just now.
Xin Yao told everything about the bet between her and Lin Fan.
Oh? A bet? What bet? After listening to this, Li Xin's eyes rolled around. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Hey, I haven't decided what to ask for yet.
Lin Fan deliberately kept the question in suspense.
I'll tell you when I think of it.
Ah? You haven't thought about it yet?
Xin Yao was a little surprised. She thought that Lin Fan had already thought about what request he would make.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Fan shrugged. But don't worry, I will never let you do anything you don't like. Oh well. Xin Yao nodded. Okay, stop talking about this and eat. Lin Fan greeted. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Aha! Li Xin couldn't wait any longer.
She picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat with relish. Xin Yao also picked up the chopsticks and started eating. However, she was still somewhat uneasy in her heart. She didn't know what Lin Fan would ask for. The three of them finished their lunch in a weird atmosphere.
Belch. Li Xin burped. I'm so full.
She touched her belly, which was free of fat, and said with a satisfied look on her face.
Xin Yao is similar.
She also felt that her stomach was bloated from eating so much.
Lin Fan, the food you cook is so delicious. Xin Yao couldn't help but admire. From now on, we'll let you cook every day, okay? That depends on your performance.
Lin Fan stretched out his voice, his tone filled with a smirk. Xin Yao instantly knew what Lin Fan meant and her face turned red. She reached out her hand to Lin Fan's waist and pinched it hard.
Ouch!
Lin Fan grimaced in pain.
Bad guys. Bullying us again. Li Xin also said coquettishly.
She also imitated Xin Yao and pinched Lin Fan's waist hard.
Ouch! It hurts.
Lin Fan jumped up and down in pain.
You two are murdering your own husband. Humph! Who told you to be so dishonest? Xin Yao and Li Xin said in unison. Okay, I was wrong. Is that okay?
Lin Fan quickly begged for mercy.
From now on, whenever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Is that okay?
Under the tyrannical power of the two women, Lin Fan had no choice but to surrender.
That's more like it. Only then did Xin Yao and Li Xin let Lin Fan go. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. But they also know. It is definitely unrealistic to ask Lin Fan to cook every day. After all, Lin Fan must have a lot of things to do. It's impossible to be around them every day. Okay, no more trouble,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Just at this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it. It's Lu Feng calling. Hey, Fengzi, what's going on?
Lin Fan answered the phone and asked.
Brother Fan, where are you now?
I've already taken care of everything here, come out now, I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Feng's excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
I've already started working at the river fishing site. The manager there is very polite to me. And the treatment is very good. This is all thanks to you, Brother Fan. Lu Feng's tone was full of gratitude. That's good, that's good,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm at a restaurant on XX Road. Just come over. Lu Feng gave an address. Okay, I'll be there soon. Lin Fan hung up the phone and said to Xin Yao and Li Xin.
A friend of mine invites me to dinner.
Do you want to come with us? Let's not go.
We are both too full to eat. We need to go shopping to digest the food.
Xin Yao shook her head. She and Li Xin were both full. I really can't eat anything. Okay, I'll go by myself then. Lin Fan didn't force it.
He drove and sped all the way to the address Lu Feng gave. Lin Fan drove to XX Road and saw Lu Feng standing at the door of a restaurant called Food is Heaven from afar, looking forward to it. This guy is quite good at choosing a place. The decoration looks quite high-end. Lin Fan muttered to himself and parked the car steadily in the parking space in front of the hotel.
Brother Fan.
As soon as Lu Feng saw Lin Fan, he ran over in 2 steps.
Godfather, you are finally here. Lu Feng put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulders, so passionately.
The two of them entered the box, and Lu Feng was so excited.
Godfather, let me tell you, I am now a popular person in the company.
Lu Feng said this with a beaming smile. As soon as I started working, my manager asked me to be in charge of a big project and assigned me 2 assistants.
Do you think this is a step to heaven?
Lu Feng raised his eyebrows proudly. That expression was just short of having the words "I am a winner in life" written all over his face.
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lu Feng's cocky look. This kid is really easy to satisfy.
Not bad, Fengzi, it looks like you're going to be very successful.
Lin Fan joked. That's all thanks to you, Brother Fan. Lu Feng said quickly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this chance. By the way, Brother Fan, which high-ranking person did you fish out of the river? Can you tell me?
Lu Feng asked curiously, his gossipy eyes sparkling. He felt like he was being scratched by a cat, and he really wanted to know which big boss of the group Lin Fan knew.
Well,
Lin Fan deliberately prolonged his voice to whet Lu Feng's appetite.
It's nothing, just a friend I met by chance,
Lin Fan said lightly.
Hey, Brother Fan, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me.
Lu Feng was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks.
There's really nothing much to say, they're just small fry.
Lin Fan continued to tease him.
A small fry? Brother Fan, please stop fooling me. Lu Feng looked unconvinced. I'm really not kidding you.
In fact, it's mainly because of your own ability. It has nothing to do with others. Lin Fan said with a smile. If you don't have that ability, even if I know the King of Heaven, he won't hire you, right? Lin Fan's words made Lu Feng feel relieved.
Brother Fan, what you said, I love to hear it. Lu Feng grinned.
But, Brother Fan, I know that you are doing this to save my face and not to put me under too much pressure.
Lu Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror.
He knew that he could not be where he is today without Lin Fan's help.
I, Lu Feng, will remember this kindness in my heart.
If you have anything to ask from now on, Brother Fan, just tell me.
I, Lu Feng, will go through fire and water for you without hesitation.
Lu Feng patted his chest and assured. It looked like they were just short of a blood oath. All right, stop doing this nonsense and order the food, Lin Fan said with a smile. He didn't want to make the atmosphere so serious.
Okay. Lu Feng quickly handed the menu to Lin Fan.
Brother Fan, take a look at what you want to eat. Just order whatever you want.
It's my treat today,
Lu Feng said proudly.
It looked as if he was already a millionaire.
Lin Fan didn't hesitate and ordered a few of his favorite dishes.
Okay, that's all, enough for food.
Lin Fan handed the menu back to Lu Feng.
Okay. Lu Feng took the menu and added a few of the restaurant's signature dishes.
Waiter, place your order.
Lu Feng shouted. Okay, I'll be right there. The waiter responded and left with the menu. Brother Fan, do we want something to drink? Lu Feng asked. Forget about me driving. Don't you understand that you shouldn't drink and drive, or drink and drive?
Lin Fan said unhappily.
Okay. My awareness is too low.
Then give my godfather a bottle of 1982 lay-by.
Lu Feng quickly asked the waiter to bring a few bottles of lay-by. After a while, the dishes came up one after another. It has good color, aroma and taste, which increases your appetite at first sight. Brother Fan, come on, let's go first.
Lu Feng raised his glass and said to Lin Fan. Cheers. Lin Fan also raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Feng. They both drank it down in one gulp.
It feels so good. Lu Feng put down the cup and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Fan, the food here is really delicious, try this. Lu Feng enthusiastically picked up some food for Lin Fan.
Lin Fan didn't hesitate and picked up the chopsticks and started eating.
Yeah, it tastes really good. Lin Fan nodded. The two of them ate and chatted. Hey, Brother Fan, are all these people like this? They eat what's in the bowl but keep their eyes on what's in the pot. Suddenly Lu Feng sighed, apparently thinking of his romantic past. Why, are you missing your ex-girlfriends again?
Lin Fan said teasingly with a smile.
How can that be possible?
I won't go back to my old lover.
Lu Feng quickly waved his hands to deny it. Come on, don't I know what you're thinking?
Lin Fan curled his lips in disbelief.
Hey, Brother Fan, you said that as if you know me very well.
Lu Feng laughed dryly twice.
Nonsense, as soon as you stick your butt out, I know what shit you're going to do.
Lin Fan said bluntly.
Lu Feng was suddenly speechless, looking helpless. Just when the two of them were joking around. Bang!
A loud noise came from outside the door.
Oh my gosh, what's going on?
Lu Feng was so startled that he almost jumped up from his chair.
I don't know, let's go out and have a look. Lin Fan frowned. Lin Fan didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but the incident happened right at the door of the box, and the noise was as if it was right next to his ears. Let's go and take a look. Lu Feng also became interested. He liked to watch the fun. The two men stood up and opened the door of the box.
I saw a man wearing a floral shirt and a big gold chain, stopping the two girls from leaving. This man has a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and he doesn't look like a good person at first glance. When Lin Fan looked at the two girls, he was stunned. One of the girls was the female anchor Xia Yuyu whom he had rewarded last night. I can't help but sigh that this world is so small. Xia Yuyu thought that she had done something wrong last night and made Big Brother Debong angry, so she didn't sleep well the whole night. After waking up in a daze, I still haven't received any news from low-key brother. This made Xia Yuyu anxious and upset, so she went to tell her best friend about it.
Oh, don't worry. Who is that low-key guy? He's a super rich guy. He must be very busy. Li Yu patted Xia Yuyu's shoulder and comforted her.
Besides, you've only been live streaming for a few days, and you've already met such a big brother.
I wonder how many people envy you. We should be happy. Let's go to a restaurant today and celebrate.
Li Yu said this, pulling Xia Yuyu up and walking out.
But Xia Yuyu wanted to say something else. Don't worry.
You have dark circles under your eyes. You must not have gotten much sleep last night.
Let's go buy a cup of coffee and then we'll set off.
Li Yu interrupted her without further ado.
Xia Yuyu had no choice but to nod, thinking to herself, maybe Brother Didi was just too busy?
The two came to a coffee shop and Xia Yuyu ordered a latte. Then the two of them walked towards a restaurant called Food is Heaven while talking and laughing.
This restaurant was recommended by Li Yu and is said to have very good food. Xia Yuyu was walking absent-mindedly, holding a cup of coffee. Sudden. Bang. A muffled sound.
Xia Yuyu felt like she had bumped into something.
Ouch. A man's voice sounded. Crash.
The coffee in Xia Yuyu's hand spilled out.
Ah. Xia Yuyu exclaimed. Finished. The coffee was all spilled on the man. Xia Yuyu quickly looked up.
I saw a man wearing a floral shirt and a big gold chain, staring at me angrily. This man has a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and at first glance he doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. What's worse, the floral shirt he was wearing was stained with coffee.
Are you okay? Xia Yuyu asked stutteringly, feeling extremely panicked. What do you think? Are you fucking blind? Don't you have eyes?
The man in the flowered shirt roared, his voice making Xia Yuyu's ears buzz.
A strong smell of alcohol hit me in the face. This guy drank a lot of wine. Sorry. I didn't mean to.
Xia Yuyu quickly apologized.
I'm sorry? If sorry is useful, why do we need the police?
The man in the flowered shirt refused to give in.
Do you know how much this dress of mine cost?
It costs tens of thousands.
Can you afford it?
He pointed at the stains on his body and shouted loudly.
Tens of thousands? Xia Yuyu was stunned. She is just a college graduate, how can she afford the compensation?
Although Diao Digu gave her a lot of tips last night, the money can only be withdrawn next month.
Far water cannot quench near thirst. I really didn't mean it.
Xia Yuyu's voice became smaller and smaller, and tears were about to fall.
You didn't do it on purpose?
I think you did it on purpose. The man in the flowered shirt became more and more excited as he spoke.
I think you are pretty. Are you trying to seduce me in this way?
He suddenly changed his expression and said with a smile. That look made Xia Yuyu feel a chill.
You, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Yuyu was both embarrassed and angry.
Hey, little sister, stop pretending. Come with me, I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. As the man in the flowered shirt spoke, he actually reached out to touch Xia Yuyu's face.
Bang! A crisp sound. Liu slapped the hand of the man in the floral shirt away. What are you doing? Are you being a hooligan?
Liu stared at the man in the flowered shirt with his eyes wide open.
Oh, there's a little chili pepper.
The man in the flowered shirt was not angry, but even more excited.
Little sister, who are you? Her best friend? Do you want to join us? He looked at Liu with lustful eyes. Roll. Liu scolded without any hesitation. How dare you scold me?
The man in the flowered shirt suddenly became angry and embarrassed.
Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. He raised his hand and was about to hit Liu. Ah!
Xia Yuyu screamed in fright.
Without even thinking, she stood in front of Liu. Don't hit my girlfriend.
Xia Yuyu closed her eyes, waiting for the slap to come.
Chapter 41 Hero saves the beauty, Huang Liang regrets.
After waiting for a long time, there was no movement.
What's going on?
Xia Yuyu carefully opened her eyes a crack. I saw a tall figure standing in front of me.
Xia Yuyu was stunned. Who the hell dares to stop me? Huang Liang yelled in frustration. He felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp and he couldn't move. Let me go. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business?
Huang Liang turned his head and glared at Lin Fan fiercely. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Fan's hand.
How come this guy is so strong? Huang Liang was secretly surprised. I advise you to keep your mouth shut.
Lin Fan said coldly.
He hates people swearing the most. Especially in front of beautiful women. So uncultured. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Huang Liang refused to give in and continued to shout. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Kill me? Lin Fan smiled. Is there anyone who dares to be so arrogant these days?
He exerted a little force on his hands.
Ouch. It hurts. Let go. Let go.
Huang Liang screamed immediately. His face was twisted in pain.
Brother! Brother! I was wrong. Is it okay if I am wrong?
Please let go. Huang Liang immediately gave in and started begging for mercy.
Joke. This guy's grip is even stronger than a pair of pliers.
If you don't beg for mercy, your wrist will be broken.
Snort.
Lin Fan snorted coldly. He smelled the strong smell of alcohol on Huang Liang and frowned even more tightly. This smell is so fucking intoxicating. It's like just crawling out of a swill bucket. He threw his hands away in disgust. Ouch! Huang Liang staggered and almost fell to the ground. He rubbed his red wrist and looked at Lin Fan with horror.
Is this guy a monster? How come you have so much strength? Thank you. Xia Yuyu came back to her senses and quickly thanked Lin Fan.
Her voice was still a little trembling.
She was really scared just now. Thanks.
Li Yu also said gratefully. She was really scared just now, fearing that Xia Yuyu would be beaten.
It's all right. It's all right.
Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile. He deliberately pretended not to know Xia Yuyu.
What happened? How did you get into trouble with this kind of person? Lin Fan asked.
Us. Xia Yuyu was about to explain.
Mind your own business, kid. Huang Liang recovered and started shouting again. I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. Just wait.
He pointed at Lin Fan's nose and said viciously.
Oh? Really?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. This person really only cares about food and not about beatings.
It's like this.
Xia Yuyu briefly told Lin Fan what had happened.
Clothes worth tens of thousands?
After listening to this, Lin Fan looked Huang Liang up and down. The floral shirt he was wearing was wrinkled and stained with coffee.
No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Hey, big brother, did you buy these clothes at a street stall? Lin Fan said with a mocking look on his face.
Just your outfit, is it worth 10,000 yuan? You are talking nonsense. Huang Liang was exposed by Lin Fan and immediately became angry and embarrassed. My clothes are a famous brand. Do you know what a famous brand is? Famous brand?
Lin Fan smiled. I think it's street stall goods?
You, stop spitting blood.
Huang Liang was so angry that he jumped up and down.
It's a famous brand. I see you're even extorting money from a little girl. Do you have any shame?
Lin Fan said bluntly.
You fucking say that again?
Huang Liang was so angry that his face turned green, and he rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward.
Why, you still want to do it?
Lin Fan sneered, showing no fear at all. With such a small body, he is not even strong enough to be hit by one punch.
Oh, my bad temper. Huang Liang pretended to pounce on him. Bang!
Suddenly, a figure flashed by.
Ouch!
Huang Liang let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He held his stomach and bent over like a cooked shrimp.
Ouch, my stomach, it hurts so much. Huang Liang felt as if his internal organs were displaced and he almost vomited out what he had eaten at noon. Who the hell kicked me?
Huang Liang was in so much pain that tears came out, but he still kept cursing.
Your grandpa.
Lu Feng stood beside Lin Fan and pointed at Huang Liang's nose and cursed.
You dare to touch my brother? I think you are tired of living. Lu Feng flexed his wrists, looking eager to try.
He has disliked this kid for a long time.
Okay.
Huang Liang covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at Lin Fan and Lu Feng with the other.
You just wait.
If you have the guts, don't leave. Huang Liang said this through gritted teeth, veins popping out on his forehead.
Grandson, Grandpa is waiting here, what can you do? Lu Feng crossed his arms across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. I'll call someone.
Huang Liang took out his cell phone and dialed a number tremblingly. He cried into the phone, feeling so aggrieved.
Wait, my people will be here soon. After hanging up the phone, Huang Liang regained his arrogance. Just wait till you kneel down and kowtow to me.
He pointed at Lin Fan and Lu Feng and said viciously.
Yo ha? You're calling for help?
Lin Fan was happy.
Why are there still so many people who like to get beaten up these days? What's going on?
A middle-aged man in a suit and with a beer belly walked over. He is the owner of this restaurant, Wang Fuguei. When Wang Fuguei heard the noise, he hurried over.
Boss Wang, you're here just in time.
When Huang Liang saw Wang Fuguei, he felt like he had seen a savior.
These two guys beat me up. You have to make the decision for me.
Huang Liang pointed at Lin Fan and Lu Feng, confusing right and wrong. Wang Fuguei frowned and looked at Lin Fan and Lu Feng.
Don't these two people look like unreasonable people?
Before Wang Fuguei could open his mouth to ask, a voice suddenly came from behind him.
Mr. Lin? Why are you here? A middle-aged man walked over quickly. There was surprise on his face and a hint of respect. This person is the president of Tianhai Bank, Lin Guoliang.
Lin Guoliang happened to have an appointment with friends to have dinner at this restaurant today, but he unexpectedly ran into Lin Fan.
President Lin?
Lin Fan was also a little surprised when he saw Lin Guoliang.
You are. Lin Guoliang walked up to Lin Fan with a very polite attitude. You know, Lin Fan is a super VIP customer of their bank.
Moreover, Lin Fan's identity and background seemed unfathomable to him.
Oh, it's nothing. I just met a scammer.
Lin Fan pointed at Huang Liang and said lightly.
Bumping into someone?
Lin Guoliang's gaze fell on Huang Liang. At this time, Huang Liang was looking at Lin Guoliang with a confused look on his face. He felt that his brain was not enough.
What is going on? Why would the president of Tianhai Bank be so polite to this kid? Still calling him Mr. Lin? Could it be that this guy is some big shot? Huang Liang's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Lin. President Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Huang Liang quickly ran up to Lin Guoliang and said with a nod and a bow. Misunderstanding? What's the misunderstanding?
Lin Guoliang gave him a cold look.
Aye. Huang Liang hesitated, not knowing how to explain. He was so regretful in his heart.
If he had known this guy was so powerful, he would never have tried to extort money.
Now, we VE hit a wall. Mr. Lin, how do you say we should deal with this matter? Chapter 42 anyway, I know that you are really awesome now.
Lin Guoliang ignored Huang Liang and turned to ask Lin Fan.
Lin Fan smiled.
I have no objection, but these two ladies seem to have some objections.
He pointed at Xia Yuyu and Li Yu. Hello, ladies. I am Lin Guoliang, the president of Tianhai Bank.
Lin Guoliang hurriedly walked up to Xia Yuyu and Li Yu and introduced himself.
If you have any requests, just ask. Lin Guoliang's attitude was so sincere. We.
Xia Yuyu and Li Yu looked at each other, both at a loss. They didn't expect things to develop to this point. President Lin, I think you should ask him to apologize to her twice first. Lin Fan reminded from the side.
Yes. Apologize.
Lin Guoliang quickly said to Huang Liang.
Hurry up and apologize to these two ladies. How could Huang Liang dare to show any temper at this moment? He hurriedly walked up to Xia Yuyu and Li Yu and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize you. I offended you too. I apologize to you. Huang Liang's voice was filled with tears.
After seeing Huang Liang apologize, Lin Guoliang turned around and looked at Lin Fan with a questioning look.
All right, get out of here.
Lin Fan waved his hand impatiently.
Don't let me see you again.
Yes.
I'll leave right now.
Huang Liang felt as if he had been pardoned and ran out of the restaurant crawling.
Yes.
Lin Guoliang suddenly called Huang Liang.
You should pay back the loan you owe to the bank, right? Don't think I don't know what you did out there.
If you don't pay me back, you'll end up in jail.
Lin Guoliang's voice was icy cold.
Huang Liang almost peed his pants when he heard this. His face was pale, as if his parents had died.
Lin. President Lin. I understand. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. Huang Liang said tremblingly, then ran away. President Lin, thank you very much for today's event.
Lin Fan said to Lin Guoliang with a smile. He naturally knew the reason why the bank president helped him, which was simply because he had a huge amount of money deposited in his bank. However, some polite words still need to be said. Hey, Mr. Lin, your words are too polite. When Lin Guoliang heard this, he quickly waved his hands.
You are my honored guest. What's this little thing?
Besides, this was originally that kid's fault.
I'm just telling the truth.
Lin Guoliang felt so relieved. For him, being able to help Lin Fan would be a great thing.
This is more effective than any other gift. President Lin, please stop calling me Mr. Lin. It sounds weird.
Lin Fan smiled.
Well, if you don't mind, just call me Lin Fan.
After he said this, Lin Guoliang became even happier.
What does this mean? This shows that Lin Fan didn't treat him as an outsider.
This is a great opportunity to build closer relationships.
Ha, good. Good. Good.
Lin Guoliang said good 3 times in a row, and his smile was so big that he could hardly contain it.
Brother Lin Fan, please don't call me President Lin. I am a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Lin.
He changed the address and directly called Lin Fan brother.
The relationship became closer in an instant.
When Lin Fan heard this, he agreed.
Brother Lin, look, this.
Lin Fan pointed at Lu Feng and the others.
I'm having dinner with my friends. How about next time? Next time I'll personally host you and treat you to a nice drink.
When Lin Guoliang heard this, he quickly waved his hands.
That's fine. That's fine. I won't get involved in your gatherings as young people. Brother Lin Fan, let's make an appointment when we are free.
Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Once a person has status and position, even the way he speaks and acts becomes different.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the owner of this restaurant, Wang Fugue.
The restaurant owner, Wang Fugue, also came over at this time and said with a smile on his face.
I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I'm really sorry for making your meal unpleasant.
In this way, all your consumption here today will be free of charge. Wang Fugue's words were so generous. However, he didn't feel sad at all. Being able to make friends with someone like Lin Fan, let alone free 1 meal, even free 10 meals would be worth it. Lin Fan looked at Wang Fugue's enthusiastic expression and did not act pretentiously.
Boss Wang, you are too polite.
But since you said so, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Lin Fan said with a smile. He is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage, but since the boss has said so, it would seem a bit inhumane to refuse.
Ha, Mr. Lin, it's my honor that you can come to me.
Wang Fugue smiled so brilliantly.
Then, I won't disturb you while you're eating? Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know.
After Wang Fugue finished speaking, he tactfully withdrew.
As soon as these two people left, the whole atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. Oh my god.
Lu Feng finally came to his senses. He rushed to Lin Fan and grabbed Lin Fan's arm.
Brother Fan.
You have to tell the truth.
Did you do something earth-shattering behind my back? Why is even the president of Tianhai Bank so polite to you? Still calling you, Mr. Lin? Oh my god.
Lu Feng's voice changed tone and the expression on his face was so wonderful. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse.
When did my good brother become so awesome? He remembered that Lin Fan was not like this before? Could it be, this is the legendary turnaround?
No, this is not just a salted fish turning over a new leaf, this is a carp leaping over the dragon gate.
Lu Feng's mood at this moment is simply indescribable.
Various emotions intertwined together, making him feel like he was dreaming.
Calm down. Calm down.
Lin Fan patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile.
What's all the fuss about? It's just a small favor for President Lin. I was just being polite, but you took it seriously?
Lin Fan said it lightly, as if it was really not a big deal. But the more he did this, the more incredible Lu Feng found it.
A little favor? What small favor could make the president of Tianhai Bank give you such respect? Lin Fan, don't fool me.
I have little education, so don't lie to me. Lu Feng widened his eyes, looking unconvinced.
I really didn't fool you.
Lin Fan smiled helplessly.
Don't ask what it is specifically about. It's not a bad thing anyway. He couldn't tell Lu Feng that he became so awesome because of the system, right?
No one would believe this kind of thing if I told them to others.
It's better not to say it.
Seeing that Lin Fan refused to speak, Lu Feng knew that there was no point in asking further. He took a deep breath and calmed his excitement.
Okay, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, I know you're really awesome now. From now on, I will follow you, brother.
Lu Feng patted his chest and said this, with a face full of the attitude of a bootlicker. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing.
He knew that Lu Feng was joking with him.
That's right. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Xia Yuyu and Li Yu.
Two beauties, if you don't mind, why don't you eat something together? Anyway, the restaurant owner is treating us today, so eat as much as you want, don't be polite.
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Chapter 43 Brother Lin Fan, can you pay attention to me? Xia Yuyu's suspicion. Xia Yuyu and Li Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The originally somewhat restrained atmosphere was suddenly broken by Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. Xia Yuyu spoke first, her voice was so soft and sticky that it made one's bones go soft. As she spoke, she secretly looked at Lin Fan. This man is not only handsome, but also has a strong sense of justice and speaks in an interesting way. Xia Yuyu's favorability +1, current favorability 81. A system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Only 1 point of favorability? Lin Fan muttered to himself. It seems that Yuyu doesn't know that I am the low-key guy. Otherwise, this favorability rating would be rising rapidly. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. There's still a long way to go, take your time, there's no rush. He thought happily in his heart. Yes, Brother Lin Fan, thank you so much. Li Yu also said that she was more outgoing than Xia Yuyu and spoke more directly. How about we add a green bubble? Next time we have a chance, we'll treat you to a meal and thank you. Li Yu suggested. Oh, it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Lin Fan waved his hand, as if to say, I never leave my name behind when I do good things. But since these two beauties have invited me so graciously, it would seem unromantic if I were to refuse. Come on, add a green bubble. Next time you treat me, I will definitely come. Lin Fan said as he took out his cell phone. After adding each other's contact information, the four returned to the box. Lin Fan handed the menu to Xia Yuyu and Li Yu. Two ladies, order whatever you want. Boss Wang is treating us today, so don't be polite to him. Lin Fan said with a smile again. Then Xia Yuyu and Li Yu ordered a few dishes symbolically. After ordering the food, they each poured themselves a drink. Brother Lin Fan, thank you so much today. Xia Yuyu raised her glass and thanked Lin Fan again. Yes, Brother Lin Fan, if it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do. Li Yu also said. Oh, I've already told you, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Lin Fan also raised his glass. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate our meeting. Cheers. The four of them clinked their glasses and drank them all. Brother Lin Fan, her name is Li Yu, and mine is. Xia Yuyu was just about to introduce herself. I know, you are Xia Yuyu, yes. Lin Fan almost blurted out. Ah. Xia Yuyu was stunned. She was surprised. Could it be that she had met Lin Fan before but just forgot about it? Lin Fan suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and stopped talking immediately. Ahem, I just heard your bestie calling your name. He quickly found an excuse. Oh. Although Xia Yuyu felt it was a bit strange, she didn't think much about it. She just felt that Lin Fan gave her an inexplicably friendly feeling. It's like, I've seen it somewhere before. By the way, Yuyu, what do you do? Lin Fan asked, pretending to be curious. As for me, I'm just a small anchor, and I've only been broadcasting for a few days. Xia Yuyu said a little embarrassedly. Hey, Yuyu, don't be so modest. Li Yu interrupted. Our Yuyu is amazing. After just a few days of live streaming, a big brother gave her a reward. Next month, she will be a wealthy woman. Li Yu's face was full of envy. Really? That Yuyu is amazing. After hearing this, Lin Fan smiled secretly. Do I need to tell you this? I already knew it. But he remained calm on the surface and pretended to be surprised. Oh, it's not that exaggerated. I was just lucky. Xia Yuyu felt a little embarrassed by the praise. By the way, Yuyu, where are you live streaming? What's your name? I'll follow you too. Lu Feng suddenly interrupted and asked. I'll come and teach you. When Li Yu heard that Lu Feng wanted to pay attention to Xia Yuyu, he spoke immediately. She was very enthusiastic about bringing attention to Xia Yuyu. Let me tell you, her live broadcast room is really interesting. As Li Yu spoke, he moved closer to Lu Feng. Come, I'll teach you how to operate. The two of them got together and started chatting in whispers. I don't know if it was because they had similar personalities, but the two of them got along better and better as they talked, and in the end they were chatting enthusiastically. Hey, these two people are quite destined to be together. Lin Fan looked at them and said with a smile. Yeah, they both have carefree personalities. Xia Yuyu also said with a smile. That's right, fate is something indescribable.
Lin Fan looked at the two heads put together and smiled helplessly.
Xia Yuyu also started laughing.
The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle.
Ahem. Lin Fan coughed lightly, breaking the brief silence. Yuyu, you're not from Haidu, right?
Lin Fan was just trying to make small talk.
Well, I came to Haidu to study, and my hometown is, over there.
Xia Yuyu winked playfully and said a place name that Lin Fan had never heard of.
My major is dance, and I just graduated this year. Oh, dancing, no wonder she has such a good figure. Then why did she become a host?
Lin Fan looked Xia Yuyu up and down and praised her sincerely. Xia Yuyu felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her, and her cheeks turned slightly red.
No way.
She lowered her head and gently fiddled with the drink cup in front of her. I originally thought that after graduation I would find a job in Haidu and work steadily. Xia Yuyu's voice lowered. But the current employment situation is so difficult. I have submitted many resumes, but all of them have fallen into the sea of responses. It's hard to get a few interviews, but my colleagues are jealous and deliberately make things difficult for me. I met some, not very serious bosses. When Xia Yuyu said this, there was a hint of grievance and helplessness in her tone. So I thought, why not try live streaming and see if I can make a breakthrough? She raised her head, her eyes shining with longing for the future.
I see.
Lin Fan nodded to show his understanding.
He was thinking. This girl, it's not easy. By the way, brother Lin Fan, do you usually watch live broadcasts?
Xia Yuyu suddenly asked, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment.
I just watch it occasionally to kill time, he said vaguely. Should we not let her know that I am the low-key guy now?
Lin Fan murmured in his heart.
Then, can you pay attention to me?
Xia Yuyu plucked up her courage and made a small request.
This.
Lin Fan suddenly felt overwhelmed.
If I pay attention to her face now, wouldn't that be the same as telling her directly that I am the low-key guy?
Various thoughts raced through Lin Fan's mind.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on you later.
Lin Fan patted his chest and assured.
Really? That's great.
When Xia Yuyu heard Lin Fan say this, she immediately became happy. But she still had a hint of doubt in her heart. Why does this brother Lin Fan feel so similar to the low-key brother from last night?
The tone of voice, and that feeling.
The more Xia Yuyu thought about it, the weirder it seemed.
No way. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? I must be overthinking it.
She shook her head and threw this ridiculous idea out of her mind.
Come on, Yuyu, stop thinking too much and let's continue eating.
Lin Fan changed the subject. He didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer.
Xia Yuyu nodded obediently. Chapter 44. Your love is too shallow. Burp.
Lin Fan burped and patted his stomach contentedly.
This is such a delicious meal. Yuyu, Liu, have you finished eating? Yeah, I'm done eating. Xia Yuyu and Liu nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Brother Lin Fan, thank you so much for today.
Not only did you help us out, but you also treated us to such a delicious lunch. Xia Yuyu said gratefully.
Hey, that's nothing. It's nothing. Lin Fan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Lu Feng, how about you? Are you full? I'm full. Lu Feng's eyes looked at Liu from time to time. Hey! What are you looking at, kid? Your eyeballs are about to pop out of your head.
Lin Fan nudged Lu Feng with his elbow and teased.
Oh. No, I didn't see anything.
Lu Feng then came back to his senses, scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Then, brother Lin Fan, brother Lu Feng, will be leaving first.
Enjoy your meal.
Xia Yuyu and Liu stood up and said goodbye to Lin Fan and Lu Feng.
Okay, then be careful on the road. Lin Fan nodded. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
The two girls walked out of the restaurant arm in arm. Lin Fan looked at their backs, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
TSK, these two girls are quite interesting. Why? Lin Fan was about to turn around when he heard Lu Feng sighing, his voice full of reluctance. What's wrong? Are you heartbroken? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Brother Fan, I may have fallen in love. Lu Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Fan seriously. What the hell? Are you in love? Lin Fan's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. How long have you known each other, kid? And you're already in love? This speed is too fast. Lin Fan covered his chest exaggeratedly, looking frightened. Your love is too shallow, isn't it? Any wave will drown you. Lin Fan continued to tease. Brother Fan, I'm serious. Surprisingly, Lu Feng did not refute Lin Fan, but spoke with a firm look in his eyes. I feel like I found the other half of my life. Li Yu, she is the person I'm looking for. It's okay, Brother Fan, just do your thing, I can take a taxi back by myself. Lu Feng seemed to know what Lin Fan wanted to say and spoke first. Besides, my mind is full of Li Yu now. Even if you send me there, I may not be able to chat with you. Lu Feng chuckled and showed an expression of you know what I mean. Okay, then be careful on the road. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Well, let's go. Lu Feng said this, turned around and walked out of the restaurant, hailed a taxi, and drove away. Lin Fan looked at Lu Feng's departing back and secretly sighed in his heart. This kid is really stuck in it. He shook his head. He turned to Lin Guoliang and Wang Fugui and said, Let's go, Brother Lin, Boss Wang. Mr. Lin, President Lin, please come this way. Wang Fugui made a gesture of invitation and led Lin Fan inside. The three of them came to a luxurious box with the golden words Supreme VIP inlaid on the door. It was obvious that not everyone could enter. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Wang Fugui pulled out a leather sofa chair politely and said with a nod. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and sat down. He immediately felt his whole body sinking into the soft sofa, which was so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a hum. This sofa is really nice. Lin Fan crossed his legs and nodded with satisfaction. Hee, as long as Mr. Lin likes it. Wang Fugui rubbed his hands and smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. This is first layer calfskin imported from Italy, purely handmade, and absolutely comfortable to sit on. Well, quite tasteful. Lin Fan looked at Wang Fugui approvingly. I thought to myself, even though this fat guy looks a bit plump, he really knows how to enjoy life. Mr. Lin, what would you like to drink? I have 1982 Lafite, as well as various collections of Matai and Wulianye. Wang Fugui asked attentively, wishing he could move the entire wine cellar over for Lin Fan to choose. Alright, stop with all that nonsense. Lin Fan waved his hand, interrupting Wang Fugui's endless chatter. Let's get down to business. He turned to look at Lin Guoliang and asked. Brother Lin, what on earth is it that brought you and Boss Wang to me? Lin Guoliang smiled and said. Brother Lin, actually Boss Wang wants your help with something, and I am just a middleman, serving as a bridge and connecting the dots. As for whether you want to help or not, it all depends on your own wishes, Brother Lin. Oh? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Fugui. Boss Wang, tell me, what's the matter? In fact, he already had a rough idea in his mind. But today, Lin Guoliang and Wang Fugui did him a small favor. If it's not something too troublesome, he doesn't mind helping out. Wang Fugui was delighted to see Lin Fan being so straightforward, and said quickly. Mr. Lin, it's like this. He cleared his throat and began to describe his predicament. It turns out that although Wang Fugui's restaurant looks prosperous on the surface, it is actually facing tremendous financial pressure. Some time ago, Wang Fugui opened several branches at once in order to expand his business. As a result, they took too big a step and ended up with a big failure, which led to problems with their capital chain. Now, the restaurant's daily operations are barely sustainable. If we can't find a way to raise some funds, I'm afraid this old store, which has been open for more than 10 years, is really going to close down. This is also the reason why Wang Fugui invited Lin Guoliang to dinner today. He just wanted to see if he could get a loan from the bank to solve his urgent problem. However, it was still difficult for him to apply for a loan in his current situation, so Lin Guoliang introduced Lin Fan to Wang Fugui. So, Mr. Lin, can you help me? After Wang Fugui finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fan expectantly, like a drowning person seeing a life-saving straw. After listening to this, Lin Fan secretly laughed. This fat guy really knows how to find people. Chapter 45. Let us first briefly talk about a small project worth 100 million.
He touched his chin and deliberately teased Wang Fuguei. Boss Wang, your restaurant seems to be quite profitable.
How come you are short of money?
When Wang Fuguei heard this, he immediately said with a sad face, Mr. Lin, you don't know that running a restaurant, even if it looks good, is just superficial work.
Rent, labor, food, which one doesn't cost money? Business is not good right now, and competition is fierce. It's good enough if we can just barely make it. Oh? So miserable?
Lin Fan pretended to be surprised.
You do not say.
Wang Fuguei nodded repeatedly. If I had no other choice, I wouldn't have the audacity to come to you for help. Lin Fan looked at Wang Fuguei's pitiful appearance and almost laughed out loud.
Okay, stop pretending.
Lin Fan waved his hand and said,
Tell me, how much money do you need?
When Wang Fuguei heard this, he immediately became excited and said quickly,
Mr. Lin, if I want to completely solve the funding problem, I might need 30 million.
After he finished speaking, he carefully observed Lin Fan's expression, fearing that Lin Fan would be scared away by the number.
30 million?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and repeated it. This number was certainly a piece of cake for him, but he didn't want to agree to Wang Fuguei so easily. He paused, resting his head on one hand and tapping the armrest of the sofa with the fingers of his other hand.
Lost in thought.
Lin Fan didn't think that 30 million was too much, but he thought that instead of simply lending it to Wang Fuguei, it would be better to take the opportunity to do something.
Anyway, the money is just sitting there now.
When Wang Fuguei saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and just kept tapping his fingers, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he felt nervous, as if he was drawing water with 15 buckets.
It's over, it's over. Mr. Lin, are you not happy?
Wang Fuguei's forehead began to sweat. He secretly glanced at Lin Fan's face, but found that Lin Fan looked calm and composed, with no sign of joy or anger at all.
What should I do?
Wang Fuguei was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles. 30 million may be a drop in the bucket for Lin Fan, but to him, it is life-saving money.
If Lin Fan refuses to help, his restaurant will be doomed. Mr. Lin.
Wang Fuguei gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and decided to go all out. Mr. Lin, if you think 30 million is too much and not worth it, then I can give you shares. Well, I'll give you 10% of the shares.
You don't have to pay a penny, and you can get dividends every year.
When my restaurant recovers, I promise to return the 30 million to you, including the principal and interest, without losing a cent. Wang Fuguei looked at Lin Fan eagerly. After hearing this, Lin Fan almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He cleared his throat and said,
Boss Wang, you misunderstood what I meant.
Ah? Wang Fuguei was stunned and looked at Lin Fan in confusion.
Misunderstanding? What's the misunderstanding? He became even more panicked. Could it be that the conditions he offered were too low and angered Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin, don't be angry.
Wang Fuguei said quickly. We can discuss this matter of shares. If you think 10% is too little, we can discuss it further.
As long as you are willing to help, everything will be fine.
He was now completely helpless and could only hold on to Lin Fan's thigh tightly. Lin Fan found it funny when he saw Wang Fuguei, who looked so anxious that he was about to cry.
This fat guy is quite interesting.
He decided not to tease Wang Fuguei anymore and said directly,
Boss Wang, don't be nervous, I don't think it's too little.
Lin Fan shook his head, stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Wang Fuguei.
I'll give you 100 million.
Hiss. Wang Fuguei took a deep breath and his eyes widened into the size of copper bells.
100 million?
He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and was completely stunned.
How is this possible? Mr. Lin, are you kidding?
He couldn't believe his ears.
100 million. That's not a small amount.
All the assets of his restaurant added together are probably not worth 100 million.
Lin Fan actually said he would pay 100 million? What? You think it's not enough?
Lin Fan teased him deliberately.
No. No less.
Wang Fuguei came back to his senses and waved his hands.
Too much. Mr. Lin, what are you doing?
He was now completely confused and had no idea of Lin Fan's tactics. Lin Fan smiled and said, Boss Wang, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll pay 100 million for 60% of your restaurant's shares. From now on, although I own 60% of the shares in this restaurant, I will not be involved in the management of the restaurant at all. If the business goes well, I can continue to invest more. How about it? Think about it? After Lin Fan finished speaking, he leaned back on the sofa, as if he had said not 100 million but $1. Although Lin Fan only has more than 300 million yuan in his card now, if he wants to make money, he can just watch the live broadcast and give crazy rewards, and 1 billion yuan will be deposited into his account immediately. Therefore, even if he lost all the 100 million, Lin Fan didn't feel bad at all, he just treated it as a fun thing. Anyway, I don't have to manage it myself. Gulp. Wang Fugue swallowed hard and felt like his heart was about to jump out. 160%? 100 million? Still, can we continue to make additional investments? He felt like he was dreaming and everything seemed so unreal. This is simply pie in the sky. He slapped his thigh and said loudly. Okay. Mr. Lin, I promise you. 60% of the shares of this restaurant will be yours from now on. He stretched out his hand excitedly, wanting to shake hands with Lin Fan. Lin Fan also smiled and stretched out his hand, shaking hands with Wang Fugue. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Fugue felt like he had gotten a huge bargain and was extremely happy. He quickly called the waiter. Quick! Bring up the best wine in our store. Today I want to give a toast to Mr. Lin. Also, bring up the best dishes in our restaurant. Today, I will not go home until I am drunk with Mr. Lin. He turned to look at Lin Guoliang and said, President Lin, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known such an amazing person like Mr. Lin. Come, I'll toast you too. He raised his glass and drank it all. Lin Guoliang also raised his glass with a smile and said, Boss Wang, you are too polite. I was just a matchmaker, I didn't help much. It's mainly because Brother Lin is willing to help. If you two work together well in the future, you will definitely be able to make this restaurant the best restaurant in Tianhai City, and even in the whole country. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Of course Lin Fan still had to drive, so he drank juice. Wang Fugue put down his wine glass, rubbed his hands, and smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Mr. Lin, President Lin, it's getting late today. How about I arrange a place for us to relax? He said this with a wink, and his expression was as obscene as it could be. When Lin Guoliang heard this, he waved his hands quickly. Boss Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but my old bones can't stand the torture. You young people go have fun. I won't get involved. He smiled and said, I'm old now, so it's better for me to go home and rest early. Seeing that Lin Guoliang was not going, Wang Fugue did not force him and turned to look at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, look. Lin Fan smiled and said, Boss Wang, I am indeed a little tired today. Let's do it another day. I will treat you another day. Some things need to be arranged. Well, okay then. Wang Fugue was a little disappointed, but he didn't dare to say anything. Since Mr. Lin is tired, let's get together another day. Mr. Lin, President Lin, I'll take you there. He diligently escorted Lin Fan and Lin Guoliang to the restaurant entrance. Lin Fan got into his sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Chapter 46 Xia Yuyu's welfare photos. Could it be that someone hacked her account? After Lin Fan left, Wang Fugue and Lin Guoliang stood there. Hey, President Lin. Wang Fugue slapped his thigh and smiled, squeezing all the wrinkles on his fat face together. This Mr. Lin is really not an ordinary person. He spent 100 million without blinking an eye. This is beyond my wildest dreams. He rubbed his hands together like a child who had received candy, and spoke incoherently with excitement. President Lin, tell me the truth, Mr. Lin, what does he do? Is his family a miner? Or a money printer? Lin Guoliang felt a little amused when he saw Wang Fugue's expression, which seemed to make him want to worship Lin Fan. He shook his head and said, Old Wang, I'm not really sure about Brother Lin's background. Ah? Wang Fugue was stunned, and the smile on his face froze. You don't know either? I really don't know. Lin Guoliang said seriously. I haven't known Brother Lin for long. Then you didn't ask? Wang Fugue asked persistently. Lin Guoliang smiled and patted Wang Fugue on the shoulder. Old Wang, there are some things that I should know, and I will tell you naturally. If you ask about things that you shouldn't know, it will be bad. This. Wang Fugue scratched his head, feeling somewhat unwilling, but also felt that what Lin Guoliang said made sense. Lin Guoliang looked at his tangled expression and added, Old Wang, I advise you not to ask about Brother Lin's background. If I make him unhappy, the pie in my hand will fly away. When Wang Fugue heard this, he was immediately shocked and nodded repeatedly. Yes, President Lin is right. I won't ask anymore. I just need to cooperate with Mr. Lin and run this restaurant well. He now completely understood that he could not afford to offend Lin Fan, this great Buddha. As long as I can hold on to Lin Fan, nothing else matters. Lin Guoliang saw that Wang Fugue finally understood. He smiled and said, Old Wang, it's getting late. I should go back. Thank you for your hospitality today. Hey, President Lin, what are you talking about? Wang Fugue said quickly. You are here because you are doing me a favor. If you want to eat anything in the future, just come and I promise to arrange everything for you. Ah, okay, I won't be polite then. Lin Guoliang said with a smile. President Lin, take care. Wang Fugue diligently saw Lin Guoliang off to the car, and only returned to the restaurant reluctantly after the car had driven away. On the other side, Lin Fan drove his Lamborghini at full speed and returned to his luxurious villa. Call. He threw his car keys onto the coffee table, then lazily collapsed onto the soft leather sofa, letting out a comfortable groan. It's still comfortable at home. The villa was quiet. The two girls, Shen Yao and Li Xian, had not returned yet. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and planned to see where they were hanging out. As soon as I unlocked the screen, I saw several bright red unread message prompts on the mobile app. Huh? Who sent me a message? Lin Fan was a little curious. Normally, apart from looking at beautiful women, he basically didn't chat with anyone. He clicked on the private messages and found that they were all sent by Xia Yuyu. This little girl, why didn't she sleep late last night and send me so many messages? Lin Fan muttered and opened the chat box. The next second, Lin Fan felt that his brain was not enough. He stared at the screen with his eyes wide open, almost popping his eyeballs out. On the screen, one photo after another came into view. In the photo, Xia Yuyu was wearing a gauze nightgown with a slightly open neckline, revealing her snow-white skin. She strikes all kinds of provocative poses, charming, innocent, cute, or sexy. Every photo exudes a fatal temptation. What did I see? Lin Fan felt a hot current surging in his nasal cavity and almost had a nosebleed. Is this a welfare photo? Xia Yuyu sent it to me? Is this little girl crazy? He couldn't believe his eyes. You know, Xia Yuyu is a pure and lovely girl. When I met her during the day, she was indeed shy and timid. Why do you become so unrestrained at night? Lin Fan felt that his three perspectives had been severely impacted. Could this little girl's account have been hacked? Or, is she kidding me? The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He picked up the phone again and scrolled through the chat history with trembling fingers. Brother Low Key, are you angry? I'm sorry, please tell me what I did wrong. Don't be angry, okay? I'll send you some photos to calm you down. After seeing the news, Lin Fan finally understood. It turned out that Xia Yuyu misunderstood that he was angry, so she sent these photos to coax him. Lin Fan calmed down and sent a message to Xia Yuyu. Yuyu, what are you doing? Well, I was busy last night and didn't see the news. I'm not angry. I'm not that petty. After sending the message, Lin Fan couldn't help but click on the photos and admire them one by one. Wow, this figure and this appearance, it's really amazing in one word, awesome. On the other side, Xia Yuyu had just returned home when she heard the notification tone of the dynamic sound. She picked up her phone and turned on the active voice impatiently. Brother Low Key has replied to my message. Xia Yuyu's heart was beating so fast that she almost threw her phone away in excitement. She took a deep breath and opened the chat box. After seeing the reply from Low Key Brother, Xia Yuyu finally felt relieved. It turns out that Low Key Brother really had something wrong last night. I thought he was mad at me. Xia Yuyu let out a long sigh and felt a lot more relaxed. However, when she saw the next message from Low Key Brother, her originally normal face suddenly turned red.
You have a nice figure. I am moved by your figure. Ah. Low-key guy said he's moved. Is this a hint to me? He also said I had a good figure.
Xia Yuyu felt her cheeks were burning, as if they were about to catch fire. She covered her cheeks with her hands and rolled around on the sofa like a shy kitten.
This. How can I respond?
Xia Yuyu hesitated for a while before replying a message.
Brother Low-key, this is my first time taking this kind of photo, and it's not very good.
As she typed, she prayed in her heart, hoping that Low-key brother would not dislike her. When Lin Fan saw Xia Yuyu's reply, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he revealed a smile.
It's already a great shot, it almost got me hooked. Lin Fan chuckled and sent another message to Xia Yuyu. But
when Xia Yuyu saw the 3 words "but that's all," she thought that Lin Fan was not satisfied with the photo she took.
But what?
She asked hurriedly, her heart was beating fast, as if there was a little rabbit in her chest. Lin Fan looked at the message sent by Xia Yuyu on the screen, a sly smile forming on his lips.
But, from now on, these photos can only be taken for me, understand?
When Xia Yuyu saw the message, she was stunned.
Can I only take the photo for him? What does this mean? Low-key brother, is he confessing his feelings to me?
Xia Yuyu's heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. The scene of chatting with Lin Fan at noon suddenly emerged in her mind. Lin Fan's sunny and handsome smile, his humorous conversation, and his domineering CEO temperament.
Everything is so similar to Brother Low-key. Could it be that Brother Low-key is Brother Lin Fan?
A bold guess suddenly popped up in Xia Yuyu's mind. This guess made her excited and nervous, expectant and scared.
No, I have to confirm it. Xia Yuyu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
She remembered that in the afternoon, she seemed to have added Lin Fan's green bubbles. If Low-key brother is really Brother Lin Fan, then I just need to add Low-key brother's green bubble to know it. When Xia Yuyu thought of this, she immediately sent a message to Low-key brother.
Brother Low-key, if you agree to one of my requests, I will promise you that I will only film for you in the future, okay?
When Lin Fan saw the message, he immediately became interested.
Oh? Little girl, do you have any other requests? He quickly replied, okay, tell me, what is your request?
Xia Yuyu looked at the reply from Low-key brother on the screen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile.
I want to add your green bubble, can I? Chapter 47. Xia Yuyu is ready to make a move.
When Lin Fan saw Xia Yuyu's message, he was immediately happy.
Hey, this little girl actually guessed it. Lin Fan secretly sighed in his heart, is this the sixth sense that only belongs to women?
However, Lin Fan did not intend to continue hiding it. After all, Xia Yuyu had already guessed it, so there was no point in pretending any longer. Moreover, he felt that it would be easier for Xia Yuyu to accept if he let her know on Weibo that he was the low-key guy than to reveal it suddenly in real life.
It seems that I can only confess and get leniency.
Lin Fan chuckled and clicked on the green bubble directly. He found Xia Yuyu's profile picture and quickly tapped on the screen.
Yuyu, now you already have my green bubble.
From now on, those welfare photos can only be sent to me. Lin Fan deliberately added a dog head emoticon. On the other side, after Xia Yuyu sent the message, she kept staring at the screen of her mobile phone, waiting for Brother Didi's reply. However, as time passed, there was no movement from the low-key brother.
Xia Yuyu's heart gradually sank. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Oh, Xia Yuyu, you were so stupid. Who is this low-key guy?
He must have a lot of important things to deal with. The people added to the green bubble are all big bosses and important people.
How can you just ask to be added to someone else's green bubble?
The more Xia Yuyu thought about it, the more she felt that she was being rash and she felt extremely regretful. She even began to imagine the scene in her mind where low-key brother was looking at her message with an unhappy expression, and felt that she had really messed up this time.
Wow. I'm so stupid.
Xia Yuyu rolled around on the sofa holding her cell phone. Just when she was having wild thoughts and feeling upset. Suddenly, the phone dinged, indicating that there was a new green bubble message. Xia Yuyu was startled and quickly picked up her phone and clicked on the green bubble. When she saw the sender of the message, she was stunned.
Lin Fan, Brother Lin Fan?
Xia Yuyu's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide, she simply couldn't believe her eyes.
With trembling fingers, she clicked on the message sent by Lin Fan. Boom!
Xia Yuyu felt a buzzing sound in her head, as if something exploded.
It's really him. Brother Lin Fan, he is really a low-key guy.
Although she had been mentally prepared before, Xia Yuyu still felt extremely shocked and unbelievable when her guess became reality. She sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. This is too coincidental. Xia Yuyu thought about the messages she had sent on Douyin and those tempting photos. His face suddenly turned red with shame, and he wished he could find a place to bury himself immediately.
Oh my god, what am I doing? Brother Lin Fan, will he think I'm frivolous? Will he hate me?
Xia Yuyu's heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. She hesitated for a long time before mustering up the courage to send Lin Fan a message.
Lin. Brother Lin Fan, are you really Brother Low-Key?
Xia Yuyu's fingers were trembling slightly, fearing that Lin Fan would give her a negative answer. When Lin Fan saw Xia Yuyu's message, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little girl is really scared.
He quickly replied. It's the real deal. Didn't we just meet before? Yuyu, do you think I'm very low-key?
Lin Fan's tone was full of teasing. Xia Yuyu felt like her brain was almost unable to function. She pinched her arm hard.
Ouch. It hurts. It's not a dream. This is actually true.
Xia Yuyu quickly replied to Lin Fan with a shocked expression, and then sent another message.
Brother Lin Fan, this is too coincidental. Am I dreaming now?
Xia Yuyu's tone was full of disbelief and surprise. Lin Fan looked at the message sent by Xia Yuyu on the screen. Imagining her cute and adorable look at this moment, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He continued. Silly girl, of course I'm not dreaming. However, I think your dreaming expression is quite suitable for your current state.
When Xia Yuyu saw Lin Fan's reply, she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Brother Lin Fan, you're making fun of me again. However, this is really unexpected. I still can't believe it. What's so unbelievable? Fate is so wonderful. Yeah, fate is so wonderful.
Remember, from now on, you can only send those photos to me.
The two of them started chatting back and forth. Xia Yuyu's mood gradually calmed down.
She felt that the distance between herself and Lin Fan seemed to have shortened. Lin Fan's sunny and handsome smile kept appearing in Xia Yuyu's mind. The more she thought about it, the faster her heartbeat became and the hotter her cheeks became. At noon, I thought Brother Lin Fan was so awesome, but I didn't expect he was actually the low-key guy. Besides, he also said that I have a good figure and that he would be attracted to my photos. Xia Yuyu's eyes gradually became blurred, as if she was caught in some beautiful fantasy. She even began to imagine what the scene would be like if she were with Lin Fan.
Will he like me too?
A bold idea suddenly popped up in Xia Yuyu's mind. The thought made her excited and shy, expectant and scared. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Fan's profile picture on the phone screen, and felt her heartbeat quicken a little. There seemed to be something extra in Xia Yuyu's eyes, which she didn't even notice. Meanwhile, the voice of Lin Fan's system kept ringing.
Ding! Xia Yuyu's favorability +1, current favorability 82. Ding! Xia Yuyu's favorability +1, current favorability 83. Ding! Xia Yuyu's favorability +1, current favorability 88. 88. Soon to be 90.
Lin Fan was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together, his eyes fixed on the screen of his mobile phone, as if he was watching the lottery draw.
Result.
The system prompt sound stopped abruptly.
No more?
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face froze instantly. However, on second thought, he felt that this was actually quite normal.
Oh, forget it, don't be too greedy.
Lin Fan comforted himself.
Yuyu and I just met for the first time today. We just chatted online before.
It's already pretty good to have an 88% favorability rating. He thought of Li Xin again, the carefree girl who hung out with him every day, which increased his favorability towards her rapidly. And Xinyao, she is my childhood sweetheart, we grew up together and I have a high level of favorability. With this comparison, Xia Yuyu's favorability level of 88 is growing at the speed of a rocket.
Be content with what you have, and you will never be unhappy. Chapter 48 Yao Yao, can you bear to let me down?
Lin Fan muttered to himself while preparing himself mentally. But 88 is only 2 points away from 90.
If we work a little harder, shouldn't we be able to achieve it?
When the favorability reaches 90, I can draw again.
Hee, I wonder what good things I can win this time. When Lin Fan thought about the lottery, he couldn't help but start to fantasize. He sat up from the sofa, ready to continue chatting with Xia Yuyu. By the way, Yuyu, what time do you usually start your live broadcast? Huh? Why did Brother Lin Fan suddenly ask this? Xia Yuyu was a little confused, but still answered obediently. I usually broadcast live from about 8 to 12 p.m. Oh, I see. Lin Fan nodded and replied. Then I'll go and support you again tonight. Really? Brother Lin Fan, will you still watch my live broadcast tonight?
When Xia Yuyu saw Lin Fan's message, she immediately became excited.
Of course, it's a deal. Lin Fan replied. Hee, it's a deal then.
Brother Lin Fan, if you don't come, I won't end the live broadcast.
Xia Yuyu said jokingly. If you don't come, you're just a puppy.
Lin Fan also replied jokingly.
If you don't stop broadcasting, you will be exhausted. I can't bear it.
When Xia Yuyu saw Lin Fan's message, her heart beat even faster, as if she had a little rabbit in her arms.
Brother Lin Fan, is he concerned about me?
She felt her cheeks getting very hot, as if she had a fever.
Then you should take a break in the afternoon so that you will have the energy to live stream in the evening.
Lin Fan continued to send a message.
Yeah, see you tonight. After Xia Yuyu replied to the message, she put down her phone.
She lay on the bed, with Lin Fan's words still echoing in her mind.
He told me to have a good rest so that I would have the energy to live stream at night. Is he caring about me, or is he hinting at something?
The more Xia Yuyu thought about it, the more confused she felt, so she simply buried her head in the quilt. As for Lin Fan, after finishing his chat with Xia Yuyu, he also put down his phone. He stretched and felt particularly relaxed. At this moment, the phone vibrated. Lin Fan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lu Feng.
Remind him not to forget the dinner tomorrow night.
Lin Fan replied that he understood and put down his phone.
These past few days, it's like being in a TV drama.
He muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Before he knew it, he fell into a deep sleep and didn't even know when he fell asleep. In the dream, there are mountains of gold and silver, and beautiful women everywhere. I don't know how long it took. Xinyao and Li Xian came back from shopping, still carrying a lot of things in their hands. The two not only went shopping in the mall, but also went to the vegetable market. I carefully selected some fresh vegetables and meat, planning to let Lin Fan continue cooking in the evening.
Shoo, keep your voice down, Lin Fan seems to have fallen asleep.
Xinyao had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Lin Fan sleeping soundly on the sofa.
She quickly lowered her voice and spoke to Li Xian.
Li Xian also slowed down her steps and carefully placed the bags in her hands on the coffee table. Then she tiptoed into the kitchen and prepared to wash the fruit first. Xinyao took out a thin blanket from the bedroom and gently covered Lin Fan with it. She leaned over, moving gently, for fear of waking up the sleeping Lin Fan. The blanket had a faint scent of lavender, which was Xinyao's favorite smell. Lin Fan sniffed the familiar fragrance and opened his eyes drowsily. What caught my eye was Xinyao's delicate face. Her eyes were as gentle as water, as if they could melt people.
Awake?
Xinyao asked softly, her voice was soft and tender, as if she was coaxing a child. Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked with a smile.
You guys are back? How was your shopping? What good things did you buy? I didn't buy anything, I just wandered around.
Xinyao helped Lin Fan pull up the blanket, then walked behind him and gently massaged his shoulders.
I went to the market to buy some vegetables.
I want you, the chef, to show off your skills and cook us a delicious meal tonight.
Going shopping without buying anything? That's unscientific.
Lin Fan pretended to be surprised.
When you girls go shopping, don't you just buy clothes, bags, cosmetics, don't you want to take the whole mall home? Xinyao couldn't help but laugh after hearing this.
She gently hit Lin Fan's shoulder and said angrily.
How dare you say that? Last time you bought us a whole store of clothes in one go, have you forgotten? We don't know how long we'll have to wear those clothes. Oh, yes, look at my memory.
Lin Fan slapped his forehead and pretended to be enlightened.
But it doesn't matter. The more clothes, the better.
My closet at home is big enough to hold clothes from 10 more stores. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and hugged Xinyao, who was massaging him from behind, into his arms.
Oops.
Xinyao was caught off guard, screamed, lost her balance and fell onto Lin Fan's lap.
What are you doing? Xinyao's cheeks instantly turned red, like a ripe apple.
She looked towards the kitchen nervously and said in a low voice.
Xinxin is still in the kitchen.
It would be so embarrassing if she saw us.
You saw it, so what's there to be embarrassed about?
Lin Fan looked indifferent. He leaned close to Xinyao's ear and said with a wicked smile.
Besides, it's not like we haven't done more intimate things before. His ambiguous tone made Xinyao's face even redder. You are so bad. Xinyao was very shy.
She gently pounded Lin Fan's chest, but did not dare to use too much force for fear of hurting him.
Hey, I have something worse.
Lin Fan's smile became more and more evil. He lowered his head and whispered a few words in Xinyao's ear. After Xinyao heard this, she felt so embarrassed that her whole body was burning with shame. She felt her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. She raised her head and glared at Lin Fan, her eyes full of coquettishness and shyness. Her face turned red and she wanted to refuse, but when the words reached her lips, she heard Lin Fan continue.
Yao, you promised me a condition. I have thought about it now. The condition is what I just said. You don't want to regret it, do you? We have already agreed on this. You don't want to regret it, do you?
As he spoke, he blinked his eyes, revealing a harmless expression. Xinyao was amused by Lin Fan's pitiful appearance. She couldn't help but stretched out her finger and gently poked Lin Fan's forehead, scolding.
Who says girls can't regret it?
Girls have privileges. Although she said this, her heart had already softened into a puddle of water. Lin Fan's expectant eyes were like a small brush, constantly brushing her heart, making it impossible for her to refuse.
Yao, can you bear to let me down? Chapter 49. Okay, I really want to eat more. Lin Fan continued to act pitiful.
He held Xinyao's hand and shook it gently.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Just promise me, okay?
His coquettish tone is just like that of a child who has never grown up. Xinyao was helpless against Lin Fan's pestering. She looked at Lin Fan's eyes that were sparkling with expectation, her heart softened, and she finally gave in.
Okay.
She stammered, her voice even softer than before, almost inaudible. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look up at Lin Fan's eyes. She could only bury her head low, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
But Xinyao suddenly remembered something.
She raised her head abruptly and said with a red face.
My promise doesn't count.
You have to have Xinxin's promise first.
Hey, what are you two whispering about? And you really want me to agree to it?
Just then, Li Xian came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of washed fruits. She looked at Lin Fan and Xinyao with a smile, her eyes full of curiosity and teasing.
What is it? Tell me and see if I can agree to it. As Li Xian spoke, she placed the fruit plate on the coffee table.
The red strawberries, crystal clear grapes, and cantaloupe cut into small pieces exude an enticing aroma.
Nothing.
When Xinyao saw Li Xian coming out, she became even more shy, and she quickly broke free from Lin Fan's arms.
Sit down next to Lin Fan.
Her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and her eyes were evasive, not daring to look into Li Xian's eyes.
Hey, Yao, why is your face so red? Li Xian came up to Xinyao and touched her forehead. Wow, it's so hot. Are you sick?
As she spoke, she touched her forehead with the back of her hand to compare the temperatures.
I'm fine. Xinyao was made even more embarrassed by Li Xian's behavior.
She waved her hands quickly, wanting to explain, but she didn't know how to say it.
You too, in broad daylight, don't you know how to be careful about the impact?
I'm still here.
Li Xian saw that Xinyao seemed to be hesitant to speak.
When I thought about what I had just heard, I suddenly understood about 70% of it. She rolled her eyes at Lin Fan unhappily, with a hint of anger in her tone.
Hey, Xinxin, you're not a stranger, what's there to pay attention to?
Lin Fan was extremely thick-skinned. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he said with a smile. Besides, we haven't done anything yet, so don't let your imagination run wild. As he spoke, he winked at Li Xian, his eyes full of teasing.
Who knows if you did anything? Anyway, I didn't see it. Li Xian showed no sign of weakness.
She glared at Lin Fan and said unhappily. Lin Fan smiled and patted his side, motioning Li Xian to come over and sit down.
Li Xian did not refuse.
She twisted her sexy body and came to sit next to Lin Fan. Her curvy figure swayed in front of Lin Fan's eyes, making Lin Fan's eyes stare.
Hey, where are you looking? Li Xian noticed Lin Fan's gaze and suddenly felt uncomfortable.
She waved her hand in front of Lin Fan's eyes and said unhappily,
I didn't look at anything.
I just checked whether the fruit was washed clean. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and coughed twice.
By the way, what were you talking about just now? Do you really need me to agree to it?
Li Xian did not pursue the matter further and asked about the previous events again. She was still very curious about what Lin Fan and Shen Yao were plotting, and why they wanted her to make the decision.
Well, it's nothing, actually.
Yao Yao just said she has something she wants to discuss with you tonight, so she asked you to go to her room at night. Lin Fan pretended to be serious and said solemnly. Li Xian's beautiful eyes moved, looking at Shen Yao curiously, with a gleam of doubt in her eyes.
Yao Yao, what's the matter? Do you really want me to go to your room at night to tell you? She murmured to herself, could it be a secret between girls? But, what kind of secret could there be that needs to be told at night and in Shen Yao's room? Before Li Xian could continue to ask, Lin Fan spoke first.
Xin, don't worry.
You'll know about this tonight. By the way, are you planning on having me cook again tonight? You two little greedy cats, can't you just let me take a break? When Li Xian heard this, her attention was diverted. The temptation of delicious food is irresistible to her. She hugged Lin Fan's arm affectionately and rocked it left and right. He opened his big watery eyes wide.
She looked at Lin Fan pitifully.
Okay, I really want to eat the food you cook. The food you cook is so delicious. You're almost spoiling me. What should I do if I can't eat the food you cook in the future?
Her sweet voice could melt one's bones. Lin Fan only felt a soft touch coming from his arm, which made him tremble all over and almost lost control.
This girl is really good at acting like a spoiled brat.
Especially the softness that rubs against you.
It made him distracted. Okay, I promise you, isn't that enough?
Lin Fan quickly raised his hands in surrender.
But I have conditions.
He stretched out his voice.
What conditions? You tell me, as long as I can do it, I will agree to it. Li Xian said without hesitation.
Her mind was now filled with the delicious food made by Lin Fan, and she couldn't care about anything else.
My condition is.
Lin Fan paused deliberately.
You can't ask Yao Yao what's going on now. Wait until you go to her room tonight before asking. Ah? That's it? Li Xian was stunned for a moment.
She thought it was some extraordinary condition, but she didn't expect it to be so simple.
Yes, that's it. What do you think? Do you agree to it?
Lin Fan nodded and said seriously.
Promise. Of course I agree. Li Xian said without hesitation. Just ask again at night, what's so difficult about that?
Now she just wanted to eat the delicious food made by Lin Fan as soon as possible. As for Shen Yao's secret, she would wait until the evening to talk about it.
Hey, you said it, don't regret it. Shen Yao looked at Li Xian's useless appearance and couldn't help but shook her head helplessly. However, she didn't say anything.
She picked up a strawberry from the table and handed it to Lin Fan's mouth.
Lin Fan opened his mouth happily. How sweet. He chewed a strawberry and mumbled.
Yao Yao, the strawberries you feed me are sweeter than the ones I eat myself.
Loquacious. The three of them were chatting and laughing on the sofa, the atmosphere was warm and sweet.
After a while, Lin Fan looked at the time and thought it was about time, so he stood up and said.
Okay, stop making trouble. I have to go cook. You two little greedy cats, wait for your feast.
As he spoke, he walked towards the kitchen. Shen Yao and Li Xian also stopped playing and started to clean up the fruit plate on the coffee table.
Lin Fan, what do you want to cook tonight? Li Xian shouted towards the kitchen while cleaning up the fruit plate.
Lin Fan's voice came from the kitchen. Let's have something homely tonight, boiled fish, braised pork, mapo tofu, and, well, stir-fried seasonal vegetables.
Just wait and eat. Chapter 50. Do you want me to do something else with you?
In the following time, Lin Fan became busy in the kitchen.
Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Wow! It smells so good. Li Xian couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. So delicious. She chewed the braised pork and said incoherently.
Xinyao also picked up a piece of boiled fish and took a light bite.
The fish is tender, spicy, and delicious, so delicious. She couldn't help but admire it. The meal ended in laughter and joy. After dinner, Xinyao and Li Xian took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Lin Fan, go and have a rest. Leave this to us.
Xinyao said to Lin Fan while cleaning up the dishes.
Yes, Lin Fan, you've worked hard all night, go watch some TV and relax. Li Xian also echoed.
You guys have been shopping all day, I'd better ask Auntie to come and clean up.
Oh, no need, the two of us will be done in a moment. Xinyao glared at Lin Fan. We are not the kind of foodies who only know how to eat. We can still do this little thing.
That's right. We are not delicate young ladies.
Can washing dishes really tire us out? Li Xian also curled her lips and said.
Besides, we just had a full meal, so it's a good opportunity to move around and digest the food. Seeing that Xinyao and Li Xian both said so, Lin Fan no longer insisted.
Well, thank you for your hard work. He smiled and said. I'm going to watch some TV. Call me if you need anything.
After saying that, he walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down, turned on the TV, and started watching the show.
Xinyao and Li Xian continued to be busy in the kitchen, washing dishes, wiping the table, and cleaning the kitchen.
It didn't take long for them to clean the kitchen.
Ha! Li Xian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and took a long breath.
I'm all sticky, I'm going to go back to my room and take a shower. Xinyao also gently pinched the corner of her t-shirt, feeling a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, me too. I feel like I've been sweating a lot.
Let me take a shower first. As she spoke, she fanned herself gently, trying to dispel the heat from her body. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, smiled, and made a suggestion. Hey, since we have to take a shower, why don't we go to the pool and swim together?
Xinyao and Li Xian looked at each other and were both moved.
In the hot summer, soaking in a cool swimming pool is indeed a good choice.
Okay. Li Xian was the first to raise her hand in agreement.
She was a lively and active person and loved this kind of water-playing activity the most.
Yeah, that's fine.
Xinyao hesitated for a moment and nodded. So, the three of them hit it off and went back to their rooms to change into their swimsuits. Lin Fan changed quickly, came to the swimming pool, took a deep breath, and dived into the water. Crash! Water splashed everywhere and he swam freely in the water like a nimble fish.
After a while, Li Xian also changed into her swimsuit and came out. Thump! Li Xian joined the water-playing army with a beautiful diving move.
Lin Fan, come and chase me. While splashing in the water, she shouted at Lin Fan, her voice full of excitement and provocation. Lin Fan chuckled.
You little brat, wait and see how I deal with you. He accelerated and swam towards Li Xian. The two chased and played in the swimming pool and had a lot of fun. After a while, Xinyao finally arrived.
She was wearing a relatively conservative blue one-piece swimsuit, but even so, it was difficult to hide her curvy and graceful figure. She stood by the pool, looking at the water hesitantly.
Yao, come down quickly. Li Xian waved at her. It's so comfortable in the water.
Xinyao took a deep breath and walked down the steps of the swimming pool carefully.
Ah! As soon as she entered the water, she couldn't help but exclaim.
The cold pool water instantly enveloped her, making her shiver all over.
I can't swim,
she said somewhat embarrassedly, holding onto the edge of the pool with both hands. When Lin Fan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Can't swim? This is a great opportunity. He was secretly delighted and quickly swam to Xinyao's side. It's okay, I'll teach you, he said seriously.
Come on, relax first, don't be nervous, I'll support you.
Xinyao blushed and nodded.
She put her hands on Lin Fan's shoulders and her body slowly floated up.
Yes, that's it. Relax and don't be afraid. I'm here.
Lin Fan encouraged her while slowly moving her in the water.
Li Xian was watching from the side and couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Yao, you are not swimming at all, you are simply being carried by Lin Fan.
She deliberately joked. Look at you, your face is so red.
Xinyao felt even more embarrassed by what she said.
You, don't talk nonsense. She glared at Li Xian in reproach.
This is my first time in the water, I'm a little nervous.
Why are you so nervous? With Lin Fan here, what are you afraid of? Li Xin said with a smile. Look at me, I'm so free.
As she spoke, she turned around in the water and showed off her swimming skills. Lin Fan watched the two people bickering but did not interrupt. Come on, take your time, don't rush. He patiently guided Xinyao, teaching her how to paddle and how to breathe. With his help, Xinyao slowly found the feeling and began to be able to swim short distances on her own.
Wow! I did it! I can swim!
She exclaimed excitedly, a happy smile on her face. The three of them played in the swimming pool for a while, until Xinyao and Li Xian felt a little tired, and then they reluctantly left the pool. I'm going back to my room to change my clothes, Xinyao said as she wiped the water droplets from her hair.
Yeah, me too, let's go together. Li Xian also nodded.
Just when Xinyao was about to return to her room, Lin Fan suddenly winked at her and gave her a wicked smile. When Xinyao saw his eyes, she immediately understood something. Her face turned red and she turned and ran back to her room.
Li Xian looked at Xinyao's fleeing appearance, with a puzzled look on her face. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Why are you running so fast?
She asked in confusion, completely unaware of the eye contact between Lin Fan and Xinyao.
Lin Fan looked at Li Xian's confused expression and smiled secretly in his heart.
Then he turned around and went back to his room. After a quick shower, he put on a loose summer bathrobe and stalked over to sit on the sofa in the living room. He turned on the TV and picked a random show to watch.
But I was thinking about what to do next. Not long after, Li Xian also came out. She was wearing a pink bathrobe and looked fresh and cute.
She saw Lin Fan sitting on the sofa watching TV, so she walked over.
Lin Fan, what are you doing sitting here?
She asked curiously.
Aren't you going to take a break?
Lin Fan turned to look at her and said with a smile.
I'll watch some TV. Or do you want me to do something else with you?
Sadder. Oh, by the way, I'm going to go to Yao Yao's room to ask her why she asked me to go to her room at night.
Li Xian said this and walked towards Xinyao's room. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. Our goddess was finally captured by money.
Looking at the discussions on the barrage, Xia Yuyu became even more anxious. She forced herself to cheer up, sang a few songs and danced a bit, but she always felt like something was missing and she couldn't muster any energy.
What's wrong with Yuyu today? You don't seem to be in good shape. Yeah, seems a little absent-minded. Did you have a quarrel with low-key brother?
The audience also noticed that Xia Yuyu was acting strange and began to speculate. Xia Yuyu felt even worse when she saw these comments. She bit her lip and tried to force a smile.
No, I'm just a little tired.
She made up an excuse, but she felt more and more lost.
Could it be? Brother Lin Fan is really not coming today?
She thought to herself, her eyes becoming red.
9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
As time passed, Xia Yuyu's heart sank little by little. The number of people in the live broadcast room also began to slowly decrease. After all, Xia Yuyu didn't have much interest in making the show, which resulted in a loss of people.
Alas, it seems that brother Lin Fan really won't come tonight.
Xia Yuyu sighed, feeling indescribably disappointed. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed on the screen.
Low-key guy gives away dynamic audio 1x1. Wow!
The live broadcast room suddenly became lively.
Brother Low-key is here. I told you that Low-key brother wouldn't be absent. Yuyu, look. Brother Low-key is here.
Xia Yuyu's eyes, which had originally dimmed, suddenly brightened up like two shining stars.
Ah! Brother Lin Fan.
She cried out in surprise, and her face, which had originally been forced to smile, instantly broke into a brilliant smile. The whole person seemed to be injected with new vitality, and suddenly transformed from a frostbitten eggplant into a gorgeous rose. She quickly adjusted her sitting position, fixed her hair, and said sweetly to the camera,
Welcome brother Lin Fan to my live broadcast room.
The voice was full of surprise and excitement, with a hint of coquettishness. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned.
Fuck, this change of expression is too fast. He looked like he was dying just now, but now he's revived with full health? What kind of magic potion did low-key brother feed her? There were waves of exclamations and ridicule on the barrage, and everyone was amazed at Xia Yuyu's sudden transformation.
Only those old viewers who had witnessed Lin Fan's crazy rewards before understood what was going on.
What did Yuyu just call, brother Lin Fan? Yeah, I heard it too, not low-key brother. Could it be that they met in person offline? Fuck, this is too fast. It's only been one day, and it's already developed from online to offline?
It seems that brother low-key has really taken Yu down.
Nonsense, what woman can handle spending 10 million in one night?
We don't understand the world of the rich. Old audiences began to speculate, and the more they thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense.
They must have met in person. Otherwise, how would Yu know brother Diao's name? Yeah, and they were calling me so affectionately, there must be something fishy going on. Alas, it seems that our goddess is finally captured by money.
I feel sorry for myself.
I'm heartbroken again. +1, my youth is over.
The people upstairs, your youth is too cheap.
Ha, this hurts my heart.
There was a lot of wailing in the barrage, and everyone felt jealous that their goddess was taken away by Lin Fan. Only then did Xia Yu realize that she had been so excited that she had actually called out Lin Fan's name.
Oh! How could I have forgotten about this?
She slapped her forehead in annoyance, and her little face turned red instantly.
Will brother Lin Fan be angry?
Xia Yu secretly took out her cell phone, hid it under the table, and sent a private message to Lin Fan.
Brother Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I was so excited just now that I accidentally said your name.
After sending the message, she stared at the screen nervously, not daring to blink, for fear of missing Lin Fan's reply.
The waiting time is always long, and every second seems to be infinitely stretched.
Xia Yu felt her palms beginning to sweat, her heart was beating fast and she couldn't calm down.
Ding dong!
Finally, the phone rang, and it was Lin Fan's reply.
Xia Yu quickly clicked on the message, only to see Lin Fan reply. It's okay, little idiot, there's nothing to apologize for. I'm not some shameful person.
It was also accompanied by an expression of patting the head. Seeing this reply, Xia Yu finally felt relieved.
Call.
She let out a long sigh and felt a lot more relaxed.
Brother Lin Fan is still so gentle and considerate.
She thought happily in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Then he raised his head and looked at the screen in the live broadcast room again.
Brother Low-key, what song do you want to hear, or what dance do you want me to do? Just tell me.
She spoke to the camera with a smile, her voice full of energy and enthusiasm, completely different from the lost little girl just now. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room slowly came back to their senses from their emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Since brother Low-key is here, why not go out and have a PK with him on the mic? Yeah.
I haven't seen Yu PK for a long time.
Support PK. PK.
The word PK instantly flooded the barrage, and everyone wanted to see whether Lin Fan would spend a fortune for Xia Yu. Lin Fan was originally planning to type a reply to Xia Yu, saying that he didn't care about listening to music or dancing, and just let her do whatever she wanted. But when he saw the messages in the barrage that encouraged PK, he suddenly felt that this seemed to be a more interesting way to play.
PK?
This thing sounds exciting. Lin Fan touched his chin, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile.
Giving gifts directly is boring. How can it be as exciting as PK? Moreover, you can earn cash back by the way, so why not do it?
He pondered over it in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. So he decisively deleted the words he had just typed and retyped a line.
Let's go out in PK.
Xia Yu originally planned to refuse. If she agreed to the PK, Lin Fan would have to spend a lot of money again.
What should I do if he thinks I am greedy for his money? No, I can't agree to that.
Xia Yu made up her mind and was about to speak when she saw Lin Fan's comment. She hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to follow Lin Fan's wishes.
Since Low-key brother wants to play PK, then I will take him out for a walk. But, brother Low-key, let's make a deal.
Winning or losing is not important.
Just treat it as ordinary entertainment. Please don't give too many gifts. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw Xia Yu's reply. This little girl is really good at saving money for me.
He felt warm in his heart and thought that Xia Yu was a kind and lovely girl. But of course, you still have to give gifts.
After all, if he doesn't give gifts, how can he justify the double cashback card given by the system? Chapter 52 Chapter 53 What's there to be afraid of? This PK is guaranteed to win. Don't worry, Yu, I know what's going on.
Lin Fan's fingers flew as he typed a line of words on the screen. When Xia Yu saw Lin Fan's reply, she felt relieved.
Yeah, that's good.
She smiled sweetly and clicked the random microphone button on the screen.
Ding dong. A crisp prompt sound rang out, and the screen was split into two. Xia Yuyu was on the left, and a female anchor appeared on the right.
This female anchor is quite pretty, but her makeup is too heavy, and the thick foundation almost covers her original skin color.
Hey, which little sister is this connected to?
The female anchor glanced at Xia Yuyu frivolously, with a hint of disdain in her tone. The name of her live broadcast room is Don't Eat Coriander. She often PKs, and usually connects with opponents of high levels. Today, she suddenly connected to such a plain little anchor, so she naturally felt a little unhappy. Looking at Xia Yuyu's pure and lovely face again, he felt even more jealous and crazy.
Huh, she's pretty good looking.
She muttered to herself, not even bothering to maintain basic courtesy, and simply left Xia Yuyu aside.
Xia Yuyu didn't know what the other party was thinking.
When she saw that the microphone connection was successful, she immediately smiled sweetly and greeted politely.
Hello, I'm Xia Yuyu, nice to meet you.
He responded nonchalantly without even looking at Xia Yuyu.
How do you play PK? I don't quite understand the rules.
Xia Yuyu scratched her head awkwardly and asked in a low voice. She seldom participates in PK and doesn't really know much about these gameplays. When I heard this, I felt even more disdainful.
You don't even know the rules of PK, and you're still trying to connect to the microphone? You're really wasting my time.
She rolled her eyes and was about to hang up the call and find another capable opponent. Just then, a big brother in her live broadcast room suddenly spoke. Just play with her. I'll send you a carnival. The ID of this big brother is returning as a young man. He is a frequent visitor to the live broadcast room of Buchi Cilantro. He is very generous and is highly regarded by Buchi Cilantro. When Bu Xiangsai saw that it was his elder brother who spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Hey, young man, why are you here?
I missed you so much. She immediately changed her tone to a delicate one and threw a coquettish glance at the camera.
Young man, do you want to see me compete with this little girl?
Of course, no problem.
I'll listen to you.
Buchi Cilantro knew very well that this big brother was probably attracted by Xia Yuyu's beauty and wanted to take advantage of the PK opportunity to show off. But this is exactly what she wants. Little sister, since my young brother has spoken, I will play with you reluctantly. Don't Eat Coriander turned around and said to Xia Yuyu, with a hint of alms in his tone. But let's be frank, PK is no joke, there has to be some jackpot to make it exciting. She paused and continued. How about this, we compete for 10 minutes, and the scores are calculated after 1 minute. Whoever falls behind must stand up, twist his waist and make a sexy expression. How about it?
Do you dare to play?
When Xia Yuyu heard this, her face immediately turned red.
This is not good, she said hesitantly.
Hey, what's there to be embarrassed about? We're all here to have fun, just relax.
Don't Eat Coriander urged impatiently.
If you don't dare to play, just admit defeat and save yourself from wasting everyone's time. Xia Yuyu was provoked by her and felt a little unconvinced.
Who said I don't dare to play? Let's play.
She summoned up her courage and spoke loudly.
Good.
You have guts. Don't Eat Coriander sneered and continued.
Twisting your waist alone isn't exciting enough, let's add some more.
The loser will dance and call the other person's live streamer daddy.
How about that? Do you dare?
This.
A blush appeared on Xia Yuyu's fair face.
She bit her lips, looking a little helpless. Although she also knows that when the anchors compete, some punishment links are often set up for the sake of the show effect. However, dancing while calling the big brother in the other live broadcast room dad, this is too much. Although Xia Yuyu is a host, the content of her live broadcasts is usually quite subtle. What's more, she came out with Lin Fan today. If she really did something like this in the live broadcast room, wouldn't her image and Lin Fan's heart be completely ruined? Thinking of this, Xia Yuyu quickly shook her head and prepared to refuse. But at this moment, a striking barrage suddenly appeared in her live broadcast room.
I'll take it. Why wouldn't I be afraid of taking it? Don't worry, Yuyu.
I'm sure to win this PK. Seeing Xia Yuyu's embarrassment, Lin Fan typed directly.
This is the first time I'm having a PK with Xia Yuyu tonight.
There is no reason why I'd be scared off by punishment in the first game.
Low-key brother.
When Xia Yuyu saw Lin Fan's comments, a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart.
She knew that Lin Fan was supporting her. However, she was still a little hesitant. Brother Low-key, we agreed to hang out together today, but there is a big brother in the other party's live broadcast room, so this will cost you money again. Xia Yuyu said softly in the live broadcast room. Hey, Yuyu, why are you being so polite to me? When Lin Fan saw Xia Yuyu's reply, he immediately sent another comment. I'm just having fun playing PK tonight. Besides, I'm just spending some money casually, so don't think too much about it. I know you're not the kind of girl who worships money. Don't worry, I won't misunderstand you. Okay then, I get it, low-key bro. Xia Yuyu responded sweetly in the live broadcast room with a happy smile on her face. On the other hand, in the live broadcast room of Don't Eat Coriander, the atmosphere was a little different. Don't Eat Coriander. I originally thought that Xia Yuyu was a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. But I didn't expect that the other party also had the support of the big brother. Hey, young man, it seems this little sister is not an easy person to deal with. She said to the camera in a delicate voice, I don't eat coriander. There's a big brother in the live broadcast room too. You can't let me lose. As she spoke, she winked at the camera. When the returning boy saw the man not eating coriander, his heart suddenly warmed. Without saying anything, he directly posted a barrage in the live broadcast room. Don't worry, we'll win. Oh, young man, you are so kind. I love you so much. When Buchi Cilantro saw the eldest brother's comments, he was immediately overjoyed. She knew that with this big brother around, she would definitely win this PK. Little sister, how is it? Do you still dare to answer it? He said to Xia Yuyu provocatively, I don't eat coriander. I got it. Xia Yuyu responded without showing any weakness. She also realized that the host on the other side was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. Okay. Let's get started. Bu Qiankai sneered and clicked the Start PK button on the screen. Swish. A 10-minute countdown immediately appeared on the screen. PK officially begins. In the live broadcast room of Don't Eat Coriander, returning as a young man took the first step. He directly sent out a Ghana. Boom. Magnificent special effects suddenly exploded on the screen. It directly crushed the PK bar in Xia Yuyu's live broadcast room. Wow. The boy is so awesome. In the live broadcast room of Don't Eat Coriander, cheers suddenly rang out.